Barbarossa, Army Group North, 1941. Standard Rules. Table of Contents. Introduction, Game Components, Basic Concepts, Starting the Game, Weather Phase, Supply, Replacements, Reinforcements, Air Unit Readiness, Ground Unit Movement, Specialized Movement, Pre-Combat Actions, Artillery, Air Power, the Combat Phase, Combat Results, Inset Map, Fortifications, Railroad Conversion, Soviet Surrender, Soviet Special Units, Other Special Units, Axis Regiment Substitute Counters, How to Win. Introduction. The Barbarossa portion of GMT's East Front series is a set of games that covers the operations of the three Axis army groups in the Soviet Union from June through December 1941. Each game portrays just one army group's operations. The series currently consists of 6 games: Crimea, Kiev to Rostov, Army Group North, Army Group Center, Army Group South, and Typhoon. More are planned. While these games can be linked so that players could play the entire 1941 campaign from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, they are intended for individual play. Details and additional rules for each individual game are contained within the playbook found with each game. Each game requires 2 players, but team play works well for large scenarios. One team controls the Axis forces, Germany, Finland, Hungary, Italy, Romania, and others, and the opposing team controls the Soviet forces, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, and others. The playing pieces represent the actual military units that participated in the campaign, and the maps represent the terrain over which they fought. Players maneuver their units across the map and conduct combat as described in the rules of play. Objectives, battle casualties, and certain actions all result in a final victory point total that is used to determine the winner. Not all the rules found here will be used in every game or scenario in this series. Check the playbook of each game for any exceptions and additional information. Occasional reference is made below to naval units and their functions. Naval units are found only in certain games in this series. A separate naval module rules booklet covering them will be included there. Game components. Every game includes at least the following. See the playbook for each game for a complete listing. Game maps, die-cut playing pieces, 1 Barbarossa standard rules booklet, 1 playbook, Axis and Soviet unit setup cards, player aid cards, 1 10-sided die. Game map. The maps have a grid of hexagons, hereafter called hexes, to facilitate the movement and positioning of the playing pieces. A game piece occupies only 1 hex at a time. Each map has an identifying letter, or 2 letters for a special map, and each hex on the map has a 4-digit identification number used for game reference purposes. Each hex on the map represents about 5 miles, 8 kilometers of real terrain from side to side. The playbook provides specifics for map designations and configurations. Okay. Playing pieces. There are 5 types of playing pieces. Combat units represent the military units that fought in the historical campaign. They have a printed movement allowance and combat strength values. Untried units are also combat units. Non-combat units are mobile supply units and supply dumps. Air units have aircraft silhouettes. Naval units have ship silhouettes. See the Naval module. Player aid markers are used on the map and on off-map tracks and displays to note unit status or hex condition. There should be enough markers provided with the game. If you need more, make some with blank counters or order more from the publisher, GMT Games. The number of markers does not constitute a design limit. Exception: the number of bridge and ferry markers is limited to those found in the game. How to read the units. Nationality, background colors. The background color on each combat unit distinguishes its nationality. This also affects play. Soviet ground units are bronze. Soviet air units are copper brown with a red back. German ground units are gray. German SS ground units are black. German Luftwaffe ground units are sky blue. German air units are sky blue with blue water back. Estonian ground units are gray with a blue stripe. Finnish ground and air units are white with a blue stripe. Hungarian ground and air units are dark blue. Italian ground and air units are light purple. Romanian ground and air units are medium green. Slovakian ground and air units are light green. Ukrainian ground units are light tan. Explanation of ground unit values. Explanation of a combat unit. No zone of control band. I guess that band means it doesn't have a zone of control? I don't know. Not sure what that means. Unit size, so that's a battalion. Unit type icon, so that is, I think, mobile artillery, or what do you call that? Armored artillery, mechanized artillery. Unit identification, so that's the name of the unit, it's the 226th Battalion. Stacking value is 1, attack strength is 2, defense strength is 1, movement allowance is 7. The red box indicates it is a motorized movement allowance. The background color indicates the nationality. So I guess that band at the top means that it does not have a zone of control, which would make sense since it's an artillery unit. Attack strength is a combat unit's strength when attacking. Attack strength color code. If it's red, that means that the unit is armored. Okay? Defense strength is a combat unit's strength when defending. Movement allowance is the maximum number of clear terrain hexes a unit can enter in one movement phase using normal movement procedures. Movement allowance color codes. If it's yellow, it means it's infiltration capable, so that one is yellow. If it's orange, that means it's non-motorized but pays motorized terrain costs. Interesting. I wonder what the rationale for that is. Green means it's super heavy artillery. Gray means it's an armored train and rail artillery movement. Blue means it's flotilla movement only. Okay, so what is there a normal one? I guess black would be normal, or white. The motorized box denotes the unit pays terrain costs according to the motorized column on the terrain effects chart. It also shows whether the unit can move in the motorized and reaction phases. So I guess that's what that red box is there in the bottom right corner. The stacking value is the amount of space that a combat unit occupies in a stack of units. The no zone of control band, when present, indicates that the unit does not project a zone of control into any adjacent hex. The unit identification is the historical name or number of a unit. Each is unique. For an explanation of the use of abbreviations on the units, refer to the appropriate playbook. So these are steps, I guess. So the original unit on the front at full strength would look like the one on the left there. At reduced strength, it has that gray band in the middle going across from left to right. Then the replacement unit, I guess when it takes another step loss, it goes down to, yeah, that's the third step. It goes down to that one on the left there. And then the fourth and final step, it is that one. Got it. Note, setup codes. As existing games are reprinted or re-released, the starting hex locations and scenario symbols on the counters generally will not be included. Not sure I understand what that means. Oh, okay. So I think it's saying going forward, it's not going to put the starting hex location and scenario symbol on the counter, presumably because they have a lot of different scenarios. So it wouldn't be that helpful. That's more helpful when you have a single scenario. Explanation of an artillery unit. You have the unit ID at the top. So that is the 1st Battalion, I guess, of the 84th Regiment, Artillery Regiment. I'm not sure. It has the no zone of control band. The range is 4. Super heavy artillery deployed silhouette. The stacking value is 0. The weapon type and numbers is, so it has 6 24-centimeter howitzers, I guess. The support strength is 2. It's attack only. Not sure what that means. Defense strength is 1. Movement allowance is 0. It's dark green, which means it's super heavy artillery. The background color indicates the nationality. Gray, again, is German. Super heavy table DRM, dice roll modifier is 0. Combat results table, die roll modifier is -1. Not sure what those are yet. We'll find out. Artillery is any combat unit with a range value. Support strength, and the range value is the number in the top left there. Support strength is the value of an artillery unit when computing strength for a declared attack. Okay, got it. So, okay, so for example, in the Simonich games, artillery, I think, gives shifts. If I remember correctly. But in this game, and this also is how it works in Karavograd, the Jack Rady game, you just add that number to your combat strength. It's interesting to think about what the justification would be for doing it one way or the other. Range is the maximum number of hexes the artillery unit can be from a defender hex and still provide fire support. When counting range, do not count the artillery unit's hex, but do count the defender hex, enemy or friendly. The CRT DRM is a die roll modifier value that can be applied by Axis super heavy artillery units and Soviet railroad artillery units. Okay. The super heavy artillery table is a die roll modifier value that can be applied by Axis super heavy artillery units when bombarding fortifications. Okay, got it. Example of an artillery unit. On the front, in firing mode, looks like that. Fired mode, okay, it has a big fired text on there. That's easy enough. Example of a super heavy artillery unit. On the front, it looks like that. So that's mobile mode, moving mode, and then on the back, firing mode, deployed mode. Got it. Example of a headquarters unit. The headquarters symbol and army designation is in the middle. So it's the 31st Army headquarters, I guess. The command value is 1. On the back, it has a recovery value. And it's got a front and a back operational mode and non-operational mode. Not sure what that is yet. Command value, so that is this number here on the left there, is the maximum number of qualifying Soviet combat units a headquarters can activate and move in the motorized movement and move in reaction movement phases. It's a bit of a spelling mistake there. And the maximum number of retreat orders a headquarters can issue during the reaction phase. Okay, got it. Recovery value on the headquarters counter is the highest possible die roll number allowed to return a non-operational headquarters to operational status. So I guess you have to roll that number or below to return it to operational status. So if the number was quite small, which I think it was, yeah, it was a 2. I'm guessing you're rolling a d6 maybe? So that would give you like a 33% chance of returning to operational status. Ground unit size symbols. 1 is a company, 2 bars is a battalion, 3 bars is a regiment, brigade and division. Ground unit type symbols: armor, armored anti-tank, armored engineer, assault gun. Those are armored motorized units. Okay. Motorized units: reconnaissance, recon, motorcycle infantry, motorized engineer, motorized anti-aircraft, motorized anti-tank. Non-motorized units: infantry, mountain infantry, airborne infantry, parachute infantry. What's the difference? Those seem to be the same. I'm not sure, not sure what the difference is there. Security infantry, border guards, ski infantry, engineers, cavalry, base units, headquarters. What's YER stand for? Not sure about that. Anti-aircraft and anti-tank. Special units: armored train, flotilla. Okay. Artillery units: field artillery, coast defense artillery, rocket artillery, railroad artillery, super heavy artillery, mobile mode, range value is blank. Super heavy artillery firing mode, silhouettes vary, includes an attack DRM and range. Okay. Special codes. A double box unit type symbol indicates 2 like-sized historical units combined into 1 game unit. Interesting. I've never seen that before. That's a good idea. R in a red circle indicates that the unit cannot be rebuilt. Okay. Unit type box color coding. Red means Soviet guards. Yellow is Soviet militia. Blue is Kriegsmarine or Soviet naval. Green is Soviet NKVD. Light blue is Soviet airborne or Luftwaffe parachute. Okay. German, Panzer, and motorized formations. All component units of each major formation, usually but not always a division, have a unique color in their unit type box. Okay, so that indicates the parent formation rather than, well, I guess that indicates the type. Okay. So it's a bit different, yeah. It's a bit different how they use color. Air unit values. Examples of air units. Designation, I guess that's the type of unit. Air combat rating. Unit type, I guess that means fighter versus bomber. CAS, I guess that's the close air support rating. Interdiction rating, so that's like the rating against ground targets versus the rating against air targets. Okay. Not sure what the difference is between that and this air combat rating. What's the difference between interdiction and air combat? Air combat rating is the strength of an air unit in air combat. Firing units use this rating to attack in air combat. Mission air units only defend with this rating. Okay. Close air support rating consists of points used as combat die roll modifiers. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Interdiction rating is the value from surviving interdiction mission units applied toward creating a zone of interdiction. Okay, I think I might understand that. Air unit types. B is bomber, F is fighter, T is transport. Ground non-combat units. Example of a non-combat unit. MSU, I guess that's main supply unit. Game indicator. M stands for Mitte, center. ASP number. ASP stands for attack supply point number. Okay. This unit has 0 attack and defense values. Its movement point value functions the same as a ground combat unit. The top right-hand letter indicates game army group, Mitte in this case, for use in combined games. Okay, so Mitte means center. Got it. Example of a non-combat unit, supply dump. Game indicator, M is for Mitte, Army Group Center. Attack supply point number. This unit has no attack, defense, or movement point values. The top right-hand letter indicates indicates the game Army Group, Mitte in this case, for use in combined games. Got it. Player aid markers. See the player aid card for graphics. Activated, ammo level. Well, maybe I should look for that. Hold on. Okay, I found it. It's on this one, Barbarossa, Army Group's Center, but I have Army Group North. Okay. Chart and table card number 2, and it's in the bottom right of, I guess this would, this is just page 1, I guess. Sample informational markers. So first one was activated, that's this one. Then ammo level, super heavy artillery. I looked and I can't see anything that says ammo level for super heavy artillery. So I'm not sure what that looks like. Let me look on maybe the counter sheets. Okay, well, there's two counter sheets that have informational markers on them as far as I can tell. I don't see anything that says ammo level or super heavy artillery or has that marker or the symbol for the super heavy artillery. My best guess is maybe it's these numbers here, but I'm not sure. So, not totally sure about that. Anyway, next is Axis Logistics Pause. Okay, so I found that here on the counter sheet. Logistic pause in effect. Logistic pause ends. I don't actually see that on the player aid as far as I can tell. So that's a bit odd that it has some of them, but not all of them, but whatever. Bridge completed. Okay, so again, I don't see anything here that would suggest it's a bridge marker. That's the player aid. I did look at the rest of the counter sheets, and I did see on this Axis counter sheet that you have these two markers. So my best guess at the moment is that these might be bridge completed markers. but I'm not sure about that. Okay, yeah, so the next one is bridge under construction. So if you look at the back of this counter sheet, and also the Russians, Soviets also have the same kind of symbol. If you look at the back, it has this under construction symbol. So to me, that's a pretty strong indicator that this is the bridge marker. Similar for the Soviets, they also have that same symbol if you flip it over. So I think that's I think that's the bridge built, bridge completed, and bridge under construction marker. Bridge destroyed, I did look around and I didn't see anything that jumped out at me as being a bridge destroyed marker. I'll take another look now. Yeah, I just took another look at all of the different counter sheets, and I looked at this player aid, and I didn't see anything that looked like a bridge destroyed marker. You'll see that there is a railroad bridge blown marker, but that's a separate entry. The other thing is that all the different destroyed markers have these little explosion symbols on them. So I would expect to see like a bridge with an explosion on it, but I don't see that anywhere. So I don't know if that's maybe that's a bug in the rules. Maybe that was something that was in Army Group Center that is not in Army Group North, or I mean, maybe it should be. If you can build bridges, then presumably you can destroy them. So maybe it's an oversight that they don't have the bridge destroyed markers. I'm not sure. But yeah, at the moment, I can't find them anywhere. So next is Citadel destroyed. Okay, that one we did see. I did see. So that one is this. Declared attack. Okay, what is that? Okay, that's an easy one. It's this first one right here. Next is declared attack, mandated attack. Okay, what does that look like? Okay, so I looked through, it wasn't on the player aid anywhere, but I did look through the different counter sheets, and I saw this mandated attack. So I'm guessing that's I'm guessing that corresponds to this declared attack, mandated attack item. What's on the back? It's just an interdiction counter. Okay. Next is do not move, game turn 1, front. Let me look for that one. Okay, so I looked through it. It wasn't, well, the player aid showed this thing, do not move 2 game turns. And those are on the counter sheets. There are a couple of those. Like you can see here, there's like a variety. So this one says do not move 3 game turns. And then there's another one over here. Do not move 3 game turns. Do not move 3 game turns. And then you've got these ones here. Do not move 1 game turn. Do not move 1 game turn. And then I guess on the back, yeah, on the back it says do not move 2 game turns. So the fact that well, that matches. Do not move game turn 1. Do not move game turn 2 that matches. I mean, it's not using the same language, which is a bit confusing. And the fact that it doesn't list the do not move 3 game turns marker makes me think that maybe this whole thing was copy-pasted from Army Group Center, or maybe they didn't update it when they were adding new markers. I'm not sure. Next is emergency supply. Let me look for that one. Okay, emergency supply. That is on the player aid right there. Okay. And if I look, yeah, here we go. It's on the counter sheet as well. It's a bit hard to make sense of what it is without having the explanation, but okay. Well, I imagine as you read the rules, it becomes clear. Next is ferry completed. Let me look for that one. Okay, so that one was not on the player aid, but I did find it, I think, on the German counter sheet right there. Next is ferry under construction. I'm going to guess that's on the back side. Yep, there it is. Right there. Easy enough. Only one of those. Interesting. Yeah, it would be good if it had like the number of each. That would be useful. Fired counter. Okay, let me look for that one. Okay, I found it. It was not on the player aid. It was on the back of one of these counter sheets. You can see a bunch of them. And on the front side, it's just like random stuff. So that'll be interesting when I'm organizing things. I'll have to figure out how I want to organize them, since there's like two different types of counters on the rear sides of each other, on the rear side. I'll have to think about that. Next is fortified belt destroyed. Okay, that one I did see right there. Do I see it on the counter sheet? Let me see. Let me make sure that's on the counter sheets. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So it's on the player aid, but I couldn't find an example of it on the counter sheet. On the counter sheets, I only saw these ones, the fortified line destroyed. So to me, that means that is something that probably appears in one of the other games, and does not appear in this game. And so I'm not sure what to think about it being included in this rule booklet. I feel like it might make more sense to exclude it if it's not present. Not sure about what the best practice is there. The Simonich games would not include it. What else we got? Fortified line destroyed. Yeah, that one I saw a bunch. Fuel shortage. Let me look for that one. Okay, so fuel shortage is on the player aid. It's this gray counter. And I did find examples of it on the back side of one of the informational marker counter sheets. So it's another example of two different types of counters being present on the same counter. So it's on like the back of one of these declared attack counters. So I'm not sure the best way to organize these counters, given that. What's next? Next is game turn. Let me look for that one. Okay, I found it. It is shown on the player aid, and it was actually on one of the Russian counter sheets there. And on the rear side, it has the Soviet symbol. So next is garrison hex. Let me look for that. Okay, so that is on the player aid. It's this sky blue top with the yellow bottom. And I did find a bunch of examples of it on one of the counter sheets. And on the rear, just has a bunch of numbers. I'm not sure what the numbers are used for yet. Next is interdiction level, Axis and Soviet. Okay, so that is on the player aid here. And I found a couple of those markers here on one of the informational counter sheets. There's 4 counters, and on the rear of those you have this interdict level 2. So that's that. Next is mandated attacks not yet made. Okay, and actually before I find that one, I just noticed that there are interdict level 1 counters on the rear side of some of these counters, random counters. So that is, again, kind of confusing, because I'm not sure. I think it might be these destroyed stronghold. Yeah, it's these destroyed stronghold counters on the rear side have interdict level 1, and then these two have interdict level 1 on the back. So this is gonna get it could be confusing organizing these. Okay, anyway, back to this mandated attacks not yet made. Found it. It is here, one of the informational marker counter sheets. Well, actually, this is like a mix of German and Russian specific, but. And on the rear of side, it says the same thing. Mandated attacks not yet made. Okay, next is naval evacuation. Use only with the naval module. Okay, I looked around. It's not clear to me what that is. I didn't see anything on the player aid that seemed to say that. The closest thing I found to that is next to the mandated attacks not yet made, you have these evac counters. They say ships not sailed. I'm not sure what that means yet. I'll just wait till I get to that section of the rules, but that's my best guess of what those naval evacuation markers are. Number markers, okay, so those are the ones that I've been seeing, presumably, just these random numbers. Or not random, we'll find out what they mean. Orders, front side, let me look for that. Okay, that one is on the player aid. It's this one right here. And I did see examples of that on the rear side of some of these counters, right here. And on the other side of these is these ones, and this. So these, yeah, all of these have the orders in the side. So again, another example of, I'm not sure the best way to group these. Maybe I'll put all of these in a bag together, not sure. Next is orders back, additional retreat. Oh, okay, yeah. Additional retreat, orders back, no retreat. Okay, so there was a rationale there. So yeah, I'll put them all in the same baggie. Out of supply. Okay, so out of supply is on the player aid. It's this one. And it's also here on one of these informational marker sheets. On the rear side, across this whole row, you've got these out of supply markers, and on what that corresponds to on the front are these emergency supply markers. So I'll put them all in a baggie together. Next is overrun. Okay, so overrun is on the player aid. It is, where was it? I just saw it. This one, with the red bar at the top and the yellow bottom. And it's on the informational marker sheet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's on the other side of these activated markers, right here. So I'll put them all in a baggie together. Next is rail cut. Okay, that one's easy enough to see. And there's a whole bunch of those. Is that? No, that's not the same thing. That's, okay, so like there's a bunch of them. And then there's rail cut multiple hex, so you can see that one. It's right next to it, and there's a bunch of examples. Okay, so next is railhead. Okay, so I didn't find that on the player aid, but I did find that on one of the counter sheets. I'm assuming these are railhead markers, and I guess it makes sense that they'd only be for the Germans. I guess the Soviets just repair rail if they need to. I'm not sure. Well, I'll find out. But yeah, easy enough. Next is railroad bridge destroyed. Okay, yeah, so that's those, and I saw a bunch of those on the counter sheets. Railroad movement points. I'm guessing that's what that stands for. Let me look for those on the counter sheets. Okay, so it is on, I think that's what this is. I think it's on the player aid. And then it's here on one of these counter sheets, and on the rear side. Okay, so there's the equivalent for the Soviets. Easy enough. Receiving replacements. Okay, so that is on the player aid here. And it is on the counter sheet on the rear side of some of these counters. And on the other side of those is these. Is that like fortified line destroyed markers, and a bunch of these declared attack markers. So that's going to be a bit disorganized. Replacements track marker armaments. Okay, so I think armaments, well, it has a symbol for a armor, like tank. So there are these ones for the Axis. And on the rear side, it has, where is it? These. So it's the same thing on the back. And then the Soviets have, in the bottom left corner here. And on the rear side, it's actually a bit different for them. It's got this like red. I'm not sure what that means. But I'm guessing that the tank symbol is for armaments, and the Infantry symbol is for the next one, infantry. Road net limit. Okay, that one is on the player aid. It's this blue one, and it is here on the counter sheet, and on the back side looks like that. Okay. Step loss track marker. Let me look for that. Okay, so that is on the player aid here, and there are two of these, one for the German, or one for the Axis, one for the Soviets. It's next to the replacement counters. And what does it show on the back? Same thing. And the Soviets, likewise, right here. And it's the same on the back. Yeah. Strong point, active. Let me look for that. Okay, so this one, strong point active and strong point under construction, are two sides of the same counter. There's example on the player aid, and there are a whole bunch of them on one of these counter sheets. So that's what they look like on the front side, and on the rear they look like that. Easy enough. Victory point marker. So the player aid does have an example of a victory point marker. I looked at all the different counter sheets, and the only victory point counter I saw were these two for the Germans. So maybe this is a game where you just track the German victory points and the Soviets win if the Germans don't reach a certain threshold. Finally, weather. Okay, there is an example of that on the player aid. It shows dry. And here it is on the counter sheet. No storm, frost, dry, snow. And on the rear side, you've got this one, fired, mud, snow, storm. So, all right, that's all of the markers listed in the rules. I think there were some others on the counter sheet that were not listed, but I'm sure they'll be explained as I get to them in the rules. Player aid cards. Various visual aids are provided to simplify and display certain game functions. Place these to the side of the maps for easy reference. The use of each chart or table is explained in the appropriate rules section. The die. The game uses a 10-sided die. Read the number 0 as 10, not 0. To perform many game functions, you will roll the die to obtain a result. Occasionally, you will modify the actual die roll result by plus or minus amounts. These are called die roll modifiers, DRMs. Frequently used abbreviations. AA, anti-aircraft. AS, attack strength. ASP, attack supply point. CAB, combined arms bonus. CAS, close air support. CRT, combat results table. DRM, die roll modifier. DS, defense strength. GT, game turn. HQ, headquarters. LOC, line of communications. MA, movement allowance. MG, machine gun. MP, movement point. MSU, mobile supply unit. RCP, railroad conversion point. RP, replacement points. RSC, regiment substitute counter. SHA, super heavy artillery. TEC, terrain effects chart. TRT, turn record track. VP, victory point. ZOC, zone of control. ZOI, zone of interdiction. Okay. Basic concepts. No one is forgotten. Nothing is forgotten. Red Army slogan. Terminology. Friendly and enemy. Units. If you are the Axis player, all Axis units are friendly, and all Soviet units are enemy. The situation is reversed for the Soviet player. Turn segments and phases. A turn divides into segments that further divide into phases. During some phases, both players conduct activities. During others, only one player, called the active or friendly player, can perform activities. If his opponent conducts any activities in that phase, then the opponent is the non-active or enemy player. Axis player phases are friendly to the Axis player and enemy to the Soviet player. Soviet player phases are friendly to the Soviet player and enemy to the Axis player. Hexes and supply sources. Those last occupied or controlled by Axis combat units are friendly to the Axis player. Those last occupied or controlled by Soviet combat units are friendly to the Soviet player. Controlled hexes. A hex is controlled by a player if one or more of his combat units occupies the hex, or one of his combat units currently projects an uncontested zone of control into the hex. Contested hexes. If both friendly and enemy combat units project a zone of control into a vacant hex, both zones coexist, and the hex is contested. Neither player controls a contested hex. Contiguous hexes. This is an unbroken series of connected adjacent hexes used for movement, range, and supply routes. Movement phases. The capitalized terms movement phase and motorized movement phase refer to the relevant specific phase in the sequence of play, whereas when the lowercase term movement phase is used, it refers to both phases. Armored units. These are considered motorized units for all purposes, and the term motorized unit, as used throughout the rules, includes all armored units in all cases, except where specifically noted otherwise. Okay. Zone of control. All combat units have a zone of control. An enemy zone of control affects tracing a friendly supply route, inhibits the movement of friendly units, and restricts a unit's retreat. Example of a zone of control. Okay. The hex a combat unit occupies and the 6 hexes adjacent to it constitute that unit's zone of control. A combat unit always controls the hex it occupies, even when an adjacent enemy unit projects its zone of control into it. A unit projects its zone of control into and out of all hex types and across all hex sides, except those prohibited to its movement. See the terrain effects chart. Regardless of the movement point cost to enter adjacent terrain, or of the presence of an enemy unit in that hex. Exception. The terrain effects chart lists certain exceptions. For example, zones of control do not project across a major river hex side unless it's frozen. There is no additional zone of control effect when more than one unit projects a zone of control into a hex. A friendly unit's zone of control does not affect the movement of other friendly units. Weather can affect zones of control. Into hexes affected by mud weather. That's a very strange turn of phrase. Oh, okay. So it's meant to be a continuation of the title. Weather can affect zones of control into hexes affected by mud weather, red box movement allowance, and I guess that there should be a period there, maybe? Red box movement allowance and orange movement allowance units project their zones of control if they otherwise would have a zone of control, only if the hex contains a town or city, and if the hex side is crossed by a motorway, main road, minor road, or railroad. Or? Should these be or and? I'm guessing or. And is this only applied during mud weather? Maybe there should be like a colon here. During frozen weather conditions, a zone of control projects across major river, lake, and shallow water hex sides where it was previously not projected. Okay. Limited zone of control. A unit with a no zone of control band does not project a zone of control into any of the 6 adjacent hexes. It controls only the hex it occupies. If at least one combat unit in a hex projects a zone of control, it does not have the no zone of control band, then all combat units in that hex project a zone of control into the adjacent hexes. I'm not sure when that distinction would matter. Note, some units have a no zone of control band only on their reduced strength side. Okay. A unit with an overrun marker on it cannot project its zone of control into the 6 surrounding hexes. Okay. Non-combat units and player aid markers never have a zone of control. Okay. Stacking. Stacking refers to placing more than one unit in a hex at the same time. The position of a combat unit within a stack has no effect on play. Most combat units have a printed stacking point value. Headquarters and non-combat units have no printed stacking value. Their stacking value is 0. Units with 0 stacking value and all player aid markers can be added to stacks without limit. Exception: armored trains. A maximum of 10 stacking points can occupy a hex at the end of any game phase. Units currently moving or retreating can pass through stacks of friendly units without regard to the stacking limit. If a stack exceeds the stacking limit at the end of any phase, the owning player immediately places the excess in the cadre box of the unit rebuilding track. The following units can exceed the stacking limit at the end of a movement phase under special circumstances. Rocket artillery and engineer, armored engineer, and motorized engineer units. Inspection. Players can freely inspect enemy stacks. Players cannot inspect untried units until they become tried. Game markers should be placed on top if they affect combat units, or on the bottom if they affect the hex. Got it? Examples: garrison and supply status markers pertain to units. Railhead and rail cut markers pertain to the hex. Place strongpoint markers on the top of the units. Halving and rounding. Attack strength, support strength, or movement allowance can be halved. Defense strength is never halved. Okay. Examples of halving: combat effects of certain terrain, certain weather effects, units moving during their reaction movement have their movement allowance halved. Okay. Some units can be subject to halving, while others are not. Total the strengths of the affected units, halve that total, and drop the fraction. Now add their remaining strength to the units that are not halved. Got it? Having of strength is cumulative. It can happen more than once to the same unit or group of units in a single combat. Because fractions are dropped, a unit's attack strength might be reduced to 0. If reduced to 0, it cannot attack, even if it is with units that are allowed to attack. Interesting. That's interesting. Unit steps. Steps represent the durability or staying power of combat units. Units lose steps as a result of combat, overrun, and Soviet surrender. Okay. A combat unit has up to 4 steps. A unit with values on only its front has just 1 step. A unit with values on both sides of its unit counter has more than 1 step. Many of these are only 2 steps. Certain units are 1-step units, even though they have values on both sides. Headquarters, tried and untried units, militia and machine gun units, Axis base units, and artillery units. Units with 3 or 4 steps are all shown on the Step Reduction Organization card. Units with 3 or 4 steps, okay. They use a reduced strength replacement counter carrying the same unit identification as the original full strength counter. When the original full strength counter is reduced to its 3rd step, or immediately to its 4th, pick up the original and replace it with the reduced strength replacement counter at its new step value. The original stays on the Step Reduction Organization card until sufficient replacements are received to restore it. Then replace the reduced strength replacement counter with the appropriate restored strength level of the counter. Note, a stripe marked across the reduced strength side of a counter shows it has more than 2 steps. Interesting, okay. Additionally, a lighter unit nationality color is used on a unit's reduced strength side so that its status can be seen at a glance. Interesting, okay. So in other games, that stripe across the counter would just mean the reduced side, but in this game it means that it actually not only is reduced, but it's also it has more steps available. Interesting. Starting the game. Preparing for play. Refer to the playbook for general setup instructions, and then refer to each scenario for possible additional instructions. Turn outline. The game is played in successive game turns, GTs, hereafter called turns, each composed of the segments and phases outlined below. Examine the expanded sequence of play for a more detailed listing of the events within each phase. Sequence of play. See the rear pages of the playbook for the expanded sequence of play. Strategic segment. Weather phase, replacements phase, reinforcements phase, air phase, naval readiness phase, if you're using the naval module, supply status phase. Axis player segment. Movement phase, attack declaration phase, Soviet reaction phase, combat phase, motorized movement phase, engineering phase. Soviet player segment. Motorized movement phase, attack declaration phase, Axis reaction phase, combat phase, movement phase, engineering phase. So I'm noticing it has the same thing where the motorized movement is after the normal movement for Axis, and it's before it for the Soviets, which I think is also present in the SCS, Standard Combat System series. So that's an interesting similarity there. Administrative segment. Soviet surrender phase, recovery phase, victory determination phase. Indicate the current turn on the turn record track, TRT, by advancing the turn marker to show the turn about to begin. Follow the above sequence of play each turn until the final turn of the scenario. At that time, evaluate the player's performance according to the scenario victory conditions to determine the winner. Note, some scenarios have victory conditions which can cause the scenario to end prior to the last turn. Weather phase. Even schoolboys know it snows in Russia. Common post-war Soviet comment. Weather influenced the operations of both sides for much of the campaign in the Soviet Union. The game rules are written assuming dry weather. Weather determination. Weather affects the following game functions: zones of control, supply route length, air unit readiness. I like that it has these references to other sections of the rules. That's fantastic. Movement point cost of terrain, overrun, infiltration movement, combat, railroad conversion, flotilla movement. The Axis player determines the turn's determines the turn's weather condition during each weather phase by using the scenario weather table. Use the column of the weather table that corresponds to the climate condition applicable for that turn. Refer to the scenario turn track, TRT. Each game turn box on the turn record track gives the climate condition for the turn. The climate condition indicates the column to be used on the scenario weather table. Use this column when making the die roll. Where there is a +1 or +2 DRM in the game turn box, apply that DRM to the die roll for that turn. Okay? The weather table. The weather table can have up to 4 climate condition columns: dry, mud, frost, and snow. These generally represent seasonal weather patterns named for the weather normally experienced. Each climate condition applies to a particular set of turns. See the turn record track. Okay. Each climate condition column can contain up to 4 types of weather: dry, mud, frost, and snow in varying proportions. Each row in a column contains 1 weather type. I think I need to get the weather table out so I can refer to it while I'm reading this. Okay, so it's on this turn record track player aid. Is there anything on the back? Yeah, there is. So this is what, game turn 1 to 53. Oh, and this is game turn 54 to 96. And so on the first side, you have this here, weather table. So it's dry, 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 depending on the die roll. Dry and storm, mud, mud, and mud and storm. And then if you flip that, I guess so this goes up to October 4th and 5th. And it also has the climate conditions there. I'm not sure what the DT means. That might be something else. Right, so that means, so the fact that the turn has dry there, that means that you roll on this column on this table. But if we flip to the other side, you can see dry and then mud, these ones are in brown, and then frost, these are in dark blue, and then snow, these are like faded from light blue to white. So that means that on that turn, you would use the corresponding column on this table to roll the die and determine exactly what the weather's going to be. Understood. So the weather table can have up to 4 climate condition columns, right? So that's referring to these different columns. Each climate condition column can contain up to 4 types of weather: dry, mud, frost, and snow. So that's referring to the actual cell values in each of these cells. Okay. Example, mud climate is a series of turns where you use the mud column on the weather table. Mud weather could become the weather for the current turn should that result occur when using the weather table. Right, so mud climate is different from mud weather. That's an important distinction. Note, the actual weather table you use differs for each game in the series. When combining games for one scenario, the weather might differ for each game area because you use separate weather tables pertaining to each game area. Oh, that's cool. Procedure. Roll the die, apply any weather DRM shown on the turn record track, and index the numerical result with the corresponding line on the current climate condition column. The result is the weather for the entire turn. This weather applies to the entire scenario area. Different weather may occur next turn. So actually, I want to see that DRM. Okay, here we go. So dry +1, I guess that means dry with a +1 DRM. Snow +1 is with a, right. So that's what that looks like. Any over here? These are all, I don't see any DRMs here. Oh, and here we go. Weather table DRM. Oh, that's cool. So it has the historical weather. Interesting. Oh, okay, so that means mud. MT, not sure what MT, oh, here we go. MT is mud storms. DT is dry storms. So T presumably stands for a thunderstorm. Got it. Lingering weather conditions. The effects of mud or snow weather can extend beyond the turn it occurs. See the effects on movement chart for a list of all weather effects on movement. Okay, so the effects on movement chart is on the chart and table card number 2, player aid, the same one that had these example markers. And you have to turn to the second page inside the folding part, and it's here on the bottom left, effects on movement chart. So movement is allowed when out of supply, during dry turns, during mud turns, during frost turns, during snow turns, during frozen turns. So, okay, that's a nice reference. And I guess that's for all units, or I guess it depends on the type of unit. Oh, that's a nice, okay, nice quick reference. Lingering mud. During mud or frost climate. If a dry weather turn immediately follows a mud weather turn, mud effects continue to apply, but only in those hexes containing woods. That's so cool. That is such a cool little rule. If dry or frost weather follows for a second consecutive turn, then lingering mud in woods hexes no longer applies. Got it. During dry or snow climate, lingering mud cannot occur. Okay. Lingering snow. If a frost weather turn immediately follows a snow weather turn, snow weather conditions continue to apply everywhere. If mud follows snow, mud weather conditions apply everywhere. Okay? Example 1, game turn 79. The climate condition is frost. Let me bring it up here. Game turn 79. The climate condition is frost. The die roll for the turn's weather shows a result of S, snow. So frost, and they roll this one, an 8 for snow. Therefore, apply snow for the current turn. Okay. Example 2, game turn 80. Okay, so that's 80 here, still frost. The weather result is ST, snow with storm. The weather for the turn remains snow, but now with storm added. Example 3, game turn 81. The weather result is F, frost. However, frost does not change snow weather. The weather remains snow for this turn. If the weather on game turn 82 also results in frost, the weather continues as snow. It continues as snow until mud occurs, at which time apply mud. If frost follows mud, then apply frost. Interesting, okay? Frozen. Frozen conditions affect the movement allowance of motorized units. Engines will freeze, but mainly make some barriers passable to movement because ice accumulates. Frozen effects apply starting with the beginning of the second consecutive turn of snow weather during snow climate. Okay. Frozen effects cease immediately during mud or dry turns, regardless of climate. Frozen effects return if the conditions in the earlier rule occur again. The following become frozen and remain frozen during all the frost and snow weather turns that follow. Okay? Swamp, canal, river, major river, lake, and shallow water. Frozen effects on movement allowance. Axis motorized units lose 1 movement point from their printed movement allowance before any halving of movement allowance. Ski units spend only 1 movement point to enter clear, hills, marsh, or swamp. Okay? Special weather effects. Storm. Certain results on the weather table include storm in addition to the weather. Storm lasts for the entire turn, but is not a climate or weather condition. Storm supplements the current weather by affecting air readiness, flotilla movement, and certain naval procedures. See the naval module. Limited mud. During dry climate, no more than 2 turns in a row of mud are allowed. If on the 3rd turn mud occurs, disregard that mud result and use dry, no storm. Limited dry weather. During dry climate, no more than 5 turns in a row of dry are allowed. If on the 6th turn dry occurs, disregard that result and use mud, no storm. Interesting. Combining games. Each game has its own weather table that applies to the area covered by that game's maps. Use each game's weather table to determine the weather for that game's area. For those hexes that overlap the next game, use the weather applicable to the map on top. Okay, so I guess there's a set order in which the maps should be laid on top of each other. Supply. There are 2 types of supply: general supply and attack supply. A unit requires general supply to move without penalty. A unit requires attack supply to attack without penalty. Attack supply is provided by attack supply points, ASPs. Attack supply points are represented on the map by supply units. A supply unit is either a mobile supply unit, MSU, or a supply dump. Supply routes. During the supply status phase, both players determine the general supply status of their ground units by tracing supply routes of length shown in Rule 612. A supply route is a designated path of contiguous hexes leading to a friendly supply source. A unit is in general supply if it can trace a supply route to a friendly supply source. A supply route includes one or more of the following components in this order: line of communications of a maximum length of 7, a road net hex with a maximum length of 21, a railroad net hex of maximum length unlimited. In that order. Okay, so meaning, I guess, from the unit, you can go 7 hexes, I guess, through any terrain, and then 21 hexes along a road, and then from there, if you reach a railroad, you can go unlimited hexes. Got it. No component of a supply route can be traced through a hex in an enemy zone of control unless that hex is occupied by a friendly combat unit. They can't be traced across lake or major river hex sides unless they're frozen, unless across a non-destroyed bridge or a friendly bridge or ferry marker. Okay? And the supply route cannot be traced into or through any number of swamp hexes in dry or mud weather unless along a road or railroad. If the road or railroad cannot be used to trace a line of communications, the hex cannot be part of the line of communications. The road or railroad must enter the swamp hex from a hex in the line of communications and exit into a hex in the line of communication. The supply route cannot be traced into or through a hex with a non-destroyed enemy citadel, fortified belt, strong point, or strong point under construction, and the supply route cannot be traced across a non-destroyed enemy fortified line hex side. Okay? Not sure why they distinguish between... Well, I mean, why didn't they just list the fortified line along with those? Are those like, maybe those are markers and those are like, that's a thing on the map? Line of communications. A unit traces its line of communication over hexes of any type to a supply source or to a hex in a road net or railroad net leading to a supply source. Okay, so that's what I understood. Line of communication length. A line of communication is traced through no more than 7 contiguous hexes to a supply source, road net hex, or railroad net hex. Do not count the hex the unit occupies, but do count the hex occupied by the supply source, road net hex, or railroad net hex. Calculate line of communication hexes on an inset map by counting megahexes. Disregard the number of inset hexes within each megahex. Reduce the line of communication length to 5 contiguous hexes when tracing the line of communication along a minor road or railroad into or through any swamp hex during dry or mud weather. Okay. Tracing the line of communication into or through even one marsh hex not along road or railroad during dry weather. Okay. Tracing the line of communication during mud or snow weather. Tracing the line of communication into or through even one hex where lingering mud or snow conditions apply. RoadNet. A RoadNet is traced through a continuous series of contiguous hexes connected by main road and motorway, not more than 21 hexes in length, which leads either to a friendly supply source or to a railroad hex, which forms part of a friendly railroad net. Count the supply source hex or railroad hex as the start of the 21 hexes. Note: town, city, or major city hexes do not interrupt a road net. Please assume that the roads pass through these. Reduce the road net length to 15 hexes when the weather is mud or snow, or when tracing the road net through any hex still affected by mud or snow conditions. Note: 15, okay. Note: during lingering weather conditions, players should be mindful that the road net might include an affected hex. Railroad net. A railroad net is traced through an unlimited series of contiguous hexes connected by friendly railroad available for use that leads to a friendly supply source. A railroad net can include hexes converted to friendly use during the course of the scenario, and can include ferry markers. A friendly railroad net cannot include rail cut markers, non-destroyed enemy fortifications, or any hex available for enemy railroad movement. The general supply status of a hex is also determined for other purposes, such as strongpoint construction, rail conversion, machine gun unit placement, air unit mission range, or bridge unit placement. Okay. Note: game map graphics do not always show railroad lines through cities or major cities. Every city or major city main map hex counts as a railroad hex for purposes of railroad movement and railroad conversion. On an inset map, they count as a railroad hex only if the line is actually printed in the hex. Okay. Supply sources. A supply source friendly to one player will not be friendly to the other player, even if captured. If captured, a supply source will cease giving supply. If recaptured by the friendly player, it will provide supply starting the next friendly supply status phase if it is still friendly. Note: most map edge hexes are not supply sources. Interesting, okay? Units available for play, but currently held off the map, have general supply while off the map. Okay? Any unit entering the map is in general supply during the turn it enters the map. Soviet supply sources are a friendly port. It can be limited, see the naval module. A major city hex. Many of the railroad, main road, or motorway hexes at a scenario map edge hex, as listed in scenario instructions. Any location designated by scenario instructions. A Soviet major city, single or multi-hex, does not function as a Soviet supply source if it is unable to trace an overland supply route to another Soviet supply source. A Soviet major city hex may otherwise function as a supply source. Scenario instructions may also apply. So is a supply source is used for general supply? Yeah. Okay. Scenario instructions may also apply. Okay. Access supply sources. These are any playable map edge railroad, main road, or motorway hexes designated as supply sources by scenario instructions. Ports can be used when allowed by scenario instructions. Okay. Temporary supply sources. A player can designate a friendly mobile supply unit, MSU, or supply dump, or large supply dump, as a temporary one-time supply source for units or stacks of units, or hexes, for up to 5 designated hexes, or 5 inset map hexes, or a combination of inset and main map hexes, for each attack supply point spent to provide the supply. This can be done each turn with as many attack supply points as there are available. The hex does not need to be occupied. Okay. So do you take off the MSU when you do that? I guess maybe not. Each designated hex traces a line of communication of up to 7 hexes or 5 hexes to the hex containing the mobile supply unit or supply dump to be used. Okay. So you spend an attack supply point. You can designate up to 5 hexes, which can be up to 7 hexes away. Okay. Got it. During the supply status phase, remove the designated mobile supply unit, or turn the designated regular supply dump to its mobile supply unit side, or reduce the designated supply dump to its lesser value side. A 4 attack supply point large supply dump would reduce to a 3 attack supply point large supply dump, or a 3 attack supply point large supply dump would reduce to a 2 attack supply point supply dump. For each attack supply point removed, the player removes the out of supply or emergency supply markers on the hexes that the owning player designates. For each attack supply point removed, the player removes the out of supply or emergency supply markers on the hexes that the owning player designates. Okay, I'll have to wait till I get to that section. All combat units and strong points that were under those markers are now in general supply. Okay, so those are markers that come on when you're not in supply. Got it. Bridge markers can be placed on any of these hexes, and strong point construction can begin in them. Even if the hexes subsequently revert to emergency supply or out of supply, the bridge, ferry, or strong point under construction markers can remain. Supply status. After tracing supply routes, units will be either in general supply, or out of supply but using emergency supply, or out of supply. A unit is in supply if it can trace a supply route to a friendly supply source during the supply status phase. Remove emergency supply or out of supply markers from those units. If a unit was in supply last turn but cannot now trace a supply route, it changes to emergency supply. Place an emergency supply marker on the unit. A unit with an emergency supply marker suffers no adverse effects. It is treated as in supply. A unit is out of supply if it cannot trace a supply route and already has on it either an emergency supply marker or an out of supply marker. If so, turn the emergency supply marker over to its out of supply side. A unit judged out of supply during the supply status phase remains out of supply for the rest of the turn, even if it moves to a location where it could be in general supply. A player can choose to leave units out of supply. A unit cannot be eliminated solely through lack of supply. Out of supply effects on a combat unit. It reduces its printed movement allowance by 2 movement points in all movement phases prior to halving or applying weather effects. Exception: do not reduce the movement allowance of cavalry, flotilla, or armored train units. Being out of supply Axis motorized units are subject to fuel shortage. Out-of-supply units cannot conduct railroad movement. They cannot conduct strategic movement. An out-of-supply artillery unit cannot use its support strength when attacking or defending unless placed in attack supply. Out-of-supply German Panzer and motorized divisions do not qualify for the Panzer Division Integrity Bonus unless placed in attack supply. Okay. If the defending force includes any unit with an out-of-supply marker, the attacker applies a -1 die roll modifier. Interesting, okay. It cannot conduct unit conversion. Not sure what that is. And it cannot receive replacements. However, Soviet units can be strengthened by the use of ZAP units, regardless of their supply status. Strong point deterioration. Check all strong points and remove any that are unoccupied and not adjacent to a friendly combat unit and which are out of supply at the end of the supply status phase. Interesting, okay. They do not receive emergency supply markers, but can be supplied by a temporary supply source. Unoccupied and not adjacent to a friendly combat unit, okay. What is a temporary supply source? Did we? Oh, that's the MSU and the supply dump. Got it. Other fortifications are not subject to deterioration. So it's just strong points, okay? Armored trains and flotillas do not require general supply. Supply units. A supply unit represents food, fuel, and munitions, not men and equipment. Each scenario limits the number of supply units available to both sides. See the setup cards. Each supply unit has sides that correspond to the number of attack supply points that it represents. The front side of a supply unit is a mobile supply unit, MSU, containing 1 attack supply point. The reverse side is a supply dump containing 2 attack supply points. A supply unit is a non-combat unit and has no stacking point value. Remove it from the map if it is alone in a hex when an enemy unit enters its hex. A mobile supply unit cannot enter an enemy zone of control unless moving with a combat unit or joining a combat unit in that hex. Supply units cannot be captured. Mobile supply units can retreat if stacked with a retreating combat unit. Supply dumps cannot retreat. Note: because a supply unit is not a combat unit, an attack cannot be declared against it. Interesting. When removed from the map by combination, not sure what that is, spent for supplied combat. Oh, I guess that means combining different supply units into a single counter. Okay, or spent for supplied combat, or temporary supply, or by enemy action, or voluntarily, the supply unit is again available for play. Store them off-map. A supply unit always has general supply regardless of its location and does not need to trace a supply route for strategic movement. Number received. During the reinforcement phase, both players consult the scenario instructions and applicable attack supply charts to determine the number of attack supply points they receive. Attack supply points enter the map in the form of mobile supply units, MSUs, or supply dumps. If insufficient supply units are available, then excess attack supply points are lost. Attack supply points cannot be accumulated off-map. Players cannot have more supply units in play at any one time than those allowed by the scenario. Place these supply units in the active box to await entry on map in the player turn. Okay. Place them in the active box. I guess, is that a thing on the map? Or maybe it's a thing on one of the... let me look. Okay, I found it. So each player has one of these track things. Make this bigger. So there's one for the Soviets, one for the Germans, and you can see they have this active box. Active box. So that's where you would put them to do what? To await entry on the map in the player turn. Got it. MSUs, Mobile Supply Units. Mobile Supply Units have an orange movement allowance. They move the same as motorized units, but move only in the friendly movement phase, unless activated. See Rule 1013. They can conduct railroad movement, strategic movement, one hex movement, and map exit movement. Mobile Supply Unit entry. Map entry. Mobile supply units enter through the scenario map edge during the friendly movement phase at friendly road or motorway map edge hexes designated as supply sources by the scenario instructions, or by railroad movement through a friendly map edge railroad hex designated as a supply source by the scenario instructions. Got it. Axis mobile supply units can be placed on base units during the reinforcement phase. Base units. I haven't learned about that yet. Up to the base attack supply point limit for each base unit each turn. See the scenario instructions. They then can move from there and use railroad movement if railroad capacity allows. So the Axis mobile supply units can be placed on base units during the reinforcement phase. Okay, so they don't have to come in from the map edge then. Is that just the Soviets? So I guess, so the Axis ones can come from the map edge if you want them to, but alternatively, they can be placed on base units if you want to do that instead. Got it. A mobile supply unit can enter the map by air transport or by naval transport. See the naval module. Okay. The Soviet player can alternatively place one of the new mobile supply units he receives each turn in any city or major city hex, main map, or inset map that can trace a supply route to a supply source. If that hex cannot trace a supply route to another supply source outside of this city, then it cannot serve for mobile supply unit placement. Okay, that last sentence seems redundant. How is that last sentence any different from the first sentence? Yeah. That seems the last sentence seems redundant. Supply dumps, or just dumps. There are two types of supply dump: regular supply dump and large supply dump. Neither type of supply dump can move by itself. It can move only by railroad movement or by naval transport. See the naval module. Okay. Map entry. Supply dumps can enter the map during the friendly movement phase through any friendly map edge railroad hex that has been designated as a supply source by scenario instructions. Supply dumps can be placed on Axis base units the same way as mobile supply units are, up to the base attack supply point limit. Supply dump creation on map. A player can, at the end of any phase, combine two mobile supply units in the same hex to create a 2 attack supply point regular supply dump. In this case, turn one mobile supply unit over to its supply dump side and remove the other from the map. Note, players should use this procedure to accumulate extra attack supply points in one place and to free a mobile supply unit for use on a later turn. I get it. So the mobile supply units are like trucks, I guess. Well, no, but yeah, I think they can move by themselves, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and they have a little truck on there. Right. So the dump is just like, you can imagine, barrels of stuff and crates of stuff. And the mobile supply units are actual trucks. That makes sense. Large supply dump creation from attack supply points on the map. A player can increase the value of an on-map supply dump to create a large supply dump. Okay. Example 1. During his movement phase, a player moves a 1 attack supply point mobile supply unit to an existing 2 attack supply point regular supply dump. He then removes that mobile supply unit and replaces the 2 attack supply point regular supply dump with a 3 attack supply point large supply dump. He could also move 2 1 attack supply point mobile supply units to an existing 2 attack supply point regular supply dump and create a 4 attack supply point large supply dump. Okay, that's straightforward enough. Basically, you're just dumping these crates and barrels off of the trucks into the, into the town or wherever you have it. Example 2. During his movement phase, a player moves by railroad movement 2 attack supply point supply dumps to the same location and replaces them with a single 4 attack supply point large supply dump. Got it? Example 3. During the reinforcements phase, a player can convert 3 newly arrived attack supply points into a 3 attack supply point large supply dump, or 4 newly arrived attack supply points into a 4 attack supply point large supply dump. He can then move the large supply dump onto the map using railroad movement. He could also combine 3 or 4 mobile supply units in the same hex to create a large supply dump. Okay, I think I get it. Supply dump reduction. A player can reduce the value of an on-map supply dump by movement of supply units away from the hex or by use in combat. Unless reduced by use in combat, the final 2 attack supply point regular supply dump counter in a hex, when flipped to its 1 attack supply point mobile supply unit side, loses the other attack supply point in the dump. Okay, so I think what that means is that you can't have a 2 supply dump counter and then turn it into 2 1 attack supply point mobile supply units, right? Like, you can't take a 2 dump and split it into 2 trucks. you can just get one truck, and then you lose the other one. That makes sense. Example 1. Reduce a 2 attack supply point regular supply dump by turning it over to its 1 attack supply point mobile supply unit side, and thereby the other attack supply point in the supply dump is lost. Example 2. Reduce a 3 attack supply point large supply dump by replacing it with a 1 attack supply point mobile supply unit and a 2 attack supply point regular dump. If there are no appropriate size unused supply units available, then this procedure cannot be done. If there is only one appropriate supply unit available, then the other attack supply point is lost. Example 3. Reduce a 4 attack supply point large supply dump by first turning it over to its 3 attack supply point side and then placing a 1 attack supply point mobile supply unit in that hex. Note: a player does not need to have an unused supply counter available to conduct reduction as a result of combat usage, as long as that combat phase continues and another attack supply point will be required from the same dump. Okay, so then what would happen if you didn't have another? I'm not quite sure I follow that one. Okay. Note: some of the examples above can be a very inefficient way of getting supply to where it is needed, and should not be used often. Some advanced planning is advised. For attack supply points in combat, remove the mobile supply unit, or reduce a regular or large supply dump at the end of the combat phase. For attack supply points spent by use in combat or limited artillery supply, a 2 attack supply point regular supply dump can be reduced to leave a mobile supply unit. Okay. That I think I understand. Unused supply counter available to conduct ration. Not sure I follow that. Managing existing on-map dumps. There may be instances where a player already has a hex with one or more dump counters on map at the start of their turn and wants to both reduce these by removing attack supply points as mobile supply units and dumps from the hex, and later in the same turn increase the size of any remaining dumps in that hex. Okay. I think I understand that. So you have a dump, you want to split off one attack supply point, maybe like take a truck and drive it somewhere else, and then later in the same turn you want to add to it. Okay? If so, then the following procedure must be followed in the order given. Any hex containing a dump, large dump, or several such counters must first have all attack supply points as supply counters extracted from the hex before any new attack supply points in the form of new mobile supply unit or dump counters are added. Okay. This means that if any mobile supply units or dumps are being removed by dump reduction and then moved from that hex by road movement, okay, rail transport or air transport, such dumps or mobile supply units are moved first before any new supply counters can be added to that hex. Okay, I think I understand that. Once this reduction is completed, rotate any supply counters remaining or use any convenient marker such as a DNM marker to mark that hex. What's a DNM marker? It's not in the glossary. Once this is done, the player cannot later that turn again extract by movement any more mobile supply units or dumps, but can add more supply counters to the hex, following the normal rules. Rotate back or remove any marker from this hex at the end of the player turn. I guess DNM is like do not move or something. Okay. So I think what that's just saying is like, yeah, if you're gonna split off a truck and then later add to that the hex where you split it off from, just put a marker, just put a little thing, or like turn the dump so as to say that, okay, we already split off a truck, so we can't split off more trucks. But I don't see how that's related to the doing two at a time. Not sure why it's talking about it in that context. Axis fuel shortage. Certain axis groupings of units, usually divisions, are subject to further movement restrictions called fuel shortage. Nearly all groupings are German, Panzer, and motorized divisions. Any other German or Axis allied groupings that qualify are listed in the playbook. They are subject to fuel shortage regardless of map location or what map they are on. Okay. Note, all units of the same division or group have the same color code in their unit type box. Okay. Conduct the fuel shortage procedure at the end of the supply status phase. Procedure. The Axis player rolls the die for each group that still has at least one of its units in out of supply status. Disregard the supply status of the remaining units in the division. Roll each turn for each qualifying group. Apply the die roll modifiers listed beside the fuel shortage table. Compare the modified die roll result to the Axis fuel shortage table. Results are fails, all units of that group have fuel shortage this turn. Passes, fuel shortage effects do not apply this turn to the units of that group. All other effects, including out of supply effects, still apply. Okay, let me try to look for this table. Okay, found it. It is on the third player aid, chart and table card number 3. And it is on the last page in the bottom right corner. Axis fuel shortage table. So you roll a d10, 5 or less passes, 6 or more fails, with DRMs for weather and whether existing units are out of supply. Got it. Fuel shortage effects. No units of the affected group can move during their movement, motorized movement, or reaction phases. Wow, that's brutal. They can attack and defend and can retreat or advance as a result of combat. Well, so you roll that. Wow. Each group that still has at least one of its units in out of supply status. So you really, really don't want to have any of your units out of supply. Disregard the supply status of the remaining units in the division. So just having one unit, am I reading this correctly? If just one unit is out of supply, the whole division could be prevented from moving. Okay. Wow, that's brutal. They can attack and defend and can retreat or advance as a result of combat. Combined arms bonus is allowed. Panzer division integrity bonus is not allowed unless that division group is provided attack supply. Place a fuel shortage marker with all units of the group, regardless of their actual supply status. Remove all fuel shortage markers during the recovery phase. Units of the group that are in the active box are not affected by fuel shortage during their turn of entry. Units of a group that passes its fuel shortage die roll that are stacked with units of a group that fails are not affected by the failing group. Got it? Other affected units. Non-divisional armored and motorized units are affected by fuel shortage results only if stacked with a unit of a group with a fails result on the fuel shortage table, even when there are units from other groups in the hex that do pass their fuel shortage rolls. Interesting. Okay. Note, the Axis player has the option during the supply status phase to use an attack supply point as a temporary supply source to put all of a group's units into general supply and thereby avoid fuel shortage effects. Okay, I was wondering about that. And out of supply effects. Got it. And what rule is that? Okay, that's 626, the temporary supply. Axis base units. Some games in the series include a special type of Axis combat unit called a base unit. Generally, these simplify the procedure for moving attack supply points over long distances. Some scenarios may designate them as a supply source. Rules for these units can be found in the playbook for the appropriate game. Replacements. Both players receive replacement points when allowed by scenario instructions. All replacement points are received during the replacements phase, but most are spent during the friendly engineering phase. A replacement point represents the manpower and equipment necessary for combat units to replace combat losses, or to rebuild formations destroyed in combat. Okay, so then why do you use them in the engineering phase? That's a bit odd. The unit rebuilding track. Players use their respective unit rebuilding tracks to rebuild units that have been removed from the map. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, found it. So, it is on these same... let me make this bigger. It's on these same... what's the name for these things? Well, they're player cards that I saw earlier for what? Why was I looking at this one earlier? Air status replacement track. Victory point track replacement. I don't remember. Maybe I wasn't looking at these earlier. Oh no, it was the active box. Now I remember. Yeah, I saw this earlier when I was looking at the active box. But yeah, so this is the rebuilding chart. It's this big thing here, and the same on the German one. So I'll keep reading. Players use their respective unit rebuilding tracks to rebuild units that have been removed from the map. The 4 unit status boxes range from cannot rebuild, lowest, so we can see that one here, to active, highest, and so that one is the top one that we saw earlier. Units move from lower boxes to higher boxes, 1 box per turn, as they receive replacements during the engineering phase. Note, in practice, players should begin by rebuilding units in the active box, then move units in the cadre box to the active box. Cadre box is the second one underneath the active box. Okay. Finish by moving units from the eliminated box to the cadre box. So that is the one underneath the cadre box is the eliminated box. Okay. This sequence ensures the 1 box per turn limit. Okay, got it. This is reminding me of World in Flames that I'm learning at the moment. It has a similar kind of system where building units can take multiple turns. Okay, the active box. Units arriving here due to rebuilding can enter the game map the next turn as reinforcements, or remain in the active box for as long as desired. Units remaining in the active box can regain 1 step per turn by spending 1 or 2 as required replacement points. Yeah, right? RPs is replacement points, right. 1 step per turn by spending 1 or 2 as required replacement points. Okay. Soviet non-operational headquarters in the active box can roll for recovery of operational status. Their non-operational status does not affect any other units anywhere on the unit rebuilding track. So when a unit is eliminated, presumably it goes to the eliminated box. One unit moves to the active box on its one-step side or is placed on map on its one-step side for the expenditure of A point, I points. So presumably these are armor points and infantry points. Which is also reminding me of the... what was that game? It was the Battle for Moscow system, but for Kursk, and it also had armor replacement points and infantry replacement points. So that's interesting. Where was I? Okay, right. So the cadre box. Units in this box lack some of their troops and much equipment, but can be rebuilt fairly quickly. Okay. Only one or two replacement points of the required type will move one unit of that type to the active box on its one-step strength level. The eliminated box. Units in this box have lost most of their troops and equipment. One replacement point of either type will move any one eligible unit up to the cadre box. The cannot rebuild box. Units that can never be rebuilt are marked with an R in a circle and go to the cannot rebuild box. Units cannot leave this box. The Soviet replacements table. The Soviet player receives most of his replacement points by using the Soviet replacements table. Scenario instructions specify which table to use and which turns to use it. Okay. Let me look for that. Okay, found it. It's on the third player aid card, or what do you call that, a bifold, on the last page at the top. Soviet replacements table. Table A, game turn 6 to 25. Table B, game turn 26 to 53. Maybe there's another one? Attack supply, no. No, that seems to be the only one, as far as I can tell. Okay, so Soviet player receives most of his replacement points by using the Soviet replacements table. Scenario instructions specify which table to use and which turns to use it. During the replacements phase, the Soviet player uses the appropriate replacement table to determine the number of the various types of replacements he receives that turn. The appropriate table can vary according to the scenario and the current turn. Each replacements table is divided into separate columns for each type of replacement. So if we look at this, so let's suppose it's game turn 6. You roll a die. Do you roll it for each one? Oh, we'll see the procedure, but you've got infantry type, other replacements, strong points. Okay. Procedure. The Soviet player rolls the die. He adds a +1 DRM if the weather is mud or snow, and a +1 DRM for each remaining accumulated mandated attack. The final DRM cannot exceed +3. He locates the final number result on the die roll column and cross-indexes it with the 4 replacement category boxes on that line. So you just roll the die once, not once for each column. Any box containing a number or a letter provides a replacement type or an event. The categories are type I replacements, presumably for infantry, strong points, other replacements, A and V, I'm guessing that's armor, and V is air, apparently. Okay. And special events. Soviet replacement types. Replacements are recorded immediately as they are received. The numbers on the replacements table show the number of replacement points received of each type. Type I, infantry replacements. Record points received using the Soviet infantry replacements marker on the Soviet loss/replacement track. Okay, so that is on this table, and it's this one at the top, Soviet loss replacement track. So you move a marker on that thing. These points can be saved from turn to turn. If the marker reaches the track end, the excess is lost. Spend replacement points in the Soviet engineering phase to advance units on the unit rebuilding track, which was, I think, this unit rebuilding chart. Where was I? Or strengthen units on the map as follows. From the eliminated box to the cadre box, one infantry type replacement point moves 1 unit of any type. From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, 1 infantry replacement point moves any 1 unit of the following types. Okay. Any of the 13 non-motorized unit types, including non-motorized NKVD, but excluding headquarters, non-motorized anti-tank, and anti-aircraft units. Okay. From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, 2 infantry replacement points move any 1 unit of the following types: anti-aircraft, anti-tank, headquarters, or any of the 6 listed motorized unit types, including motorized NKVD. Okay. Type A, armaments replacement points. Record points received using the Soviet armaments replacements marker on the Soviet loss/replacement track. These points can be saved from turn to turn. If the marker reaches the track end, the excess is lost. Spend replacement points in the Soviet engineering phase to advance units on the unit rebuilding track as follows. From the eliminated box to the cadre box, 1 armament replacement point moves 1 unit of any type. From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, 1 armament type replacement point moves a unit into the active box, or restores 1 step of the following types: armored, field artillery, and rocket artillery. Type V, aircraft replacement points. Each point the Soviet player receives moves 1 Soviet air unit from the destroyed, damaged, or flown box during the replacement phase to the ready box on the Soviet air unit status track, regardless of weather. So, regardless of where they start. Okay. If the point is not used, it is lost. Air type replacement points cannot be accumulated. Air units that have a cannot rebuild symbol and R in a red circle on them cannot be rebuilt. So I think that is this track on the right here. Destroyed, damaged, flown, Ready. Move to ready box. So what you have to... Okay, that's rule 921, so I haven't gotten to there yet. This is looking like you have to roll for it. Maybe the replacement points let you move for free without having to roll. We will find out. Special Soviet replacements types. Strong points. The number shows the number of regular strong point under construction markers the Soviet player can place during his engineering phase. Additional strong points may also be received. So again, I think that's referring to... Yeah, so that's referring to this chart, replacements table. When you roll, you've got this strong points column. Additional strong points may also be received. An E result gives the Soviet player one additional strong point under construction, or 2 with 2E, or 3 with 3E. Place these on or within 5 hexes of a friendly major city hex. One can be placed on a friendly location that can count for victory points, usually a town, city, or major city. The strong points can be built within 5 hexes of a city, not just major city, if an NKVD unit is on that city during the period of construction. Okay. So why have this say 3 plus 1E instead of just 4? I don't understand that. What does that mean? The number of regular strong point under construction markers. E result gives the player one additional strong point. I don't understand what the difference is between the regular and the additional. Okay, so what the E means is that they are just strong points like the other ones, except there's a limitation on where you can put them. That's what the difference is. You can see here. E received the indicated number of additional strong points, but they have this restriction that you have to place them within 5 hexes of a friendly major city hex. Got it. Note, on the inset map, count a megahex as 1 hex of the construction range. Got it. Strong points under construction cannot be accumulated for placement on a future turn. Got it. Non-operational headquarters prevent Soviet regular strong point placement, but have no effect on E strong point placement. I wonder why they chose the letter E. Armored trains. Receive armored train replacement points only as indicated on the setup cards. Spend the armored train replacement point in the Soviet engineering phase, or it is lost. It cannot be accumulated. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, so I spent some time looking through the setup cards. This is the setup card for the Leningrad defensive operation. What you'll see is it's got this thing, set at. So you've got armor replacements set at 0. Soviet infantry replacements set at 2. They don't have one for... I don't see anything indicating like an armored train replacement. Similar here. So to me, it seems maybe most likely, and here's what the armored train symbol looks like. It seems most likely that maybe that is something meant for one of the other games in the series. Not sure, but at least at the moment, having gone through the different setup cards, I don't see anything that seems to map to what this person is what this is talking about. Okay, so spend 1 point for 1 NKVD or Army Armored Train Unit. Newly rebuilt NKVD armored trains are not subject to the 7-turn delay that applies to other NKVD units. Regardless of how an armored train unit is lost, always place it in the cadre box. When moving it from the active box, place it on any friendly city or any major city hex that has a railroad. Design note: when an armored train unit is rebuilt, very few personnel are required. The main component is the new train. Soviet ZAP units. ZAP units were training units, and during 1941 they also served as collection units for many of the individual soldiers and small groups escaping east ahead of Axis forces. They would hold large numbers of loosely organized manpower, but few heavy weapons. In critical situations, they could be pressed into frontline duty. Game-wise, they function as dual-purpose units that can either be committed to combat as weak one-step units or be used as on-map type infantry-type replacement points. Oh, interesting. They also provide a way to get replacement points to units that are besieged at a port or are surrounded. Interesting. A single infantry-type replacement point builds one ZAP unit during the engineering phase. Place rebuilt ZAP units in the active box. The Soviet player can move ZAP units that start the turn in the active box to any eligible on-map location during the friendly movement phase. At one per location each turn. Eligible locations are any friendly town, city, or major city, regardless of supply status. Wow. A friendly unit must be in the hex if an enemy zone of control projects into the hex. Through a friendly map edge supply source. Wow. So you can just like spawn guys behind enemy lines that are in a surrounded hex. Interesting. A ZAP unit functions as a single step for a reduced unit that requires only one infantry type replacement point to strengthen to the next level. Each ZAP unit is one infantry type replacement point that rebuilds one step. Strengthen on map. Move the ZAP unit to the unit to be strengthened. The receiving unit can be at any location, and can be in an enemy zone of control. During the Soviet engineering phase, remove the ZAP unit and increase the reduced unit by one step. A unit cannot strengthen by both absorbing a ZAP unit and taking a replacement point in the same turn. Right, makes sense. Exchange on map. A supplied ZAP unit already on map at the start of the Soviet engineering phase at any city or major city that is in general supply can be exchanged to recreate a unit currently in the cadre box and requiring one infantry type replacement point. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Okay. Remove the ZAP unit from the map. Then take the unit to be rebuilt from the cadre box and place it at the ZAP unit's former location. Placement cannot exceed the stacking limit, and it cannot be in an enemy zone of control. Place a do not move 2 game turns marker on it. Okay, interesting. The do not move 2 game turns marker becomes a do not move 1 game turn marker during the recovery phase this turn. Always return a ZAP unit to the cadre box after use, regardless if it is used as a replacement step, eliminated in combat, or has surrendered. Interesting. Militia conversion. During his engineering phase, the Soviet player can remove from the map any on-map militia units, tried and untried, that meet all the following conditions. They are not in an Axis zone of control, even if stacked with another friendly unit. They are not still marked as garrison. They can trace a supply route of any length to a friendly map edge supply source. For each militia unit removed, immediately move one ZAP unit from the cadre box to the active box, up to the availability of ZAP units. Removed militia units go to the cannot rebuild box. Rebuilding NKVD units. Any NKVD unit can be rebuilt. All use only infantry type replacement points, exception armored trains. Any NKVD unit in the eliminated box that receives one replacement point moves immediately to the cadre box. Procedure for any NKVD unit in the cadre box receiving 1 or 2 replacement points. If it is a one-step unit, place it 7 turns ahead of the current turn on the turn record track. It enters as a regular reinforcement starting that turn. If it is a multi-step unit, place it 7 turns ahead of the current turn on the turn record track at its reduced strength level. During those 7 turns, it can receive the next replacement point without restarting the 7-turn period. Move a rebuilt NKVD unit from the turn record track to the active box once the turn marker advances into the turn box containing the NKVD unit. A reduced 2-step NKVD unit on the map recovers its full strength by the same method as other units of its type, and without the 7-turn delay for the full strength level. A reduced 2-step NKVD unit. So if it is a one-step unit, if it is a multi-step unit, a reduced 2-step unit on the map. Oh, on the map. A reduced 2-step NKVD unit on the map recovers its strength by the same method as other units of its type and without the 7-turn delay for the full strength level. Okay, so basically that just means you can spend if I can remember correctly, yeah, so you can do all of the zap stuff. You can spend a replacement point, and it just immediately bumps it up from up to 2 steps. Got it. Makes sense. Soviet special events. Special event codes M, R, and S, as found on the Soviet replacements table, indicate a single occurrence of that event. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, so this is again the Soviet replacements table. It's on the 3rd player aid, and you see this column here, events, M plus S, R, 2S, all these different ones. So let's learn what are those. These take effect on the turn received. Multiple occurrences of the same event for the same turn are indicated by a number, such as 2 or 3, along with the code letter. Right, so we saw that, like 2R. Mandated attack, M. Oh no. Receive 1 mandated attack each time a code M occurs, unless disallowed by scenario instructions. For each mandated attack received, move the mandated attacks not yet made marker 1 space along the Soviet loss replacement track. So that was, again, this track. So you're going to keep that marker on here. Okay. Reinforcement group or garrison release. With each R result, the Soviet player can either choose one Soviet special reinforcement group, if available, for release, or release all units on any 2 hexes designated as garrison. Multiple garrison units on a single hex are a single release. or ignore the result. Use an R result the turn it is received or it is lost. If multiple R results occur, 2R or 3R, the Soviet player can choose to receive a combination of special reinforcement groups and release pairs of garrison hexes up to the number of R results indicated. Not sure what special reinforcement groups are. 8.2. Okay, I haven't got to that yet, so I'll just wait. Okay, additional supply, S. With each S result, the Soviet player can either remove an emergency supply marker from any one hex, or remove an out-of-supply marker from any one hex, or receive one additional attack supply point as reinforcement, or ignore the result. Choose the result during the supply status phase. Use an S result the turn it is received or it is lost. If multiple S results occur, the Soviet player can choose to receive a combination of the above, including more of the same result up to the number of S results indicated. The emergency supply or out-of-supply marker is removed at the end of the supply status phase. The unit or stack is now in general supply for the remainder of this turn. Axis replacements. The Axis player receives infantry type, armament type, and aircraft type replacement points as indicated on the scenario setup cards. All replacements are German nationality unless otherwise indicated. There is no Axis replacements table. Okay, let me look for that on the scenario setup cards. Okay, so we've got the Leningrad scenario setup card, and you can see for each game turn, so the game turn's at the top there, it lists the number of replacement points that you would get. So here's game turn 11, you get some. Game turn 15, you get some. Game turn 19, you get some. So that's how that works. Infantry type replacement points. Record points received using the Axis infantry replacements marker on the Axis loss slash replacement track. Okay, so that would be, if I can find it, I'm gonna look for it. Okay, so that is on this card, player card, this one, Axis loss slash replacement track. So that's where you put this marker. These points can be saved from turn to turn. If the marker reaches the track end, the excess is lost. Spend replacement points in the Axis engineering phase to advance units on the unit rebuilding track as follows. So that would be this track here, just underneath the replacement track. From the eliminated box to the cadre box, one infantry type replacement point moves one unit of any type. From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, one infantry type replacement point moves a unit to the active box, or restores one step of the following types. Any of the 13 non-motorized unit types, excluding non-motorized anti-tank and anti-aircraft units. Okay? From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, 2 infantry type replacement points restore one step of the following types: anti-tank, anti-aircraft, or any of the 6 motorized, non-armored unit types. German 125, not 225, regiment substitute counters, RSCs, can be created during the replacements phase. Each costs 1 infantry type replacement point. Place them in the active box and reduce the loss slash replacements track by 1 level for each one created. Okay. Type A, armaments replacement points. Record points received using the Axis Armaments Replacements marker on the Axis Loss/replacement track. These points can be accumulated. If the marker reaches the track end, the excess is lost. Spend replacement points in the Axis Engineering phase to advance units on the unit rebuilding track as follows. From the eliminated box to the cadre box, one armament type replacement point moves one unit of any type. From the cadre box to the active box, or to strengthen units on the map, one armament type replacement point moves a unit to the active box, or restores one step of the following types: field artillery, coast defense artillery, rocket artillery, or any of the 6 motorized or 4 armored unit types. Got it. Type V, aircraft replacement points. The Axis player receives aircraft type replacement points only as indicated on the setup card. These can be of any nationality the Axis player desires. During the replacements phase, 1 point moves 1 air unit from the destroyed, damaged, or flown box to the ready box on the Axis Air Unit status track, regardless of weather. Aircraft type replacement points cannot be accumulated. Spending armament type and infantry type replacement points. Units can receive replacements while on the map. Place a receiving replacements marker on all on-map units that are to receive a replacement. Both players place all receiving replacement markers during the replacements phase. Units receiving replacements are not eligible to move or attack as long as they have a receiving replacements marker on them. Remove the marker if the unit defends in combat. During his engineering phase, a player adds 1 step to each of his units marked to receive replacements, and decreases the replacement points available by 1, or 2 if it works like that. Check the other rules. For each step added. He then removes the receiving replacements marker from each unit receiving replacements. A unit cannot receive a replacement point if it is unable to trace a supply route to a supply source. Note, a ZAP unit can replace step losses regardless of its supply status, right? Soviet units receiving replacements or absorbing ZAP units can regain only 1 step per turn. Okay? Axis units can regain multiple steps in a single turn, up to their full strength, by receiving replacements and by absorbing any number of, what is that called? Regimental RSC. It's like regimental something counter. Let me check the beginning. RSC, regiment substitute counter. Got it. Okay. By absorbing any number of regiment substitute counters. Soviet reservists. Any Soviet infantry division size unit starting the turn in the active box on its 1-step side can be placed 1 per hex onto any friendly town, city, or major city in Russia, Belarus, or Ukraine that can trace a supply route to a friendly supply source. Okay. Place Soviet reservists during the reinforcements phase. The unit then becomes a garrison Place a garrison marker on the unit. There is no limit to the number of such divisions that can be placed during one turn, subject to availability in the active box, or on any one location during the course of the game, but only one can be placed on a single location per turn, subject to the stacking limit. Note: the Soviet player can alternatively enter one-step units directly into a city or major city during the reinforcement phase from the active box of the unit rebuilding track. These are not garrisons. Soviet reservists offer the Soviet player the added flexibility to place infantry divisions onto a wider variety of locations, but they become garrisons that require release. Okay, interesting. So this, being able to place units directly into these cities reminds me a lot of Battle for Moscow, but it's got these extra rules that makes it interesting. Okay. Reinforcements. Both players receive reinforcements. These are new units arriving from outside the game area. All are received during the reinforcements phase. Reinforcement entry. Place reinforcement units on the scenario's setup card prior to the start of play. Placement. Each unit has a designated entry turn. This is the earliest turn it can be brought onto the map. However, entry can be delayed at the owning player's option until any later turn. Place arriving units on the map location indicated by the setup card, at the map edge or on map during the reinforcements phase. There is no movement point cost for placement. Okay, let me look at the setup card. Okay, so here's an example setup card for Scenario 3, the campaign, and Scenario 4, Leningrad. So game turn 4, these are the different units, and I guess these are the hexes where they start, or where they can enter. I guess this is like a hex range. This is like a board edge, or a map edge. Yes, a particular hex. Okay, makes sense. Map edge entry. Motorized units and cavalry units can enter in either their movement phase or their motorized movement phase. All others enter during their movement phase. Units enter through a scenario map edge hex one at a time or stacked. When they enter, they pay the terrain movement point cost for that first hex. They can enter using road movement rates, railroad movement, or strategic movement. Reinforcements cannot use overrun or infiltration movement directly from off the map onto the first map hex. The entry hex can be in an enemy zone of control, but cannot be occupied by an enemy unit. Units entering through a map edge are in general supply for the turn of entry. Placement on map. Some units are placed directly on map at a specified hex. The placement hex must be friendly. A friendly combat unit in the hex negates enemy zones of control for placement of reinforcements. There is no movement point cost for placement directly onto the map. If an entry hex is blocked, a unit cannot enter there until that entry hex is no longer blocked. A unit can move from its entry hex during any friendly movement phase that turn. There is no movement point cost to place a reinforcement unit on the map. Placement cannot exceed the stacking limit. If placement of a unit or a group of units will cause the stacking limit to be exceeded on a single hex at the end of a phase, then those excess units cannot enter until stacking space is created, because the hex is blocked by friendly units. Units can enter using air transport or naval transport, see the naval module, only when specifically designated on the setup card or in scenario rules. Place air unit reinforcements in the ready box unless otherwise specified of the air unit status track. If there is storm this turn, place them in the flown box. They then check for readiness. Headquarters and artillery units cannot conduct any functions until they enter the map. Special reinforcement groups. The entry of each special reinforcement group is optional. A player is not required to choose any group. Okay, not sure what that means. A group cannot be chosen for play until the first turn a unit from the same group is available. See the setup cards. It can be chosen only on one of the turns listed in the range of turns shown for that group. Okay. On the turn the group is chosen, its units enter play as reinforcements. When a group is chosen for entry, adjust the victory point track that turn if any victory points, plus or minus, are listed for that group. Some groups have units that become available on later turns. A group can be chosen if any of its units are available to enter on the current turn. The remaining units that enter later are treated as scheduled reinforcements. An additional R result is not needed for these remaining units, and there is no further victory point adjustment for that group. Okay. Not sure what that is yet. Number of groups. The Soviet player can choose a group only on turns he obtains an R result on the Soviet replacements table. A single R means he can choose only one group from those available. A 2R means he can choose up to 2 groups. A 3R means up to 3 groups. The Axis player can choose any number of eligible and available groups for entry during any turn. They enter automatically. No die roll is required. Okay. Units in the active box. Use the active box on the unit rebuilding track to hold units rebuilt from the cadre box. Units that start the turn in the active box are placed during the reinforcements phase on any friendly city or major city at 1 unit per city that can trace a supply route to a friendly supply source, but not by spending an attack supply point. Okay. They cannot be placed in an enemy zone of control, even if another friendly unit occupies the hex. They can instead enter the map during any movement phase in which they are allowed to move if entering at a map edge hex designated as a friendly supply source. Untried units. Soviet machine gun and militia units have tried and untried modes. Untried unit modes. The back side of the unit is its untried mode and shows unknown values. This is shown by the question mark symbol. The front side of a unit is its tried mode and shows actual unit strength values. Placement. Unless stated otherwise by scenario instructions, draw machine gun and militia units randomly from an opaque cup as follows. Draw them one at a time using separate opaque cups for each type, and place them untried on the at start or reinforcement sections of the scenario setup cards. Any units not drawn are set aside on their untried sides. They are not used and cannot be examined by either player. Note: the hex location marked on the tried side of an untried unit is only for historical reference. Place an untried unit in its untried mode, side up, with the actual strength unknown to either player. Note: an alternative method is to turn all untried units to their untried side, mix them around while keeping the untried side face up, and then place these onto the setup card. The term opaque cup is the short way to describe the process. Okay. Soviet militia units. The untried side of each militia brigade size unit has the name of the Soviet city, major city, or region where it was raised. Place each militia unit on or within 5 hexes of its designated placement city hex. Do not count the city hex, but do count the hex of placement. The placement hex can be out of supply, but the hex qualifies if it can trace a line of communication to the designated city. A militia unit cannot be placed in an Axis zone of control unless a friendly unit occupies the placement hex. If an untried militia unit's placement city is entirely Axis controlled when the unit is drawn, set it aside. Draw another militia unit in its place. If the city is recaptured, the militia brigade can go back into the opaque cup. Okay. So I guess it's on the setup card. It tells you how many to draw. And then on each counter it has the untried has where it's raised. On or within 5 hexes if it's designated placement city hex. Okay, so I'm assuming it'll be on the setup card. Let me take a look at the setup cards. So, as an example setup card, so all of these units that have the yellow background, those are militia units. But what I can't find is an example of an untried militia unit. So, for example, this is an untried machine gun unit with the question marks. But I'm not seeing any examples of untried militia units. So I'm wondering if maybe that is something that shows up in the other games in the series and not in this one. And I guess maybe that the rule still applies that you can place within a certain number of hexes. Maybe not if it's not untried. Maybe you have to put it in that hex. Not sure. Right. So, if the city's recaptured, the militia can go back in the opaque cup. Soviet machine gun units. Place each at-start unit on the hex specified on the setup card. Place reinforcement machine gun units during the reinforcement phase on the hex specified on the setup card. If not specified, place them on any non-destroyed Soviet fortification hex in general supply. Okay. If not specified, place them on any non-destroyed Soviet fortification hex in general supply. Got it. A machine gun unit cannot be placed in any hex already containing a machine gun unit. It cannot be placed in an Axis zone of control unless a friendly unit occupies the placement hex. Well, that's odd because I think I just saw something on the setup card that had 2 machine gun units in the same hex. Right? Yeah. Hex 3208, 2 machine gun units. So, I don't know, I'm not sure I understand that. Yeah, and those are Soviet units. Okay, well, not sure what that's about. Withdrawals. A unit may be required to withdraw, as shown on the setup card. During the reinforcement phase, pick up a unit designated to withdraw that turn. It does not move off the map, just pick it up. It withdraws at the strength shown on the setup card. If the unit has less than the strength shown, including in the cadre or eliminated box, the owner deducts the necessary steps from accumulated replacement steps of the same type. Or if that is not possible, he reduces his choice of units of the same type currently on map, step for step. If the unit is currently surrounded, withdraw a different, non-surrounded on-map unit of the same unit type and at least equal attack and defense strengths. If the setup card indicates the unit withdraws at any strength, the unit need not be restored to full or any other strength level. It can be in the cadre box or eliminated box, but if surrounded, a different unit will withdraw. Some withdrawn units may return. They return at the same strength they had when they left. They cannot be increased while out of play. If a withdrawing unit is stronger than the strength shown on the setup card, the extra steps withdraw with the unit. Note, a game-wise Axis player will detach regiment... What do those stand for again? Regiment substitute counter. A game-wise Axis player will detach regiment substitute counters from units before they withdraw in order to keep those steps. Any air unit of the aircraft type designated for withdrawal is allowed. The air unit can come from any air status box. Design note: even if the aircraft have been destroyed, the ground crews are available to redeploy. Interesting. A player can cancel the withdrawal of any unit. He pays 1 victory point for each unit not withdrawn. Withdraw, cannot cancel. Not all withdrawals can be canceled. Certain withdrawals are marked cannot cancel on the setup cards. These occur because of special historical circumstances. A player cannot pay victory points to cancel the withdrawal of cannot cancel units. If a cannot cancel unit is surrounded when required to withdraw instead a non-surrounded unit or combination of units of the same type with at least the same number of steps. Unit conversions. The reinforcements section of some scenario setup cards includes units indicated as remove-receive. This is a unit conversion. This procedure is required on the indicated turn. During the reinforcements phase, the owning player removes the exact indicated remove unit from any supplied location or from a unit rebuilding track box. He removes the exact units. He cannot cancel the removal. If any of the remove units are not in general supply, the removal is delayed until the units are in supply. After removing the indicated unit, immediately place the indicated receive unit in the same location as the removed unit, or in the active box. Units removed are permanently removed from play. The new unit enters play at no more than the same step strength as the unit removed. If the removed unit is reduced, the new unit enters reduced. If full strength, it enters at full strength. If more steps are removed than received, the excess are lost. If more than one unit is removed in a single conversion, place the new units in any one of the hexes or eliminated or cadre boxes occupied by the units to be removed. Reduce steps from the receive unit to be the same as the number of steps removed from the on-map units it converts, unless the setup card or scenario instructions indicate otherwise. Let me try to take a look at one of these setup cards. Okay, I found an example. So this is, well, these are one of the special reinforcement pool groups, but I'm guessing it looks like this. Remove, receive. Let me see if I can find another one. Well, yeah, I'm not going to bother looking for another one because I'm going to guess it's going to look just like this one. Where am I? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not seeing another one immediately. Is this? No, not that. Yeah, so we'll just say that that's what it looks like. Okay, so if the receive unit has fewer steps than the number of on-map remove units, it is placed full strength, and any excess on-map steps are lost. If none of the remove units are on-map, and instead any of the remove units are in the cadre box, the replacement is put there. Otherwise, if all remove units are in the eliminated box, the receive unit is put there. Units removed are permanently removed from play. Example: 3 one-step regiments are to be converted. One unit is on board, and the other 2 units are in the cadre box. The on-board regiment is converted to a division unit at the same on-board step strength. So the division counter takes a loss and is placed on the one-step side, replacing the original on-board divisional regiment unit. Okay. It's converted to a division unit. Okay, I think I get that. Divisional regiment, right. Replacing divisional regiment unit. Okay, I think I get that. So basically what that's saying is that you've got 3 one-step regiments that are constituting a single division, and you're replacing the on-board, the one that's on the map, with a division counter, but the division counter's on its one-step side, which I guess corresponds to a single regiment. Yeah, so the divisional regiment unit is referring to one of those one-step regiment counters. That's my guess. For air unit conversions, unless stated otherwise on the setup chart or scenario rules, the new air units arrive during the replacements phase and are placed in the ready box on the air unit status track. Removed air units are permanently removed from play from any air status box. Do not move markers. Do not move markers are usually used on units to show either disorganization or slow reorganization. The setup cards for each game in the series use a code to designate which units are not allowed to move for 1 turn or 2 turns. See the playbook for each game. Units with a do not move marker cannot move even when adjacent to enemy units. They can attack and retreat. They cannot advance after combat. Engaging in combat does not remove the do not move counter. During the recovery phase, remove do not move 1 game turn markers from all units. Then turn over any do not move 2 game turn markers to their 1 game turn side. Replace any do not move 3 game turns markers with do not move 2 game turns markers. Air unit readiness. Air readiness. Determine air readiness during the air readiness phase. Units starting this phase in the ready box on the air unit status track automatically remain in that box and remain in ready status. On any storm turn, move all air units of both sides that start in the ready box, including reinforcement and replacement air units, to the flown box before determining air readiness. Readiness resolution sequence. Roll the die for each air unit in the flown box and adjust the die roll for applicable cumulative die roll modifiers. Okay, for each air unit. If the result lies within the range listed in the flown box, the air unit passes and moves to the ready box. Units that do not pass remain in the flown box. Dummy air units always move automatically to the ready box. Okay, let me take a look at this flown box. Okay, so we've got the Soviet and the German player cards. Here's the Soviet flown box. So on a 1 to 7 on a D10, it's moved to the ready box. On an 8 or more, it remains here. You've got weather DRMs, air unit DRMs for the bombers and transports for the Leningrad group, okay? And then for the Germans, so they've got different DRMs. This is +2 if it's mud or snow. The Russians are +1 if mud or snow. These are +3 if storm, +1 if frost. So these, the Germans don't get the penalty for bombers. +1 during logistics pause. Okay, so more or less the same, but with a couple minor differences. Roll next for all air units in the damaged box and adjust the die roll for applicable cumulative die roll modifiers. Air units that pass the die roll move up to the flown box. Air units that fail this die roll remain in the damaged box. Okay, let me take a look at that. So I've got the damaged box here. This is for the Germans. So on a 1 to 5, they move up. On a 6 or more, they stay there. Okay. 1 to 4, they move up for mud or snow and for bombers. Okay, that's easy enough. Air units in the destroyed box do not check for air readiness. They leave the destroyed box only through the use of air replacement points by withdrawal or conversion. Okay. Withdrawal was... oh, that's a thing on the setup card. And conversion was... Unit conversions. Okay, so that's also on the setup card. So withdrawal and conversion are both on the setup card. The difference is that conversion swaps in another unit, while withdrawal just removes that unit. Okay. Ground unit movement. A player can move any number that he desires of his eligible ground units during his movement, motorized movement, or reaction phases of each turn. Retreating and advancing are not movement and do not require movement points. Important note. To show fundamental differences between the Axis and Soviet armies, the respective player segments are not identical. Refer closely to the expanded sequence of play. Okay. Also, Axis and Soviet units often move at differing rates during some of these movement phases. For example, Axis motorized units have full movement allowance during the Axis movement phase, but Soviet motorized units move at only half their movement allowance during the Soviet movement phase. Refer to the movement phase chart. When units are eligible to move. Movement phase. Refer to the movement phase chart for those Soviet and Axis units eligible to move during their respective movement phases. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, so found it. It is on the second player aid bifold on the second page. So this is the same one that has these markers on them. You flip it open to the second page, and it's in the top left, the movement phase chart. So unit category, units with motorized movement allowance, non-motorized and ski, cavalry. So that's Axis, and here's Soviet. And then here's movement phase. So during the movement phase, units with motorized movement allowance have full movement allowance. During the motorized movement phase, they have half movement allowance. During the reaction movement phase, they have half movement allowance. Okay, that's odd. I thought they said that the Axis have full movement allowance. Movement phase, motorized movement phase, they have full. Units with a motorized movement allowance. Is that a mistake? Because it just said during the Soviet movement phase, not the movement phase. Okay, not motorized. So if I look at the movement phase, they have full. Soviets have half. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so it's just the opposite. So they have full during their movement phase and half during the motorized movement phase. These guys have full during their motorized movement phase and half during their movement phase. Okay? Got it? In addition to regular movement, the following specialized forms of movement are allowed during the movement phase. Reinforcement entry. Okay, that's just entering reinforcements. Railroad movement. Strategic movement. Overrun. Infiltration movement, Axis only. One hex movement, Axis only. Map exit. Air transport. Armored train movement, including railroad artillery. Flotilla movement. Motorized movement phase. Refer to the movement phase chart for Soviet and Axis unit types allowed to move during their respective motorized movement phases. So again, that's this same chart. So during the motorized movement phase, you can see what can move and cannot move. So, right. If the movement allowance is orange, green, or gray, then they cannot move during the motorized movement phase, for example. So easy enough. In addition to regular movement, the following specialized forms of movement are allowed during the motorized movement phase. Reinforcement entry, overrun, infiltration movement, Soviet only, 1 hex movement, Soviet only, map exit, armored train movement, including railroad artillery, flotilla movement. So then what's the difference? Railroad strategic. So they just can't do strategic movement. Okay. Notes. Only Soviet or Axis motorized or certain yellow movement allowance, usually cavalry reinforcements, can enter and move during their respective motorized movement phases. Activated units can also move. Okay. Consider placing activated markers on armored trains that move in the motorized movement phase. Soviet non-motorized unit activation. Unless not allowed due to non-operational Soviet headquarters units, each Soviet headquarters that is not interdicted can activate one in-range non-motorized unit or mobile supply unit per command point during the motorized movement phase. Okay. Each operational headquarters can also activate one in-range guards unit at no command point cost, even if the headquarters command value has been reduced to 0 by air interdiction. Headquarters cannot activate motorized units, cavalry, armored trains, super heavy artillery, flotillas, or other headquarters. Okay. Activated units move up to their full printed movement allowance as modified by weather, terrain, and supply. Place an activated marker on each activated unit to indicate no movement allowed for it in the movement phase. Remove all activation markers during the recovery phase. I see. That's what the activated marker's for. Got it. Movement restrictions. Move units or stacks of units one at a time from hex to adjacent hex. A unit cannot jump over a hex. Each unit spends movement points from its movement allowance to enter each hex. The terrain effects chart lists the costs in movement points for the various types of terrain. There is no limit to the number of units that can move through a single hex. Okay, let me take a look at the terrain effects chart. Okay, so the terrain effects chart is on the first player aid bifold on the first page. So those are the different types of terrain and combat and other effects. What is this? Effects on movement, and so these are the different weather conditions. So that's cool. Combat and other effects. OT. OT means judged by other terrain in the hex. Prohibited, combined arms bonus over an assault gun. Okay. All right. Right. There is no limit to the number of units that can move through a single hex. Units can move together as a stack. When a stack begins movement, the movement allowance of the stack is that of the unit with the lowest movement allowance in the stack. Okay. Stacks cannot pick up or add units while moving. Once a stack has ceased moving, other units can move onto its hex up to the stacking limit. Units dropped off by a stack have completed their movement for that phase. Units in a stack that have not moved, can move away from that stack singly or in smaller stacks. Okay? A unit can move only once during a movement, reaction, or motorized movement phase. It cannot spend more movement points than its total movement allowance, except one hex movement. Unused movement points cannot accumulate for use on later turns or transfer to other units. A unit is never forced to move. A unit cannot enter a hex containing an enemy combat unit. It can enter or move through a hex containing an enemy non-combat unit. Immediately remove the enemy non-combat unit. It can enter or move through friendly, occupied, or controlled hexes at no extra movement point cost. So a non-combat unit cannot move into an enemy zone of control unless moving with a combat unit or joining a combat unit in that hex. It can, however, move adjacent to an enemy unit that does not project a zone of control into that hex. Okay. Movement can be reduced or eliminated entirely by lack of supply, weather, interdiction, or an enemy zone of control. Movement can be increased by using strategic movement or railroad movement. Units with a receiving replacements, fuel shortage, garrison, or do not move marker cannot move. Okay. Maps. Subject to terrain or scenario restrictions, movement between adjacent maps is allowed without an added movement point cost. Unless specifically allowed by scenario instructions, movement off a map edge, not between maps, is prohibited. Unnumbered partial hexes on any exposed map edge are not available for play. Units forced to retreat off a map edge or outside of the scenario area cannot return to play. Do not count them toward victory point calculations. Note: ZAP units, mobile supply units, supply dumps, and regiment substitute counters can be reused. The following units pay motorized movement costs, but do not move in the motorized movement phase or reaction phase. Okay. Axis and Soviet Super Heavy Artillery, green movement allowance. See 13.41 for additional movement restrictions. All other Axis artillery and anti-tank with orange movement allowance. All other Soviet artillery, anti-tank units, or anti-aircraft units with an orange movement allowance. Axis and Soviet mobile supply units with an orange movement allowance. Certain other units with an orange movement allowance. See the playbook. Note: a Soviet headquarters unit can use activation to move orange movement allowance artillery, anti-tank, and anti-aircraft units, and mobile supply units in the Soviet motorized movement phase. Okay. Got it. Anti-aircraft, so activation is when, right, it's the headquarters ability. Anti-aircraft units with no movement allowance are restricted to railroad movement or naval transport. See the naval module. They cannot otherwise move and cannot retreat or advance as a result of combat. They are restricted during movement to final positioning. Upon concluding railroad movement or naval transport in a town, city, or major city. Design note: anti-aircraft units without a movement allowance were area defense organizations deployed for protection of communications centers. They were not tactically mobile. Zone of control and weather effects on movement. Friendly zones of control do not affect friendly unit movement. Units entering an enemy zone of control stop moving immediately. Exception: overrun. Friendly units can enter enemy zones of control using all types of movement, except strategic movement, units using reaction movement, can enter an enemy zone of control only if the hex already contains one or more friendly combat units, and railroad movement cannot enter an enemy zone of control. Note, armored trains and railroad artillery move only along railroads. This is not railroad movement, so they can enter an enemy zone of control. Okay, interesting. A unit entering an enemy zone of control pays 1 additional movement point. If it does not have the necessary movement point, it cannot enter the hex. Exceptions. Reacting units do not pay this additional movement point. Crossing a non-bridged major river hex side, infiltration movement, and 1 hex movement are not affected, because a friendly unit spends its entire movement allowance to cover all movement point costs associated with moving the 1 hex. Okay. Sure. Units cannot move. So I think what that's saying is just that if you're doing those types of movement, you can move into the hex that has an enemy zone of control. Units cannot move directly from 1 hex in an enemy zone of control to an adjacent hex also in an enemy zone of control. Okay, that's a key difference from games like the Battle for Moscow system, where you can do that, and it makes the lines a lot harder to keep. It's a lot easier for units to slip past enemy units. Exception, infiltration movement. Units can begin their movement by exiting a hex in an enemy zone of control, move through 1 or more hexes not in an enemy zone of control, and then re-enter a hex in an enemy zone of control if enough movement points remain. Weather effects on movement. The weather condition for the turn determines the movement point column to use on the terrain effects chart. See the terrain effects chart for the differing movement point costs. Changing weather can also affect zones of control. All Axis motorized units lose 1 movement point during frozen conditions and snow weather. Terrain effects on movement. The terrain effects chart identifies all the types of map terrain and lists the movement points to spend to enter each terrain type. Certain other terrain features are found on the hex side. A unit spends movement points to cross these hex sides, in addition to the cost to enter the terrain in the hex itself. Each hex contains 1 or more terrain types. Example, clear and hill. Units not on roads pay the highest movement point cost to occupy the hex. For example, in dry weather, a unit not moving on a road pays 2 movement points to occupy a hex containing both clear and hill terrain. So you pay the higher, if it has multiple types of terrain, you pay the highest cost of the different types. Generally, units using road movement pay reduced movement point costs to enter or occupy map hexes. Hex or hex side terrain, which carries a plus sign, adds the indicated number of movement points onto the highest hex terrain cost when units not on roads cross a hex side or occupy a hex with plus terrain. Okay. For example, the weather is dry. An Axis motorized unit with a movement allowance of 7 has spent no movement points, but now crosses hex side A river hex side, and occupies hex B. This single hex move costs the motorized unit 5 movement points, 2 movement points for the hill terrain, plus 2 movement points for the woods, and plus 1 movement point for crossing the river. Interesting. Okay. That's a bit of a unique system for terrain. That plus thing. I haven't seen that before. Terrain effects and railroads. Units moving from hex to hex along a railroad, but not using railroad movement, are affected as follows. When a unit enters a hex with woods terrain along a railroad, reduce the total woods cost by 1 movement point in any weather. Do not reduce the movement point cost if the unit exits the hex across a hex side not crossed by a road or railroad. Okay? When crossing a canal, river, or major river hex side on a railroad, the movement point costs for these types of hex side terrain are negated. Okay, when crossing a canal, river, or major river hex side on a railroad, the movement point cost for these types are negated. Crossing units do pay the terrain costs to enter the hex on the far side of the river, or canal, or major river crossed. Motorized units, or all those with orange or green movement allowances, can enter a swamp hex when entering along a railroad that crosses the hex side, and by spending 3 movement points per hex. They can also enter by a road that crosses the hex side and move at that road's movement rate. Road movement during dry weather. There are 3 types of roads: motorway, main road, and minor road. Units moving directly from hex to hex along a road, the road symbol crosses each hex side, spend movement points at the applicable road movement rate instead of paying the hex side and hex terrain costs. A unit that enters a hex via a road and then leaves that hex via a lower class of road in the same movement phase pays the movement point cost for the lower class of road for both the entry into and exit from the hex. See example 3 below. Similarly, a unit that enters a hex via a road and then leaves that hex not via a road in the same movement phase ignores the road movement rate for both the entry into and exit from the hex and uses the underlying terrain movement cost. See example 4 below. Okay. Refer to the terrain effects chart and the examples below. Example: the weather is dry in all cases. The example hex is bounded by hex sides A through F. Hex sides A and B are river hex sides. The example hex is hills terrain with woods. Main roads cross hex sides C and F. A minor road crosses hex side D. Example 1. A unit enters the hex using road movement and ends movement in the hex. The movement point cost to make this move through hex sides C or F along a main road is a half movement point. The cost for using the minor road through hex side D is 1 movement point. Example 2. A unit enters and passes through the hex while remaining on the same road type. The unit enters the hex on the main road through hex side C, remains on the main road as it crosses the hex, and enters the adjacent hex through the main road crossing hex side F. The movement point cost is 1/2 movement point to cross hex side C and another half movement point to cross hex side F. The total cost of C to F is 1 movement point. Example 3. Movement through the hex using different road types. A unit entering through the minor road hex side D spends 1 movement point because the hex contains non-clear terrain. If the unit continues moving by road, it will change road types and cross hex side C or F along a main road, where the cost to enter either adjacent hex will be a half movement point. The total cost is 1.5 movement points. However, entering through hex side C or F and exiting through hex side D would cost 2 movement points, because the rate of 1 movement point for leaving the hex is also applied to entering the hex. Well, that seems a bit odd to have it not symmetrical, but okay. Example 4, entry through a road hex side, then exiting through a non-road hex side. The road rate for the hex is ignored, and the movement point cost is the non-road cost of the hex. A Soviet motorized unit entering through C here, and then exiting to E there, spends 3 movement points, or 4 movement points if Axis motorized, plus 1 movement point for the clear terrain. A Soviet motorized unit entering through D there, and then exiting to E, spends 3 movement points, plus 1 movement point for the clear terrain, for a total of 4 movement points, or 5 movement points if Axis motorized. Note that Soviet units spend 1 movement point less for woods. Okay? Example 5. An Axis motorized unit enters the hex through road hex side C here, but exits through non-road hex side A there. The unit again pays 2 movement points for the hills, plus 1 plus 2 movement points for the woods, plus 1 movement point to enter clear terrain hex A, plus 1 movement point for crossing a non-bridged river hex side, for a total cost of 6 movement points. Wow. Okay. So then oh, because it's 1 less for the woods. So it's 3 and not 4 because it's 2 for the hills, 2 for the woods. That's 4. But it's -1 for the Soviets going through woods, so that's 3. And then 1 to enter that hex. I think that's the rationale there. Okay. Optional rule, road movement alternative. This rule presents an alternative to examples 3 and 4 above as a different method of exiting a road through a non-road hex side. Refer to the illustration. Entry through a road hex side and then exit through a non-road hex side is at the cost of the hex entered, not the hex exited. Okay. For example, in the preceding example 4, where you enter through C and then exit through A, so that's entering through C and then exiting through A. A unit enters through C or F, spends a half movement point, then exiting to E, spends a half movement point for the road, then 1 movement point exiting through E. So E is not example. Oh, that is example 4. Yeah, I was looking at example 5. Okay, so exiting through E. Right, through C. Okay, so it spends a unit entering through C spends half a movement point, then exiting to E spends a half movement point for the road, then 1 movement point for the clear terrain, for a total of 1.5 movement points. Okay, well, what about the woods? Oh, it's so because you're paying for this clear terrain, not for this terrain. A unit entering through D and then exiting through E spends 2 movement points. So that would be Y, because it's one movement point for the road to enter, and then one movement point for that clear terrain, to enter that clear terrain. A unit entering through C and then exiting through D spends 1.5 movement points, because it's half a movement point for the road. What is that called? A major road? Motorway, main road, and mine road. Yeah, so this is a main road. So the reason that would be 1.5 is you'd pay 1 for entering this hex via the main road, and then it would be half a movement point for entering this hex via the main road, and then 1 movement point for entering this hex via the minor road. So that's the alternative. That is an alternative method of calculating the road movement costs. Design note. The East Front series is one of the few game systems where it is how a unit exits a hex that determines the movement points spent for how it enters the hex. Yet our observation of just how the game has been played over the years revealed that a distinct group of players prefer the more traditional technique shown in this optional rule. While optional rules belong in the playbook for each game, the movement rules are fundamental to gameplay. It very much represents gaming tastes. Use of this rule should be clearly agreed to by the players from the start. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that optional rule did seem like a more typical way of calculating things. But the way that they're doing it is interesting. I'd be interested to try that. Road movement during non-dry weather. Motorway. No weather condition changes the movement point cost of a motorway. Okay? It always costs a half movement point per hex to move along it. So motorway is like a highway. So it's the fastest type of road, I think. So wait, is that a motorway? Sure. All Soviet units can use the motorway movement rate. Okay. Only the following Axis units can use motorway movement rates. All motorized, including armor. All orange movement allowance units, mobile supply units, and artillery. All green movement allowance units, super heavy artillery. All other Axis units use the terrain cost of the other terrain in the hex and can use other road types in the hex. They cannot use the motorway in any manner, including strategic movement or using a motorway bridge. Design note. This was German policy. There was only one motorway, and it was reserved for motor vehicles. Since the infantry could clog the road, they were assigned nearby minor routes. The motorway had only a crushed rock surface and was not complete in some places. By late fall 1941, motorized units had nearly destroyed the motorway through heavy usage. Interesting. So this is only during non-dry weather. All of this is only during non-dry weather. Main roads. During mud or snow weather turns, the movement point cost to enter any hex along a main road increases to 1 movement point per hex. Okay. So is this during non-dry weather, only during non-dry weather, or is it during any weather? I'm guessing it's only during non-dry weather. Minor roads. During frost weather, well, actually, wait, the design note would suggest that this is during any type of weather, not just during non-dry weather. Okay, that's a bit confusing. Main roads. During mud or snow weather turns, the movement point cost to enter any hex along a main road increases to 1 movement point per hex. Okay. Minor roads. During frost weather, a unit spends 1 movement point to enter any hex along a minor road. Okay. When snow weather conditions apply, a unit spends 2 movement points to enter any hex along a minor road. During mud weather, or in hexes where lingering mud conditions apply, a unit spends 2 movement points to enter a clear terrain hex on a minor road. All non-clear hexes require paying movement points at the mud column rate. See the terrain effects chart for that other terrain except woods. Ignore woods. Mud does not negate the effects of a minor road crossing a river or canal. For example, go back to the example for 10.43. So that was this one. If hex side D is crossed in either direction, it will cost 3 movement points. Is that during mud? Both contain hill terrain, which costs 3 movement points during mud turns. Both hexes also contain woods. But because movement is along the minor road, ignore woods. If both hexes sharing hex side D were clear terrain hexes, the movement point cost to enter either hex on the minor road would be 2 movement points for Axis or Soviet non-motorized units that do not have orange or green colored movement allowances, and for Soviet armor units. The movement point cost would be 3 movement points for all other units except for green movement allowance units that cannot move at all on minor roads in mud. Okay. Rivers. There are 2 types, river and major river. Bridged major river hex sides. Any unit can cross on a road bridge. When using road movement, it pays road movement rates to enter the hex on the other side. Okay. Any unit can cross by using a bridge marker. It pays the hex terrain cost of the hex entered on the other side of the bridge. Okay. A railroad bridge can be used for both ground and railroad movement during the same phase. A railroad bridge can be used for both ground and railroad movement during the same phase, okay? Use of a bridge for railroad movement does not affect ground movement use of the bridge. Notes: the river symbol must cover an entire hex side for that hex side to be treated as river. All bridges over major rivers are marked on the map. None are implied. Other rivers and canals have an implied bridge. Where both a road and a railroad cross the same hex side, treat them as 2 separate bridges. These are separately subject to damage and repair. A railroad bridge by itself does not constitute a road. It is just a bridge. Non-bridge river hex side. Units spend 1 movement point in dry weather, see the terrain effects chart, to cross the hex side in addition to the cost to enter the hex on the other side. When frozen, the river has no movement point effect. In a few places, a hex side will be covered twice with river, indicating a deep meandering river bend. Here, a unit effectively crosses the same river twice to get to the hex on the other side. In these situations, double the cost to cross the hex side. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Design note. The deep meandering river bends are obvious, but what you see is really art. Art is intended to make the object pleasing to the eye. After all, we have to study the game map quite a lot. River covers only the hex side, sometimes twice. It does not continue into the interior of the hex, to which the end of the river points, because there is no shared hex side. To which the end of the river points, because there is no shared hex side. I'm not sure what that means. It does not continue into the interior of the hex. Why would it? To which the end of the river points. Why would the end of the river point into the interior of the hex? I don't understand that. Because there is no shared hex side. Well, I'll have to see an example to understand what that means. Non-bridged major river hex side. The following unit types are prohibited from crossing: all types of armored units, all types of artillery units. A non-prohibited Axis unit, including a mobile supply unit, can cross if it begins its movement phase, not reaction or motorized movement phase, adjacent to the hex side to be crossed. It then spends its entire movement allowance, similar to one hex movement, and moves to an adjacent hex on the other side and stops for the phase. It can also cross during an advance after combat, even if it had moved next to the major river during that same turn. A non-prohibited Soviet unit crosses using the same method as an Axis unit, but only during the phase it has its full movement allowance. It then spends its full movement allowance to cross. When non-bridged major river hex sides are frozen, all unit types can cross. They spend one movement point extra, like non-frozen rivers, to cross the hex side. Okay? Design note. Crossing a river depends on bridges that can handle certain weights. The prohibited units would have a weight exceeding that found with divisional bridging capabilities and would require special bridging units. Canal. Any length of river marked by a special graphic as canal is treated as river for all purposes. Woods. The terrain effects chart shows the cost for Axis units. Soviet units spend one movement point less than Axis units. Lakes and shallow water hexes and hex sides. Certain sea and coastal hexes are specially marked on the game map as shallow water. Lakes are marked graphically by darker outlining and lighter colored water. A lake hex side is one totally enclosed by a lake. Okay. Naval units cannot enter these hexes or cross these hex sides, but unless totally frozen, flotillas always can. These are prohibited to ground movement unless frozen. Crossing by ground units. No more than 3 stacking points of ground units in each phase can move across lake and shallow water if the next hex contains land. Ground units move across it the same way as they would cross a major river hex side. Okay. To make this move, an engineer unit must occupy the departure land hex at the beginning of that phase at the moment of crossing, and it has completed its move for that same movement phase. An engineer unit that has not moved can move across this hex side by itself, but then ends its movement. An engineer unit can support crossings across multiple adjacent qualifying hex sides during the same phase. Design note: the Germans would make use of assault boats to make such crossings. Assault boats were controlled by engineer units. The Soviets would use similar but more primitive methods. A bridge or ferry marker cannot be used to cross a lake or shallow water hex side. Shallow water. Ground units can cross frozen lake or shallow water hex sides without a movement point cost. They can enter frozen shallow water hexes by spending 2 movement points for each hex. Okay. Swamps. Motorized green movement allowance and orange movement allowance units can enter or exit swamp hexes only through hex sides crossed by roads or railroads. They follow the path of roads or railroads while in swamp hexes. During frozen conditions, these unit types can enter or exit swamp hexes through any hex side and do not require a road or railroad to do so. If conditions thaw, no longer frozen, those units are stuck in a swamp hex. They cannot move, advance, or retreat from that hex until it is again frozen or there is a road or railroad leading out. In this case of a stuck unit, a player has the option to pick up his unit and place it in the cadre box. Interesting. Is that realistic? Major city hexes. Because zones of control do not extend into major city hexes, even from an adjacent major city hex, friendly units can exit a major city hex and move directly into an adjacent hex in an enemy zone of control, where movement must stop, enter a vacant adjacent major city hex, paying normal movement point costs, and exit the major city hex if there are sufficient movement points to do so. Untried unit movement. An untried unit with an unknown movement allowance cannot move until it becomes tried and has a movement allowance greater than 0. Untried units that have a movement allowance on their untried side can move using that movement allowance and still remain untried. None of these units are motorized. Specialized movement. A unit can conduct only one type of specialized movement in a movement phase. Air transport also qualifies as specialized movement. Example: a unit cannot use strategic movement to conduct map exit. Okay. Wonder what the reason for that is. Railroad movement. Oh, a unit, an individual unit. It's not the whole player. Okay, got it. Railroad movement. Any combat unit or supply unit in general supply can conduct railroad movement if it begins its movement phase on a railroad hex. Any combat unit or supply unit in general supply can conduct railroad movement if it begins its movement phase on a railroad hex. The railroad hexes must all be part of a friendly railroad net. A unit conducts railroad movement only during the friendly movement phase and only once per turn. A unit conducting railroad movement cannot otherwise move during that phase. Okay. Note: armored trains and railroad artillery conduct armored train movement, not railroad movement. Armored train and railroad artillery both have a gray movement allowance, move according to their printed movement allowance. Like an armored train, a railroad artillery unit can move in only one of the 2 movement phases each turn. Procedure. To be eligible to conduct railroad movement, A unit begins on a railroad hex no closer than 3 hexes, 2 hexes intervening, from an enemy combat unit, and remains at least 3 hexes, 2 hexes intervening, from an enemy combat unit in each hex occupied or entered. Terrain in the intervening hexes is not considered. Units move up to 60 railroad movement points along friendly connected railroad hexes, changing railroads only in hexes where 2 or more railroad lines join. Changing railroads. What does that mean, to change a railroad? Each hex entered costs 1 railroad movement point, regardless of terrain. Each railroad hex in a zone of interdiction costs 12 railroad movement points to enter. A major river hex side costs 30 railroad movement points when using a ferry marker. Okay. A unit cannot conduct railroad movement into or through any active enemy fortification. Railroad capacity. Both sides can move units equaling only a limited number of stacking points each turn. This is the railroad capacity. Each railroad capacity point equals 1 stacking point, or equivalent, of ground units. Scenario instructions in the playbook list total railroad capacity for each side. The railroad capacity stated in each scenario's rules is the total used for the entire scenario area. Note, this is not per map, as was done when this game series was first published. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, because this game can have involve multiple maps. Got it. So I think, like, if you have Army Group Center with Army Group North, each of those would presumably have their own railroad capacity. Other capacity values. A headquarters or a unit with 0 stacking value uses 1 stacking point of railroad capacity. A mobile supply unit, 1 attack supply point, uses 1 stacking point of capacity. A supply dump uses a number of stacking points of capacity equal to the number of attack supply points it contains. Note, armored trains and railroad artillery do not count against railroad capacity. Armored trains and railroad artillery do not count against railroad capacity. Okay. Axis railroad capacity is reduced by half during snow weather turns. Reinforcements for both sides can enter play using railroad movement. Certain groups of reinforcements do not count against railroad capacity during the turn they enter, if noted this way on the setup card. They use special trains. When combining games and moving from one game area to an adjacent game area, units starting in the first area use the railroad capacity of only that area, not the capacity of the next area. You are not switching trains. And continue to do so until they cease railroad movement that turn. Next turn, they use the capacity of the new game area. Makes sense? Strategic movement. During their movement phase, eligible units can use strategic movement. Increase their movement allowance by half. Multiply by 1.5 after any reductions to the printed movement allowance for weather effects. For the after any reductions. Okay. For the total amount of increase, refer to the movement allowance conversion chart. Example 1. A Soviet motorized unit with a movement allowance of 8 using strategic movement in the friendly movement phase has a revised movement allowance of 6. Half of 8 is 4, because Soviet motorized units move at half their movement allowance during their movement phase. Then 1.5 times 4 is 6. Okay, got it. Example 2. A non-motorized Axis unit with a movement allowance of 5 would have a revised movement allowance of 7.5. 1.5 times 5 is 7.5. Any unit conducting strategic movement moves solely along motorway, main road, or minor road hexes. A unit can conduct strategic movement only once each turn. Note, not all Axis units can use the motorway for road or strategic movement. Okay. To be eligible, the unit begins its movement on a minor road, main road, or motorway hex. It must be able to trace a supply route from each hex occupied or entered. It must remain at least 3 hexes, meaning 2 hexes intervening, from an enemy combat unit in each hex occupied or entered. Terrain in the intervening hexes is not considered. And it must not begin movement while in a zone of interdiction or move into a zone of interdiction. So I think zone of interdiction is probably just going to be like you're going to use your aircraft to designate a hex as being a hex that it's patrolling, and that'll be the zone of interdiction. Units that cannot conduct strategic movement include railroad artillery, armored trains, and flotilla. Weather does not negate any type of road for strategic movement. Note, during mud weather, other terrain costs apply in minor road hexes, but units can still conduct strategic movement into these hexes. Weather does not negate any type of road. So I think what that means is that it doesn't matter what the weather is, you'll always be able to move along that road for the purpose of strategic movement, because there was a requirement that you have to move along a road while doing strategic movement, and this is just saying that you're never going to be denied the use of any road because of weather. Overrun. Although similar to combat, an overrun is a feature of movement. It is not combat. It is instead an attempt to push an enemy unit aside during movement. A unit does not actually enter a hex while the enemy unit is still there. The entire overrun procedure is performed from an adjacent hex. Units can continue moving after a successful overrun. Units of both players can conduct overruns. An overrun is allowed during the movement phase or motorized movement phase. The hex subjected to an overrun is called the overrun hex. Only one hex can be the object of an overrun at any one time. Eligible units can conduct one or more overruns during their movement if they have sufficient movement points available, and still conduct an attack during the combat phase. Note, an overrun is not a declared attack. Therefore, non-active units cannot conduct reaction movement, receive artillery support, or receive close air support. Neither the overrunning units nor the defending units can receive orders. Haven't learned what that is yet. Any combat unit can be subjected to overrun. Any motorized unit or Soviet but not Axis cavalry unit is eligible to conduct an overrun, except as per Rule 1133. An overrun occurs while the unit or stack is moving. Units conducting an overrun begin movement stacked together and leave behind any non-motorized or other ineligible units. Note, a defending unit or stack could be subjected to an overrun by 2 or more successive enemy units or stacks. After being retreated in an overrun, that same defending force could be the object of additional overrun attempts by the same successful group of overrunning units, or by other groups. Units that cannot conduct an overrun or be part of a stack conducting an overrun include artillery, any non-motorized type, NKVD, no training or doctrine, not sure what that means, any Axis allied unit, no training. Okay. Not sure what that no training means. If that's like an explanation or maybe only some of them, the ones that have no training. Not sure about that. Multiple enemy zones of control. A unit cannot conduct an overrun from a hex that is in the zone of control of enemy units not being overrun. Example 1. An overrun is allowed if the armored regiment moves into Hex A. The only zone of control projected into Hex A is from the Soviet motorized regiment, which is the object of the overrun. Example 2. The armored regiment cannot overrun the Soviet motorized regiment if it moves into Hex B, because both the brigade and the Soviet infantry division project zones of control into the hex. Note, this rule also applies to situations where enemy units in the overrun hex exert no zone of control, but enemy units in one or more adjacent hexes do exert a zone of control into the overrun hex. Okay, got it. Weather and terrain restrictions. An overrun is not allowed where mud conditions apply, where snow conditions apply, and that only applies to Axis units, through a lake or major river hex side, bridged or not bridged, into a fortified belt, citadel, lake, alpine, mountain, city, major city hex, or shallow water. Okay. Units can overrun a marsh or swamp hex only when the hex is frozen, or when moving along the path of a motorway, road, or railroad. Apply a +2 DRM to the overrun table die roll result. Units can conduct an overrun across a fortified line hex side or a strongpoint only when they include a motorized engineer and the basic combat odds are at least 12 to 1. Wow, 12 to 1. What does basic combat odds mean? Additional restrictions. Units cannot conduct an overrun when conducting infiltration movement or one hex movement. When in the same hex as non-participating friendly units, the overrunning unit or stack can exceed the friendly stacking limit in its hex at the moment of conducting the overrun. Design note. Overrun occurs during a movement phase, not at the end. Stacking is tested only at the end of game phases. A friendly unit of any type that is not initially part of the stack conducting the overrun and that already occupies the hex overrunning units are coming from cannot participate in the overrun because it is not currently moving. Okay. That's kind of a question I have, is like if you can like swarm a hex from a bunch of other hexes and then use that hex as the launching point for an overrun. Not sure if that's allowed. It sounds like it might not be. Required minimum. The overrunning units must achieve at least a 5 to 1 odds ratio. Note, a force of less than 5 attack strength points cannot achieve the required minimum 5 to 1 odds, and is therefore not eligible to conduct an overrun. Untried defenders. If the overrun hex contains one or more untried units, turn them to their tried sides after overrun declaration. An untried unit cannot be overrun unless the active force has at least 5 attack strength points. If the defense strength of the overrun hex is now great enough to lower the overrun odds below the 5-to-1 minimum allowed odds, the overrun automatically fails. If a unit with a remove designation is revealed, remove it from the map immediately. If removing a remove unit leaves the overrun hex vacant, the overrun is automatically successful without any friendly loss, but the overrunning units still pay the overrun movement point cost. Attack supply points are not used during overrun. Close air support missions are not allowed. Combined arms bonus and Panzer Division integrity bonus do not apply. Artillery cannot provide support, attack or defense. Procedure. Move the overrunning units adjacent to the overrun hex, paying normal terrain and zone of control costs. Declare the overrun. If the overrunning units begin their movement adjacent to the overrun hex, just declare the overrun. Each overrunning unit pays 1 movement point as the overrun movement point cost, plus the terrain cost for the overrun hex. Pay only the road cost as the terrain cost when the two hexes are connected by a road if the overrunning units remain on the road. There is no additional cost to enter a zone of control extending into the overrun hex from another hex. For example, if the overrun hex is hill terrain, the total movement point cost is 1 movement point to overrun, plus 2 movement points for the hill, for a total of 3 movement points, plus the cost to cross the hex side, if any. Leave the overrunning stack in the hex adjacent to the overrun hex. Total the attack strength of the overrunning unit or stack. Total the defense strengths of all enemy units in the overrun hex. Artillery units use only their defense strengths. Defense strengths of all enemy units in the overrun. Compare the attack strengths of the units conducting the overrun to the defense strength of the units in the overrun hex to determine whether any odds DRMs apply. Okay. Combine any defender disadvantage DRMs with attacker odds DRMs for a total attacker DRM. Offset the total attacker odds DRM with the defender's terrain DRMs. These are cumulative. The net DRM after offsetting cannot exceed +3 or -3. Okay, let me look for this overrun table because this is a bit hard for me to follow. Okay, so the overrun table is on the first player aid bifold, the same one that has the terrain effects chart. It's on the, I think it's on the second page. Yeah, you flip open the bifold. It's on the second page in the bottom left overrun table. So what was this thing saying? Defender. Well, let me look at F first. Compare the attack strengths of the units conducting overrun to the defense strength of the units in the overrun hex to determine whether any odds DRMs apply. Let me look at this. Okay. This one. So if it's 5-to-1, you get a +2, which is bad. If it's 6-to-1, there's no DRM. 7-to-1 or greater, you get a -1, which is good for the attacker. 10-to-1 or greater, you get a -2. 14 to 1, you get a -3, which is good for the attacker. Got that. So that's the odds DRM. Combine any defender disadvantage DRM with attacker odds DRM for total attacker DRM. What's the defender disadvantage DRM? I guess that's this one. Overrun hex has an overrun marker, defender strength of 4 or greater. So defender strength of 4 or greater, that's good for the defender, bad for the attacker. I'm not sure what the overrun marker is, but I think that's the defender DRM. Defender disadvantage DRMs. Well, it's not strict, it's not just disadvantage there. But okay. With attacker odds DRMs for a total attacker DRM. Okay. Well, I mean, that sentence seems a bit odd because this chart shows a number of things. It shows an attacker. It has the attacker odds DRM, but also has attacker conditions DRM, a defender conditions DRM, and an overrun hex terrain DRM. So I think you sum all of these, and the net DRM cannot exceed plus or minus 3. So I think that sentence is a bit maybe out of date. Now roll the die and apply the net DRM to the number rolled. Refer to the overrun table for the result. Any unit lost to satisfy a required step loss result is placed in the cadre box. Units that cannot be rebuilt go to the cannot rebuild box. A unit unable to retreat can be counted as the required step loss. Okay. So if you look at this chart, so this is bad for the attacker. Oh no, it's good for the attacker. Stack in the overrun hex loses 1 step for the stack and is retreated 2 hexes by an overrunning player. Place an overrun marker on the stack. Successful. Units in the overrun hex are retreated 2 hexes by the overrunning player. Place an overrun marker on the stack. Okay. So that's what that marker is. So if a defender has already been overrun once, they're, I guess, more vulnerable to being overrun again. Overrun fails. Overrunning stack ceases movement. Overrun fails. Overrunning stack loses 1 step for the stack and ceases movement. Minimum odds are 5 to 1 in general, but 12 to 1 if the overrun hex contains a fortified line or strong point. That's clear enough. Prohibitions. It's not allowed when mud conditions or snow conditions apply. Not allowed through major river or inland sea lake hex signs. Oh, I read that one already. Not allowed into marsh or swamp. Okay, I read that one as well. Example, the 12th Panzer Division overruns this Soviet 45th Rifle Division. Reduced odds are 17 to 3, which is 5 to 1. The Axis player modifies his roll by +2 and uses the overrun table. +2 because it's 5 to 1. CAB, I think that's just like the combat something bonus, and Panzer Division integrity have no effect. Okay. Got it. A successful result means remove any required step losses. Oh, okay. So like, if you need to do step losses, do the step losses. The active player retreats any remaining defending units 2 hexes. Remove units unable to retreat to the cadre box. Units that cannot be rebuilt go to the cannot rebuild box. Supply dumps, bridge markers, and ferry markers cannot retreat. Remove them and set them aside for reuse. A mobile supply unit suffers the fate of the combat units with which it is stacked, retreat, or removal. The overrunning units move into the now vacated hex. If that hex is in the zone of control of an enemy unit, movement for the overrunning units is finished for the phase, unless they can perform a new overrun against the unit projecting that zone of control. Okay. If the vacated hex is not in an enemy zone of control, the overrunning units can continue moving to the limit of their remaining movement allowance and can conduct additional overruns if they have sufficient movement points available. An overrun fail result means the units conducting the overrun remain in their adjacent hex and cannot move for the remainder of the phase. Remove any overrunning units that exceed the stacking limit at the end of the present movement phase, either movement or motorized movement. The remaining units have the option to conduct combat during the ensuing friendly combat phase. Okay. Why are they oh, the masking was a feature of Air and Armor. So in Air and Armor, you don't have to, I don't think you ever have to remove units for exceeding the stacking limit. They just become masked, meaning they cannot participate in combat into that hex. Or out of that hex, I think. The remaining units have the option to conduct combat during the ensuing friendly combat phase. Okay? If Soviet cavalry participates in a failed overrun, remove one step of loss from that cavalry unit or group of cavalry in addition to any required loss. Overrun markers. Place an overrun marker on defending units that retreat from the overrun hex. A unit with an overrun marker loses its zone of control into all adjacent hexes, is turned to fired status if it is an artillery unit, is not eligible for reaction movement. An overrun or a declared combat against a unit or stack that already has an overrun marker receives a -1 DRM, which is beneficial to the attacker. Headquarters that receive an overrun marker are turned to their non-operational side, whether they remain in play or are placed in the cadre or eliminated box. Remove overrun markers from friendly units during the enemy engineering phase. Got it. Infiltration movement. A unit eligible for infiltration movement can move directly from one enemy zone of control to an adjacent hex also in an enemy zone of control when it starts its movement adjacent to an enemy unit. This can be the zone of control of either the same enemy unit or a different enemy unit. Eligible units. Okay. Directly from... What does that mean, a different enemy unit? Not sure about that. Eligible units. Motorized units, if they have a printed yellow movement allowance of 7 or greater. Cavalry units with a yellow movement allowance. Ski units with a yellow movement allowance. Mountain units. An eligible unit can conduct infiltration movement only in those movement phases where the movement phase chart indicates the unit has its full printed movement allowance available, even if the unit is out of supply. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, so the movement phase chart is on the second player aid bifold. So that's the one with these markers. On the second page at the top left, the movement phase chart. So, yeah, so this is telling you which one has the full movement allowance available. So it can conduct infiltration movement only in those movement phases where the movement phase chart indicates the unit has its full printed movement allowance available. Example, an Axis armor unit moves with 7 movement points in the movement phase, but only 3.5 movement points in its motorized movement phase. It can conduct infiltration movement only during its movement phase. Infiltration movement costs the unit's entire movement allowance. The unit must have sufficient movement allowance to enter the destination hex if it could have entered the hex under regular movement conditions. Disregard the movement point cost to enter an enemy zone of control. Infiltration movement is not allowed into a hex where mud weather conditions apply. It is allowed during all other weather conditions. Ski units can infiltrate only into hexes having snow weather conditions. Infiltration movement is not allowed across fortification hex sides or into hexes containing active enemy fortifications. Special infiltration movement situations. Mountain units can conduct infiltration movement into or out of a hill, mountain, or alpine hex due to their training. Okay, so that's what the bracket means. I think the bracket is an explanation of the rationale for the rule, because I was wondering about that on the previous, on that one. So for this one, it's the rationale is they can't do it because they don't have any training. These ones, they can't do it because they don't have the training or the doctrine. And I think the meaning of the bracket here is different than the meaning of the bracket there. So that's a bit confusing. Anyway, where was I? If a friendly combat unit starts the phase in a destination hex, any unit except green and orange movement allowance units can conduct infiltration movement to enter that hex. The initial friendly unit in the destination hex is free to move elsewhere that same movement phase after the infiltration movement is completed. Interesting. Okay. This seems like a significant rule. So you can slip by with a unit that can do infiltration movement, and then you can have other units that are not infiltration capable follow up. But it would have to wait until the next turn because it has to start the phase in that destination hex. Right, got it. One hex movement. A unit that has enough movement allowance to move into some hexes but not others might be able to use one hex movement to move into a hex that it has insufficient movement allowance to enter. All combat units can conduct one hex movement. They conduct one hex movement only during those movement phases where the movement phase chart indicates the unit has its full printed movement allowance available. One hex movement is allowed only into an adjacent hex. The moving unit cannot have spent any movement points that phase prior to conducting one hex movement. It then spends all its movement points and moves just the one hex. It is not restricted by weather or supply status. It cannot conduct overrun. One hex movement is not allowed across a hex side or into a hex prohibited to the moving unit. See the terrain effects chart. From a hex in an enemy zone of control to an adjacent hex, also in an enemy zone of control. Here, the unit might qualify instead for infiltration movement. And it's not allowed by units with 0 movement allowance or no movement allowance. I'm not sure what the difference is. Oh, maybe it's no printed movement allowance. Map exit. Units may be required to move off the map in order to fulfill scenario victory conditions. A unit can exit during any movement phase in which it is allowed to move. It spends 1 movement point to exit the map from a full hex at the map edge. A partial hex at the edge of the scenario area is not playable. Exited units are not eliminated and do not require general supply. They cannot return to the map and do not count for victory points as eliminated units. After friendly units exit through any hex in a specific exit area, enemy units cannot subsequently enter through or trace supply through any hex of that exit area. I'm not sure what situation that would come up in, but okay. Pre-combat actions. Attack declaration. Combat takes place between adjacent opposing combat units at the active player's option during the combat phase. Combat cannot take place unless it is declared. A player declares his attacks in his attack declaration phase. Place a declared attack marker on each defender hex targeted by an attack. Once an attack is declared, it becomes required. Okay, let me see if I can find one of those declared attack markers. Okay, so they have it on the example. That's what it looks like. Which units can attack? The active player must have friendly units eligible to attack that are adjacent to enemy combat units in defender hexes where attacks are allowed. Friendly units eligible to attack that are adjacent to enemy combat units. Friendly units eligible to attack. All combat units are eligible except units with 0 attack strength, flotillas during storm, units that are still untried unless attacking with a unit with known attack strength greater than 0. Attacking is voluntary. Multiple friendly combat units can be adjacent to an eligible defender hex, but the attacker need not include all of them in a declared attack on the hex. They are not required to attack. Example: friendly units A, B, C, and D are adjacent to an eligible defender hex. An attack is declared using units B and D. Units A and C, also adjacent, are not required to participate. Hexes eligible to be attacked. The enemy-occupied hex contains terrain that allows adjacent friendly combat units to enter the hex and cross the hex side. Example: the defending unit can be attacked by the infantry and armor units because they are able to move into the defender hex. An attacking unit can choose to ignore enemy defending units in adjacent hexes whose zone of control does not extend into the attacker's hex. Example: hexes A and B are potential defender hexes. Because the zone of control of the Soviet units does not extend across the major river hex sides, the Axis unit in Hex C can attack either of the Soviet units without being required to attack both. The Axis unit can cross the hex side. Hexes not eligible to be attacked. A unit cannot attack an unoccupied hex. An attacking unit cannot participate in a declared attack against a hex that it cannot enter, or across a hex side prohibited to its movement by the terrain effects chart. Exception: an armored unit can attack across a major river hex side when attacking with units that are eligible to cross that hex side. Any type of motorized unit can attack a swamp hex if the defending unit projects a zone of control into the hex with the attacking units. Any unit not eligible to enter a swamp hex is halved before combat. Design note: nearly all armored units in this game are mixed arms task forces with various small units attached to them. They are only predominantly armor, not strictly pure armor, and thereby retain most aspects of other types of units mixed with them. Example 1. Dry weather means movement across a sea or lake hex side is prohibited. See the terrain effects chart. No friendly unit can enter the enemy hex through hex side A. Therefore, an attack across this hex side is prohibited. No attack can be declared. Example 2. The enemy-occupied hex contains swamp, and the weather is dry. Even though the friendly armor unit cannot cross hex side A because it is not crossed by a road or railroad, see the terrain effects chart, it can attack that hex at, I think, half strength, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Required attacks. When a unit attacks, all enemy combat units that project a zone of control into the attacking unit's hex are required to be attacked by either that attacking unit or by at least one other eligible attacking unit. If a stack of units is adjacent to enemy units in multiple hexes projecting zones of control into the friendly stack's hex, at least one unit must attack each of the adjacent enemy hexes. Okay. Example. The weather is mud, and all hexes are clear terrain hexes. Soviet units occupy hexes A, C, and D. Axis units occupy hexes B and F. The Soviet armor unit does not project a zone of control into hex B. During mud turns, motorized units only project zones of control into adjacent hexes through hex sides crossed by motorway, roads, or railroads, or into town or city hexes. Okay. The Axis player desires to attack the Soviet armor unit with his units in hexes B and F. Given the current positioning of the units, the infantry unit in hex B could not attack the armor unit in hex A unless it also engages the Soviet unit in hex D. Okay. Because the Axis infantry unit in hex B is in the zone of control of the Soviet infantry unit in hex D, it must attack that hex. When attacking, a unit is required to attack every enemy-occupied hex that projects a zone of control into its hex. If another Axis combat unit with sufficient strength occupied hex E, it could attack the Soviet unit in hex D, thereby freeing the unit in hex B to join in the attack on the Soviet armor unit. The Soviet unit in hex C has no effect because it does not project a zone of control into hex B. It can be ignored or attacked, but if it is attacked, the Soviet unit in hex D, okay, must also be attacked as it projects a zone of control into hex B. Note that because the Soviet artillery unit is in the zone of control of the Axis unit in hex B, it cannot provide artillery support to hex A. Interesting, okay? Multiple hex attacks. 2 or more defender hexes can be targeted in a single attack if the provisions of 1214, 1215, and 1216 are met, and all attacking units are adjacent to all defending units, and all attacking artillery units are in range of one or more of the defender hexes. Okay. Example, in the figure above, the Axis unit in hex B could be designated to attack the Soviet units in A, C, and D because it is adjacent to all 3 units, and it meets the other prerequisites for attack. The Axis unit in hex F could not participate in this attack because it is adjacent to only one of the 3 enemy units, the armor unit in hex A. Okay, I'm a bit confused about how that would be resolved then. Okay, I guess we'll figure that out when they do the combat resolution process. Minimum combat odds. Combat cannot be declared if the initial combat odds are worse than 1 to 4. Odds are checked at the moment the declared attack marker is placed on the defender hex. Where the defender has untried units, assume each has a defense strength of 1 for determination of minimum allowable initial odds. Computing combat odds. Total the attack strengths of adjacent, friendly, non-artillery combat units designated to attack. Adjust for terrain and weather effects on combat strength. Total the defense strengths of all non-artillery combat units in the defender hexes. Divide the total attack strength by the total defense strength to arrive at a combat odds ratio, which is rounded off, always in favor of the defender. Examples: 10 attack strength points against 2 defense points is 5 to 1 odds. 10 to 3 is 3 to 1 odds. 10 to 4 is 2 to 1 odds. 10 to 5 is 2 to 1 odds. And 10 to 6 is 3 to 2 odds. If the initial odds ratio is 1 to 4 or higher, place a declared attack marker on the defender hex. Note: final combat odds may differ and can be at worse than 1 to 4 odds. Soviet mandated attacks. From time to time, Stalin ordered special attacks. These are mandated attacks. These usually occur as a result from the Soviet replacements table, but can be assigned in certain scenarios. Mandated attacks follow the requirements of 12.1, but with the added restrictions shown below. These usually occur. Okay. A mandated attack can be made any turn and need not be made during the same turn it is first required. Mandated attacks can accumulate, so the Soviet player could declare more than one in a single turn. He cannot declare a mandated attack before it is required by a replacements table result. During his attack declaration phase, the Soviet player declares any mandated attacks. He then immediately places a mandated attack marker on each defender hex. He also places a marker on each attacking unit conducting the mandated attack. These are part of this attack and cannot be changed. A mandated attack is also a declared attack. Note: some units may have been moved because of headquarters activation to perform mandated attacks. A mandated attack requires an attack with at least 6 steps of combat units, excluding artillery, and at an initial odds calculation of at least 3 to 2. If axis reaction reduces the final odds, and it still meets minimum combat odds, the attack still qualifies as a mandated attack. If axis reaction reduces the final odds, and it still meets minimum combat odds, the attack still qualifies as a mandated attack. Okay. Not sure what axis reaction is. Not sure what reaction is yet. I think that's later in the rules. An overrun does not fulfill the requirements for a mandated attack. It is not a declared attack. Headquarters doubling effects. For each mandated attack, one operational headquarters doubles its remaining non-interdicted command value during activation. To obtain the doubling for the headquarters, At least one of the units now activated by that headquarters must participate in a mandated attack during the subsequent combat phase. The same headquarters or any other can double every turn there are mandated attacks to fulfill. Okay. The Soviet player is penalized for not making timely mandated attacks. Any turn the Axis player newly captures, not recaptures, one or more scenario victory point locations, even if that location does not currently provide the Axis player any victory points, and still holds it during the administrative segment, all mandated attacks not yet made are converted into victory points. See the victory point schedule for the Axis player. The victory point track is adjusted, and the mandated attacks not yet made marker returns to the 0 box of the Soviet loss/replacement track. Okay. If the number of accumulated mandated attacks on the Soviet loss/replacement track reaches 9, each additional mandated attack immediately converts to an Axis victory point. During the replacements phase, each accumulated mandated attack becomes a +1 DRM to the replacement die roll. For example, 2 mandated attacks not yet made becomes a +2 DRM. So I'm guessing that's bad. Let me look. Okay, so the Soviet replacements table is on the 3rd player aid bifold on the last back page. So I think the lower numbers, infantry type is more. Well, I'm not really sure. I guess a lower number is better? Because you get more infantry? That's more aircraft. That's armor. But that's more strong points. So it looks like it's just more of like a randomizer, but fewer infantry replacements. So in this case, you're getting fewer infantry replacements if you're not doing your mandated attacks. Reaction movement. After attack declaration, the defending non-active player can conduct reaction movement during his reaction phase. Reaction movement allows the defender local reaction to combat. Thus, if the moving player makes no declared attacks, no reaction movement is possible. During his reaction phase, the defender can move any one eligible unit for each defender hex at up to half its movement allowance. See the movement allowance conversion chart. Specialized movement is not allowed during this phase. A unit is eligible if it has red box movement allowance, is within 3 hexes of a defender hex, does not have a fuel shortage or overrun marker on it, does not begin movement in an enemy zone of control or in a defender hex, does not move into or out of a hex in an enemy air zone of interdiction. Additionally, for a Soviet unit to be eligible, it must be within command range of a headquarters with a non-interdicted command point. It cannot be within command range of a non-operational headquarters, and it cannot be an NKVD unit. Design note: NKVD units were not under Army command, and doctrine did not exist to allow such tactical flexibility. With a multi-hex combat, multiple reacting units could move to the same combat, but only one reacting unit can move into a defender hex. Reaction need not be into the defender hex of the combat that triggered it, or even toward any combat. A reacting unit can enter a hex adjacent to an attacking enemy unit only if entering a hex already occupied by a friendly combat unit, including a defender hex. It cannot force creation of an additional combat. When the reacting unit enters an enemy zone of control, it does not pay the movement point cost to enter an enemy zone of control. Instead, it stops for the remainder of that phase. Orders markers. Both players have the option to place an orders marker regarding retreats for each declared attack. No retreat or an additional retreat marker. A no retreat or an additional retreat marker. A single orders marker placed on any hex of a multiple hex combat applies to all friendly hexes in that combat. All friendly units in that combat will have the same order. A different hex in the same combat cannot have a different order. Refer to Rule 15.52 and 16.45 for the impact of orders markers. Okay, so we haven't gotten to that yet. The defender issues orders during his reaction phase, after defensive artillery support has been added. The attacker issues his during the combat phase before resolving any combat. Okay, so the attacker can also do that. Okay, interesting. Orders placement. Both players. Place all orders markers face down. Reveal them as each combat is resolved. The defender can place an orders marker of either type only where the defender hex includes eligible terrain. Eligible terrain is woods, alpine, mountain, city, major city, or any type of friendly active fortification. Exception, citadel. Okay, so this is like the desperate or determined defense thing in the Mark Simonich games. Include towns when weather causes the town to give a DRM for defense. Where there is more than one defender hex in a single combat, the order can be placed if at least one of the defender hexes includes eligible terrain. The attacker can place an orders marker of either type only in a combat where the defender has already placed orders. He can place orders without qualifying terrain in the hexes his units occupy when the defender has placed orders. He can place orders without qualifying terrain in the hexes his units occupy when the defender has placed orders. Okay. Why does it specify when the defender has placed orders if the attacker can only ever place an orders marker? Oh, where? No, yeah. Yeah, the first sentence specifies that you can, as the attacker, you can only place an orders marker when the defender has already placed orders. So then why does it add this qualifier at the end here, when the defender has placed orders? That seems a bit odd. An additional retreat orders marker cannot be placed on hexes where mud conditions apply. An additional retreat orders marker cannot be placed on hexes where mud conditions apply. Okay. Orders markers do not apply to units with a movement allowance of 0. If an orders marker is placed on one hex in a multiple unit combat, apply it to all hexes for that side in that combat, and to all those units as a group. Separate orders are not placed on different units in the same combat. This seems like a repetition of what he said earlier. If a multiple combat situation, each with multiple separate and different orders, becomes just one combat, now multi-hex, The defender removes the conflicting orders of his choice so that only one orders marker remains. That one I'd like to see an example of. How does it become just one combat? Orders markers cannot be placed in an enemy air zone of interdiction, but Citadel and NKVD effects still apply. These are effects, not orders as issued by a headquarters. Okay, I don't know what those are yet. I'll have to wait. Soviet retreat orders placement. Soviet orders markers require Soviet headquarters command points. At least one of the Soviet hexes in that combat must be within the command range of an operational headquarters that has an available non-interdicted command point to issue the order. It cannot be within the command range of a non-operational headquarters. Non-operational headquarters cannot issue orders. The non-operational headquarter effect takes precedence over operational headquarters. Okay, so I guess that means if you're in range of both, then the non-operational one takes precedence. An NKVD unit occupying qualified terrain automatically gives a no retreat orders marker to that hex without requiring an HQ command point. Place revealed no retreat orders markers on these hexes. These cannot be removed by a non-operational headquarters. They can, however, be removed by an operational headquarters. Removed, okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that rule yet. Artillery. Artillery units can participate in combat from either adjacent or non-adjacent hexes with their support strength added to the total friendly combat strength. Artillery must be within range of the defender hex when conducting artillery support. Artillery support. Only eligible artillery units can conduct artillery support, attacking or defending. Artillery units are not required to contribute support strength. Eligibility requirements. The artillery unit conducts support only in conjunction with friendly combat units in a declared attack. The artillery unit of either side can be within range of any one of the defender hexes in that one combat. If the number of hexes from the artillery unit to the defender hex does not exceed the unit's printed range, it can support. When counting range, do not count the artillery unit's hex, but do count the defender hex, enemy or friendly. Regardless of its general supply state, each attacking artillery unit is required to trace a line of communication to an attack supply point, providing attack supply to that combat. Regardless of its general supply state. Okay. Defender artillery in an enemy zone of control cannot offer support to friendly units in another hex. Artillery support strength. Once a player commits an artillery unit to support, that unit cannot transfer its support strength to any other combat. Add that artillery unit's support strength to the friendly unit strength in that combat and recompute combat odds. Turn the artillery unit over to its fired side at the conclusion of that combat. See also 13.42b note. Turn the artillery back to its active side during either player's engineering phase. Support strength limit. A single artillery unit can support only one combat within its range per combat phase. It cannot split its strength, lend unused points to other artillery units, or accumulate unused points for use on a later turn. Okay. In any combat, attacker support strength cannot exceed unadjusted attack strength. Attacker support strength cannot exceed attack strength, and defender support strength cannot exceed unadjusted defense strength. Excess support strength points of the same unit are not available for this phase. Excess support strengths of the same unit are not available for this phase. Note, if separate combats, each with separate artillery support, become just one combat, now a multi-hex, any excess support strength is lost. Axis unit combination limits. Up to 4 artillery units of any type can combine their support strength to provide support, attacking or defending. Axis super heavy artillery units do not count against the 4-unit limit. Soviet unit combination limits. Only one coast defense or field artillery unit can provide artillery support, attacking or defending. The limit increases to a maximum of 2 units if both are within command range of the same non-interdicted headquarters and not within the command range of a non-operational headquarters, or they're in the same defender hex, or one can be in the defender hex while the other is within range of the defender hex and in command range. Note, a non-operational headquarters does not allow combining since it has only a recovery value, not a command value. Up to 2 rocket units can be added in addition to the 1 or 2 artillery unit limit. The rockets do not need to be within command range. As many Soviet railroad artillery units and naval artillery, see the naval module, as desired can be added in addition to other artillery if all are within command range of an operational headquarters. These do not need to be stacked with other artillery types to be included. Terrain effects. Artillery is not halved when it supports across a major river hex side or from swamp. Artillery units supporting into a non-frozen swamp are halved. Artillery can conduct support across lake or sea hex sides. Artillery in a defender hex or an enemy zone of control. When one or more artillery units are the only unit type defending together, use only their total defense strength. They cannot provide support to themselves or any other defender hex. When an artillery unit occupies a defender hex with any non-artillery combat unit, it provides support only for the defense of its hex and does not use its defense strength. Artillery units in the defender hex that are not qualified to contribute their support strengths contribute their defense strengths instead. An artillery unit in a defender hex or attacker's hex is subject to all combat results. When attacking and in an enemy zone of control, an artillery unit can support only an attack on the enemy units that project a zone of control onto its hex, the owner's choice if there is more than one attack against these. The owner of the artillery, presumably. Special situations. Axis Allied artillery. Unless located in the defender hex, Axis Allied artillery units provide defense support at half strength, to drop any fractions, to any nationality, including their own. German artillery is not reduced. No more than 2 Axis Allied artillery units can combine to provide defense support in a single declared attack. Okay. Up to 2 German artillery units can combine, attacking or defending, with Axis Allied artillery, in addition to the 2 Axis Allied limit. Rocket artillery. Rocket artillery units have an A following their support strength. This means that they use their support strength only when supporting an attack. They cannot support a defender. Up to 2 attacking rocket artillery units can stack above the stacking limit. Up to 2 attacking rocket artillery units can stack above the stacking limit. Regardless of the combat result or whether the attacker had a no retreat order, they either retreat or are eliminated after combat. They cannot advance after combat. All attacking Soviet rocket units, regardless of whether they're stacked above the stacking limit, and even if they're not required to retreat by the actual combat result, nevertheless are required to retreat after combat, or they are eliminated after combat. Axis attacking rocket units may also optionally be retreated. Interesting. Railroad artillery. A railroad artillery unit can move only when on its mobile side. It moves exactly like an armored train, with a gray movement allowance, in either the movement phase or the motorized movement phase, but not both. It does not use railroad capacity. A railroad artillery unit functions in combat exactly like super heavy artillery. It has both mobile and firing modes and changes mode by the same procedure. Super heavy artillery. Super heavy artillery units possess the heaviest of the artillery pieces, including the monster weapons designed to reduce fortifications to rubble. Super heavy artillery movement. Super heavy artillery can enter a hex only through a hex side crossed by a main road, minor road, motorway, or railroad. Movement is allowed along connected minor road hexes only during dry or frost weather turns. Strategic movement is allowed. A super heavy artillery unit can move, including using railroad movement, only when it is on its mobile side. Super heavy artillery mode. All Axis super heavy artillery units have only one step. The 2 sides of the counters instead show different modes. The front side is the mobile side, with a blank range box and 0 support strength. Units on their mobile sides can move, but they cannot provide support to declared attacks. The back side represents the firing mode, with printed range, support strength, and attack DRM. Units in firing mode cannot move. Super heavy artillery units change modes during the friendly engineering phase. If the super heavy artillery unit did not move during the previous friendly movement phase, it can change from mobile mode to firing mode. It can then provide support next turn. If the super heavy artillery unit is in firing mode during the engineering phase, it can change to mobile mode during the engineering phase and move during the next friendly movement phase. Note: Axis super heavy artillery does not have a fired mode because their sides are used to indicate mobile or firing modes. Use fired artillery markers to indicate they have fired. Super heavy artillery and railroad artillery units have an A following their support strength. This means they cannot provide support strength or die roll modifiers when defending. They contribute only their defense strength when occupying defender hexes. Axis super heavy artillery does not count against the artillery combination limit. Any number of super heavy artillery units can be included. Each super heavy artillery unit contributes its support strength and die roll modifier only to attacks where the defender hex contains any type of fortification. The die roll modifiers supplied by attacking super heavy artillery and engineer units combined cannot exceed the defense die roll modifiers for qualifying terrain in the defender hex. Interesting. Okay. So at the most, you can cancel out any defender bonus from terrain, which I guess I would imagine includes fortifications. I'm guessing that fortifications are part of qualifying terrain. Super heavy artillery units in firing mode cannot retreat. Super heavy artillery bombardment. When at least one Axis super heavy artillery unit is included in a supplied declared attack on an active fortification, the Axis player has the option to conduct bombardment. He conducts bombardment first, after he has spent his attack supply, but before the strengths of both sides are calculated for regular combat. Super heavy artillery units cannot attack by themselves. Soviet super heavy artillery units cannot conduct bombardment. So is bombardment instead of this contributing its support strength? And what are these? So is contributing its support strength different from the DRM? Use the super heavy artillery effects table to determine bombardment effects before resolving combat, but after commitment of air, artillery, and reaction. Use the table only when attacking an enemy fortification. Okay, let me look for this table. Okay, well, I just spent a few minutes looking through the stuff in the box, and I cannot find anything listed as a super heavy artillery effects table. There are 3 bifold player aids, right? Where do we got this? 1, 2, and 3. I looked through all of them. I don't see anything that says super heavy artillery effects table. So then I was thinking, well, maybe there is no super heavy artillery in this game. Maybe it's just in Army Group Center and Army Group South, or one of the other games. But then I looked through the counters, and the Germans, you'll see, they do have these 2 super heavy artillery, because if you look at the guide, that's what super heavy artillery looks like on its move mode and its firing mode. So the Axis do have super heavy artillery. The Soviets, as far as I could tell, they do not have super heavy artillery. So it looks like it's just these 2 units. So then my next thought is maybe they just forgot to include it on one of these player aids, or maybe it's somewhere else that I haven't looked. I mean, maybe it's on the map. Would it be on the map? Let me try looking on the map. Okay, well, yeah, I can't. The closest thing I found is on the Leningrad inset map. There's this Leningrad bombardment table, and it lists the relevant rule as being PB 513. I'm not sure what rule book that is referring to, if that's like a scenario rule or something, but this doesn't seem to be the same thing as what it's referring to here, so I'm not really sure. I'll have to look on Board Game Geek to figure out what that artillery effects table is. Anyway, so yeah, use the super heavy artillery effects table to determine bombardment effects before resolving combat, but after commitment of air, artillery, and reaction. Use the table only when attacking an enemy fortification. When more than one super heavy artillery unit conducts bombardment against one target, combine all into just one resolution of the table. Apply only the single best DRM listed below the table. These are repeated on the unit's firing mode side. Super heavy artillery units not listed still use the table, but do not have a DRM on the table. Only those super heavy artillery units with an asterisk for strength can destroy citadels or fortified lines. They cannot destroy strongpoints or fortified belt hexes. Those with only an asterisk for support strength apply only a DRM to the combat, not support strength. Only a DRM to the combat, not support strength. Got it. Apply all bombardment effects prior to resolution of regular combat. The super heavy artillery bombardment occurs first. Bombardment results. No result means the super heavy artillery unit had no effect. The fortification die roll modifier cancellation does not take effect. Fortifications are not destroyed or suppressed. Suppressed means the citadel is not destroyed, but for each firing super heavy artillery unit, it cancels one fortification plus one die roll modifier in the hex. Okay. Destroyed means the citadel or fortified line is destroyed permanently if an asterisk strength super heavy artillery unit was firing. Otherwise, the citadel or fortified line is suppressed. And if it's a strong point or fortified belt, it's suppressed. Okay? Results of 3 or less allow attacking Axis units to disregard asterisk results on the CRT in the ensuing declared attack die roll. With table results of 1 or less, apply the 3 or 2 line results and apply 1 defender step of loss in addition to any citadel destroyed step loss. The defender chooses this step of loss. A citadel can be destroyed only once. Bombardment results take effect immediately, before the regular combat is resolved. Regardless of the bombardment result, firing units do not take any step loss, even if adjacent. Any super heavy artillery support strengths still apply in regular combat odds calculation. When the citadel is destroyed, each super heavy artillery or coast defense artillery unit in the defender hex is reduced by 1 step. Place a citadel or fortified line destroyed marker on the hex to show that the citadel or fortified line is destroyed. A scenario may indicate the number of times certain super heavy artillery units can provide support. This is recorded by using the ammo level markers on the loss/replacement track. Unless otherwise stated, start each unit's ammo level marker on the 4 box. Move it down 1 box each time the unit provides support or conducts bombardment. Once a unit's ammo marker reaches 0, it cannot fire again until provided with new ammo. See the scenario rules. Okay, I found the super heavy artillery effects table. It was on the back of the card for scenario 1. So if I look at this, procedure: roll 1 die and apply the super heavy DRMs listed below. All effects are applied prior to combat resolution. Step losses may result in reduced artillery support and or increased final odds. Loss of defensive DRMs may alter final combat results. If the last defender step is removed by the Super Heavy Art Effects chart die roll, omit the remaining steps of the declared attack combat and advance attacking units into the defender's hex up to the stacking limit if desired. I see. So you've got a DRM for these different types of super heavy artillery. Oh, I got a picture. That's cool. Oh, wow, that's a... Okay. So you die roll, I guess you roll a 1d10. 8 or more is no result. 4 to 7 is suppressed. 3 to 2 destroyed if the super heavy artillery has an asterisk, otherwise suppressed when firing at citadel and fortified line. All other fortifications suppressed. 1 or less. In addition to the results above, 1 defender step is removed. Okay, and that's just the different effects. Got it. Special DRM, Brest Citadel. Okay. +3 DRM is bad. That makes it more likely to be no result. Got it. Okay. Limited artillery supply. Artillery of both sides may require spending an extra attack supply point in order to provide defense support for the defender hex. Okay. Limited artillery supply conditions begin with the second frost turn during frost climate. Once begun, the requirement remains in effect for the rest of the scenario, or until the next dry climate begins. When limited artillery supply conditions exist, an artillery unit cannot provide defense support unless it can trace a line of communication to a friendly attack supply point. During the resolution of each combat where an attack supply point allows defense support, the owner rolls the die and checks the limited artillery supply table. If the result is spend 1 attack supply point, then remove the designated mobile supply unit. Or if a dump was used, reduce the dump by 1 attack supply point. As many artillery units as are able to trace supply to the attack supply point can draw from the same attack supply point. Note the limited supply table die roll modifiers. Or each can draw from different attack supply points, and the die is rolled separately for each attack supply point. An attack supply point not spent can be rolled against in the next combat. Okay, let me look for this limited artillery supply table. Okay, so the limited artillery supply table is on the 3rd player aid bifold on the back last page in the top right corner. So I guess you roll a d10 on a 1 to 4, none spent, 5+, spend 1 attack supply point. Roll once for each designated attack supply point die roll modifier. +1 if there are 2 artillery units tracing to the attack supply point. +2 if there are 3 artillery units tracing. So I guess what this means is on a 1 to 4 you can use the artillery and you don't need to spend an attack supply point. On a 5 or more you have to spend. So you want to roll low, it seems like. Note, if there are 4 more artillery units tracing the supply... Okay, so you gotta... Right. Oh, that's a nice, cool, interesting picture. Yeah, okay. Note, attacking artillery already requires an attack supply point already designated for the attack and does not separately require supply under this rule. Air power. Air units represent the tactical aircraft used by both sides. Each air unit equals one fighter or bomber group of 40 to 70 aircraft. Both sides have dummy air units with no aircraft to aid in deceiving the opponent concerning the content of an air mission or interception. Air units. There are three types of air units: fighters, bombers, and transports. Air units do not have steps like ground units, and therefore cannot be taken as losses in ground combat. They are subject instead to losses from air combat or anti-aircraft fire. Design note. All air units have their aircraft type marked on the counter. This is usually for historical reference. But units are also differentiated for limited and unlimited ranged flight by aircraft type. The Soviets usually employed more than one aircraft type in their air formations, so the type listed in the prevailing type is the prevailing type in that unit. Air unit classification. Mission units. Bomber and transport air units are always mission units. Mission units cannot initiate air combat. Firing units. All fighter units not declared as mission units are firing units. If both players have air units in the mission hex and one or more firing units are present, interception may occur. Interception is air combat. Okay, so I think a mission... Okay, right. So mission encompasses both ground attack and transport. Got it. It was a bit confusing because it seems like such a generic term. Okay. Dual-purpose air units. Some fighter units on both sides possess both close air support ratings and interdiction ratings, in addition to their air combat rating. In any close air support mission where dual-purpose fighters are revealed, the owner declares whether those fighters are mission units or firing units at the moment the units are revealed, meaning are they going to be attacking the ground or are they going to be fighting in the air? The declaration is irreversible. In any interdiction mission where enemy fighters are present, the owner declares first whether each fighter is serving as a mission unit or a firing unit. Okay. Store air units in the appropriate box of the air unit status track whenever they are not in use. The capacity of each box is unlimited. Okay, do I have that? Where is it? I can't find it right now. Okay, that's fine. A player can conduct missions or intercept enemy air missions with air units from the ready box as he desires each turn. An air unit is not available to conduct a mission unless it is in the ready box. Okay. Note, multiple air unit nationalities can be present in a mission unless restricted by scenario rules. Air missions. An air unit can conduct one of the following air missions each turn: close air support, interdiction, or air transport. An air unit performing one of these air missions is called a mission unit. Oh, so a mission includes interdiction. Oh, I guess interdiction would be interdiction of ground units? Note, in games where the naval module rules are in play, add the naval movement interdiction and shipping attack missions. Only those air units, actual or dummy, that are in the ready box after air readiness is checked can perform an air mission. The maximum number of air units, including dummy air units, that can be allocated to a single air mission or to a single hex is 3 active player air units or 3 non-active Axis air units, or 2 non-active Soviet air units. What does active mean? Active is one of those boxes? Let me look. Okay, so the player cards, they have this concept of an active box, but that's not what this is talking about. Instead, they have this ready box, and that's where the planes go when they can perform air missions, the ready box. So I think active here means active player. So presumably this means that the non-active player, what other games might call the non-phasing player, or the player that does not currently have initiative, it seems like there are going to be rules that allow them to use air units during the active player's turn. That's my guess. So in this case, when the Soviet player is the active player, they can deploy 3 air units to a single air mission, but when they're not the active player, they can only deploy 2 air units. I think that's how to interpret that. Air units assigned to conduct a single air mission can include fighter and dummy air units that are not capable of conducting the mission. Okay, I guess that means they can like escort or something. Example, fighter air units can be sent as escort for mission air units. Okay, yeah. When conducting an air mission, the owning player, active or non-active, places his places his air units in the hex he desires to be the mission hex. He does not move them hex by hex across the map. Exception 14.7. We haven't gotten to that yet. A mission hex is the location on the map where a player chooses to place his air units for their air mission. Range limitations. A mission hex for the following air unit types cannot be more than 25 hexes away, measured like artillery range, from any friendly supply source, town, city, or major city hex that is in general supply during the supply status phase. Okay. Axis single engine air units. Oh, so this restriction of not being more than 25 hexes away only applies to the following air unit types. Axis single engine air units, any Axis air units performing close air support missions, all Soviet air units of any type, except the Soviet long-range bombers TB3 and DB3. Transport air units can conduct air transport missions only up to a range of 60 hexes. All other Axis air units and Soviet TB3 and DB3 air units can conduct missions in any hex without considering range. Axis single-engine air units are the following types: BF-109E, BF-109F, JU-87, HS-123, B-534, CR-42, IAR-80, MC-200, PZL, P-11. Okay. Design note. Soviet doctrine called for fighters to be located within a range of 120 kilometers from the front lines, and designed them to be able to operate within a range of 200 kilometers. Place air units upside down on their mission hex. Their identity and strength is unknown to the enemy player until air combat is conducted. Air unit mission allocation. The active player moves air units from his ready box and places up to 3 air units face down on each mission hex or in the naval movement interdiction box. See the naval module. Okay. These can be any combination of mission and firing units. A non-active Axis player can move up to 3 air units or a non-active Soviet player can move up to 2 air units from his ready box and place them face down on any mission hexes. But during which phase is that? Is that just prior to combat? Or at any time? Okay. Resolving air missions. After all missions and interception of those missions for both sides have been designated, resolve each mission one mission at a time. For each mission hex, the active player reveals his units and declares them to be mission units or firing units. Then the non-active player does the same. Then conduct air combat. And then finally, anti-aircraft fire is conducted against surviving mission air units. Completion of mission. As units complete their mission for the turn, place them in their flown box. Air combat or anti-aircraft fire results might cause them to be placed instead in the damaged or destroyed boxes. Air units as firing units that accompany mission units and do not engage enemy air units in air combat also go to their flown box upon completion of the air mission, but their owner immediately conducts the air readiness procedure for each. A unit that fails remains in the flown box. If it passes, move it to the ready box. Note, this is an important change from previously published editions of these standard rules. Air combat. When air units move to a hex containing enemy air units, air combat may occur between those units if either or both players have firing air units. If there are no firing air units, there is no air combat. Air initiative in air combat. Before air combat begins, players first determine whether one side has air initiative. Air initiative determines the order in which firing units are placed in air combat. Preparation. Both sides turn over all their air units in the hex to their front sides. Remove dummy air units to the flown box. Declare firing units and mission units. For interdiction procedure, the Axis player declares first. For close air support and air transport missions, the active player declares mission units first before any air combat. In all cases, the active player uses the air initiative table to determine other air combat conditions, such as which friendly firing units will have combat with enemy air units. Okay, let me look for that table. Okay, so it's on the first player aid bifold on the third page in the top left corner, air initiative table. So you roll a d10. On a 1, it's Axis initiative, Axis local tactical advantage, no air combat, all firing air units return to their flown box, mission air units continue. Soviet initiative. Okay, well, I don't know what initiative or tactical advantage mean yet, so keep reading. So the active player uses the air initiative table to determine other air combat conditions, such as which friendly firing units will have combat with enemy air units. I don't see how that table does that. I guess I'll have to keep reading. If a player has only mission units, he cannot have air initiative or local tactical advantage. His opponent receives initiative instead. Roll the die and refer to the air initiative table. Results are no air combat, meaning no air combat occurs. The firing units go to their flown box and immediately apply Rule 14.26b. Mission units conduct their mission after possible anti-aircraft fire. Or another possible result on the air initiative table is the air initiative result. Conduct the air combat procedure with the side indicated by the table as having air initiative. One side may also have local tactical advantage. Note: if air combat occurs, all firing units go to the flown, damaged, or destroyed box after air combat, depending upon the air combat result. Air combat procedure. Air combat occurs when one air unit fires on another air unit, the target being either a mission unit or an enemy firing unit. Okay. Selection. The player having air initiative selects those enemy air units that his air units will fight. First, he assigns a single friendly firing unit to each enemy firing unit that is present. Second, he assigns a single friendly firing unit to each enemy mission unit present. Okay. Concentration. If one player has more firing units than the other player has units present, excess firing units can be assigned to any enemy air unit. All enemy units must have an attacker assigned to them before determining whether there are any excess units. Units attacked by more than one enemy unit fire at only the first attacker. Firing. All firing is simultaneous, so all units fire before applying results. Subtract the target unit's air combat rating from that of the firing unit to determine the rating difference. The owner then rolls the die and refers to the column on the air combat table which equals the difference in rating for the air combat result. Where multiple firing units concentrate on a single defender, all excess firing units will fire before applying any results. Example: a BF-109F with a rating of 4 firing at a MiG-3 with a rating of 2 uses the +2 column of the air combat table. The MiG-3 returns fire using the -2 column. Okay, let me look for this table. Okay, so the table is right next to same player aid. This is the air initiative table, and right next to it is the air combat table. So there's the air combat differential, and then the results are damaged, aborted, destroyed. Okay, well, I'll learn more about that. Here. Local tactical advantage. If the player with local tactical advantage has any unengaged firing units after the initial round of combat, he can select a new target for each of them. If the player with local tactical advantage has any unengaged firing units after the initial round of combat, he can select a new target for each of them. An engaged enemy air unit cannot be chosen as a new target. To be unengaged, a firing unit will have forced its initial round air opponent to return to the air unit status track. Regardless of air unit type, targets of local tactical advantage fire cannot return fire. Now resolve each new air combat. I see. Okay. So if I look at these, okay, let's keep reading for the air combat results. So I think what that means is that if you do one round and you kill some of the enemy units, then you can take your units that killed those other enemy units and then reassign them. But you can only do that if you have local tactical advantage. Okay. Surviving mission units will continue the mission. Place all surviving firing units in the flown box. Okay. Air combat results. Refer to the air combat table and apply air combat results to each combat. Air units affected by air combat results are returned to their respective air unit status cards. The results are: A, aborted units go to the flown box. D, damaged units go to the damaged box. X, eliminated units go to the destroyed box. Dash, no result. Mission air units remain in the hex, and firing air units go to the flown box. Okay, let me look at this table, see if there's anything else here. Yeah, so this seems to just repeat what the rules say. Right. Got it. Okay. Anti-aircraft fire. After the completion of all air combat, surviving mission units undergo anti-aircraft fire from eligible units. Anti-aircraft fire may damage or drive away enemy air units. Anti-aircraft fire comes from the mission hex and all 6 surrounding hexes. If any unit in those hexes is eligible, anti-aircraft fire takes place. Otherwise, there is no anti-aircraft fire, and the mission units conduct their missions. Resolve anti-aircraft fire against mission units, not firing units, using the anti-aircraft fire table. Okay, let me look for that. Okay, so that is right next to the other air combat tables. So there's the air initiative table, the air combat table. Here's the anti-aircraft fire table. So I guess you roll a d10, and then you've got DRMs that can push it above 10. If all firing units are out of supply. Okay, firing at an IL-2. Firing at an SB. I'm not sure what an SB is. I guess that's a type of unit. Note, no anti-aircraft fire is allowed if the mission hex and all 6 surrounding hexes contain only cavalry units. Exception, German cavalry. No enemy units or only non-combat units. Only Soviet non-anti-aircraft or non-headquarters units of less than division size, or only Axis units that have no zone of control. Okay. I'm not sure I understand this, because I would think you would just roll if you have anti-aircraft units present. But I guess other units are capable. Oh, here we go. So if I look at the rules, units eligible to conduct anti-aircraft fire. So it's not just anti-aircraft units that can do it. Interesting. Okay. I think I read this one already. Yeah. Units eligible to conduct anti-aircraft fire. Axis units eligible. Most combat units, see below for those that cannot. And naval units. Axis units that are not eligible include Axis allied cavalry units. German cavalry units are eligible. Flotillas. Units with no zone of control bands except anti-aircraft units. And non-combat units. Okay. Soviet units eligible include all division-size non-cavalry units, anti-aircraft units, headquarters, and naval units. Soviet units not eligible include cavalry units, flotillas, units of less than division size other than anti-aircraft units or headquarters units, and non-combat units. To resolve anti-aircraft fire, each player fires once against each enemy mission unit in the mission hex, regardless of the number of eligible ground units. Oh wow, that's interesting. Apply the die roll modifiers listed with the anti-aircraft fire table. Aborted mission units go to the flown box. Damaged mission units go to the damaged box. Destroyed mission units go to the destroyed box. Positive and negative anti-aircraft die roll modifiers can never be greater than +2 or -2 before netting out a final anti-aircraft die roll modifier to apply to the anti-aircraft fire die roll. Okay. For example, an Axis Ju-87 air unit with an anti-aircraft die roll modifier of -1 conducts a close air support mission against a hex in range of 1 Soviet headquarters and 2 Soviet anti-aircraft units. The Soviet player has an initial +3 die roll modifier, but it is reduced to +2 to comply with the +2 die roll modifier limit. The Axis -1 die roll modifier is netted out, leaving a +1 die roll modifier to be applied to the Soviet anti-aircraft fire die roll against the Ju-87 air unit. I see. Okay, so you do that. You collapse it to 2 or -2 before you net the positive and before you add the positive and negative DRMs together. Interesting. Okay. Mission units that survive anti-aircraft fire perform their mission and then go to the flown box. Close Air Support Mission. The Close Air Support Mission represents aircraft providing direct support to ground units in combat, thereby allowing them an advantage in that combat. Air units of both players that have a Close Air Support rating can conduct Close Air Support missions. First, the attacker and then the defender assign all desired air units from the ready box to Close Air Support missions. Okay. Exception. Soviet air units cannot conduct close air support missions within range of a non-operational headquarters. Placement. Only one mission is allowed per combat during each combat phase. Any in-range hex under a declared attack marker can be a close air support mission hex. Where more than one defender hex is involved in a single attack declaration, the mission air units need only to reach any one of the defender hexes. The attacking player allocates his close air support missions first, and then the defending player allocates his close air support missions. Air units remaining in a mission hex after air combat and anti-aircraft fire will affect ground combat with their close air support ratings. If all remaining mission units belong to one side, attacker or defender, the total of the close air support ratings is the close air support die roll modifier for the combat die roll. If both attacker and defender mission units remain in the defender hex, net the opposing close air support rating points. This is the net close air support die roll modifier for the combat die roll. Note, if more than one hex that has close air support mission units becomes just one combat, now multi-hex, combine them and net the die roll modifiers. After each combat, place all mission air units assigned to that declared attack in the flown box. Interdiction mission. Only those Axis air units that have an interdiction rating can conduct interdiction. Soviet units may also have an interdiction rating, but this is available only under optional rules as described in the playbooks. Conduct interdiction missions during the air phase of the strategic segment. Procedure. The Axis player allocates his air units to interdiction missions per Rule 14.24 as the active player. The Soviet player can place interceptor air units against those missions as the non-active player. After all missions have been designated, resolve air combat, then anti-aircraft fire. The mission hex for an interdiction mission can be any in-range hex. Mission units remaining after air combat and anti-aircraft fire cause an interdiction marker to be placed in the mission hex. The marker indicates either interdiction level 1 or 2. Determine the interdiction level by totaling the interdiction ratings of the remaining mission air units. If the total is 1, the interdiction level is 1. If the total is 2 or more, the interdiction level is 2. After placing an interdiction marker, place the mission units in the flown box. Interdiction of either level creates a zone of interdiction. A zone of interdiction consists of the mission hex and the 6 adjacent hexes. Friendly zones of interdiction can overlap. Add them together in the overlap area, but the maximum interdiction level allowed in any hex is 2. Restrictions within a zone of interdiction do not apply in hexes containing woods. Interdiction does not affect movement across a bridge, although the road rate may be affected. Oh, and interdiction does not affect movement across a bridge marker or a ferry marker. Got it. Zone of interdiction effects on enemy units. A unit conducting railroad movement or armored train movement through a zone of interdiction spends 12 railroad movement points per interdicted hex. Flotillas pay an additional 3 flotilla movement points to enter any interdicted hex. A unit cannot begin strategic movement in a zone of interdiction. A unit cannot enter a zone of interdiction using strategic movement. Instead, it stops its strategic movement in the hex before the zone of interdiction. The road of any type, movement rate, is not allowed in a zone of interdiction. Exception: road movement rates still apply within a zone of interdiction where roads and motorway are in hexes with woods, and for bridges where one or both of the 2 adjacent hexes have woods. Okay? Air transport missions that begin or end on a hex in a zone of interdiction are subject to anti-aircraft fire, calculated as 1 anti-aircraft unit per interdiction level, plus any anti-aircraft units within range. Okay. But what, I thought you only roll once. When we were talking about anti-aircraft, you only rolled once, no matter how many anti-aircraft units were present. So I'm not sure what that means. Like, you roll multiple times on the table? Oh, is there a DRM if you have multiple anti-aircraft units? No, I don't see any DRMs for having multiple anti-aircraft units present. So I'm not sure the effect of that. Okay? I'll have to ask about that. There is no additional effect where zones overlap. A zone of interdiction does not affect supply routes or bridge or ferry markers that are already placed on the map. Zone of interdiction affects reaction movement. Zone of interdiction affects placement of retreat orders. Within a zone of interdiction, any level of air interdiction reduces the number of artillery units that are able to provide artillery support to 1 per combat. Within a zone of interdiction, any level of air interdiction reduces the number of artillery units that are able to provide artillery support to 1 per combat. Okay. One supplied in-range artillery unit can always support a combat, even if all available artillery is interdicted. Example: in dry weather, hex 1829 is interdicted and receives a level 1 interdiction marker. An enemy unit begins in hex 1729, which is not impacted by interdiction effects due to the woods, and wishes to move directly along the motorway into hex 1828. Okay. Without the interdiction, the cost along the road is 1 movement point. But now, the road rate cannot be used, and the bridge between 1829 and 1928 is also interdicted. The cost will be 3 movement points for the 2 clear terrain hexes, ignoring the road, and the cost of crossing the river without a bridge. However, there is an alternate route, shown by the dashed line, via hex 1828, which is woods, and hence the bridge between 1829 and 1828, 1829 and 1828, yep, can still be used. The cost is 2.5 movement points for the 2 clear terrain hexes as before, but the bridge is used, and the road in hex 1828 provides cover from interdiction and allows its half movement point road rate to be used. I see. So if you went straight across, then because this is open, clear ground, you don't get to use the roads. But if you're going into the woods, if the road is going through the woods, then you do get to get the road bonus. Got it. Axis zone of interdiction effects on Soviet headquarters. Reduce the command value of each Soviet headquarters unit within the zone of interdiction by an amount equal to the sum of all interdiction levels that affect their hex, with a maximum of 2. Headquarters command values might be reduced to 0 for those headquarters with 1 or 2 command points. Each decrease in command value reduces or eliminates the following headquarters capabilities: Soviet activation of non-motorized units, exception guards units, making motorized units eligible for reaction movement, issuing retreat orders, removing 1 mandatory no retreat, and allowing 2 artillery units within command range of a headquarters to contribute their support strengths to a given combat. Okay. The Soviet headquarters might become non-operational. Immediately after all interdiction markers are placed that put the headquarters in their zone of interdiction, roll 1 die for each operational headquarters within that zone of interdiction. If the die roll is less than or equal to the interdiction level shown on the interdiction marker at 1 or 2, turn the headquarters to its non-operational side. Also, roll once for each headquarters that enters that zone of interdiction in the movement phase. I see. Remove all interdiction markers during the recovery phase. Air transport mission. An air transport unit conducts an air transport mission during the movement phase, provided the air transport unit starts in the ready box. This air mission may be subject to enemy air combat at the destination hex, so players may wish to allocate fighter escort for protection. The ground units eligible for air transport are airborne or parachute, infantry, mountain, engineer, mobile supply unit, or headquarters. Exception: non-operational headquarters units and units with a do not move or overrun marker are not eligible. Capacity: a single air transport unit can carry only 1 stacking point per mission. A headquarters or a unit with 0 stacking value, or 1 mobile supply unit, 1 attack supply point, uses one stacking point of capacity. A supply dump cannot be carried. A 2 stacking point combat unit can be carried if 2 air transport units fly and complete the same mission together. If one does not, then apply Rule 14.77d. Range. Mission hexes for air transport cannot be more than 60 hexes, count like artillery range, from any friendly starting location, a friendly supply source, town, city, or major city hex, including those on an inset map. The starting location does not require general supply. So it seems like in this game you don't keep track of like airfields, and you don't launch the aircraft from airfields. It's just that part is abstracted. Air transport mission procedure. A ground unit starts its movement phase on a town, city, or major city hex, or from the active box of the unit rebuilding track. This is the location from where the transport unit counts its range. The transported unit can start out of supply. The ground unit and the air transport unit then move together within its 60 hex range, without regard to terrain, to another friendly town, city, or major city hex, but not to the active box. Count the range from a map edge, west for Axis, east for Soviets, for units that start in the active box. The air transport unit arrives at the mission hex together with any air fighter escort units the player wishes to allocate up to the allowed air mission grouping size limit included in the air transport units, including the air transport units. And that limit was 3 for the active player, and yeah, I think just 3 for the active player. The opposing player may now choose to contest the mission. If enemy fighter air units are allocated to oppose the mission, then the normal round of air combat ensues. If the air transport mission unit remains, for failure see 14.77, then also check for anti-aircraft interception. If the air transport mission finally succeeds, the air transport unit does not remain with the ground unit. Place it in the flown box once the mission is complete. The ground unit remains in the mission hex and cannot conduct ground movement this turn. Place a do not move 1 game turn marker on the ground unit, even if it does not arrive. Even if it does not arrive. Okay. Anti-aircraft interception. If a unit is transported to or from a friendly hex adjacent to an enemy combat unit, the air transport unit is subject to anti-aircraft fire from that enemy combat unit. If either the air transport starting or destination hexes are in an enemy zone of interdiction, the anti-aircraft fire table is used, regardless of whether an anti-aircraft capable unit is present. In addition, if the air transport passed over any enemy anti-aircraft qualifying unit while moving to the destination, or is now adjacent to an enemy anti-aircraft qualifying unit in the destination hex, apply that unit's qualifying anti-aircraft as another +1 DRM for each such unit. Okay. To or from. Okay. So it's not another roll, it's just a DRM. Also include any specific anti-aircraft unit DRM in addition up to the limit. There is no additional anti-aircraft fire when returned to the air unit status track. Example 1. The starting or destination hex is in an enemy zone of interdiction. As per Rule 14.76, the anti-aircraft table is used with no DRM. Example 2. As in the previous example, but the air transport path to the destination hex also has to pass directly over an enemy combat unit that qualifies for anti-aircraft. Apply the +1 DRM. Got it. Air combat and anti-aircraft results on transported units. If the air transport is destroyed, the combat unit goes to the eliminated box. Supply units, ZAP units, and regiment substitute counters, I think that's what that stood for, regiment substitute counter, right, yep. And regiment substitute are lost and returned to available status. Okay. If the air transport aborts, the transported unit does not arrive and is placed back on its starting location. If the air transport is damaged, the transported unit arrives at the destination hex. When 2 stacking points are carried and 1 air unit is destroyed or aborts, return the transported unit to its starting location. If both are destroyed, the transported unit goes to the eliminated box. Any ZAP units lost go to the cadre box. Supply units and regiment substitute counters lost are returned to available status for reuse. Transported regiment substitute counters can conduct recombination, and ZAP units can conduct on-map strengthening during the turn they are transported. The combined unit keeps the Do Not Move marker. The combat phase. Combat organization. The attacking player conducts each combat during his combat phase in any order desired. Players follow several steps to conclude each combat. As a combat is selected, the attacker makes the final determination of the friendly, non-artillery combat units that will participate. For participation eligibility and requirements, follow Rule 12.1. The defender reveals any untried units. Combine the defense strength of all units in a defender hex into a single total. The defender cannot withhold a unit in a hex under attack. A unit's attack or defense strength cannot be divided among different combats or loaned to other units and cannot be accumulated from turn to turn. Multiple hex attacks. An attack can involve any number of attacking or defending units and can be directed against more than one defending hex. To resolve the attack as a single combat, follow Rule 12.17. With the exception of units designated for mandated attacks, the final units chosen to attack in any declared attack need not be the same units designated during the attack declaration phase. An enemy defender hex can be attacked by as many friendly combat units as can be placed in the 6 adjacent hexes. No unit can attack or be attacked more than once per combat phase. Note, an overrun is not a declared attack. Attack supply. As each attack is resolved, the attacker declares whether the attack will be attack supplied and designates the mobile supply unit or supply dump containing the attack supply point to be spent. More than one attack supply point may be required and spent to bring all attacking units into attack supply, but no attack supply point can provide attack supply to more than one attack. Generally, one attack supply point is spent to place one attack in attack supply. All attacking units, including artillery, trace a line of communication of not more than 7 hexes and actually I had a parenthetical. Rule 6.14, and note the reduction to 5 hexes in 6.14c to a designated attack supply point, or attack supply points, plural. If not, then the attack is not supplied and no attack supply point is spent. So I guess it sounds like all of the units participating have to be able to trace that path within that maximum range. Important note: units with out-of-supply markers suffer no out-of-supply effects while they are participating in an attack that is attack supplied. Do not remove their out-of-supply markers. The spent attack supply point allows such units to function normally during the attack only. After the attack is concluded, those units with out-of-supply markers are still subject to all out-of-supply effects. If no attack supply is provided to a declared attack, apply a +2 die roll modifier to the die roll. If any panzer or motorized division has an out-of-supply marker on any one of its attacking units, the panzer division integrity bonus is not received. The attacker cannot allocate artillery support strength to that attack. Exception per 15.34 note. Okay. The defender may not be able to allocate artillery support strength in limited artillery conditions. So all of this is if no attack supply is provided. Interesting. So if you don't provide attack supply, you can't use, the attacker cannot use artillery. Interesting. Okay. The attacking force removes an additional step loss if the final combat result contains an asterisk. Exception: flotillas and armored trains are not affected by lack of artillery supply. Artillery support in combat. An artillery unit only provides support. It cannot attack by itself. Defender artillery support. The defender adds any artillery support strength committed during the reaction phase to the defense strength. The defender now checks supporting defending artillery not in the defender hex. If any of these units are now in an enemy zone of control after earlier combats, they can no longer contribute their support strengths, nor can the defender allocate other available artillery units to replace them. Attacker artillery support. After the defender has allocated his artillery support, the attacker allocates his artillery support to each combat as it is resolved. Okay. Artillery requires an attack supply point in order to provide artillery support while attacking. It traces either to an attack supply point allocated for that combat or to an attack supply point specifically designated for that artillery unit. Note: an artillery unit could still provide support if it uses an attack supply point, even though other attacking units cannot use any attack supply point. This attack then has no attack supply, and the +2 DRM applies. Okay. It's a bit hairy. I'll have to go through some examples. Combat odds determination. Terrain effects on combat. Swamp. Have the total combat strength of units attacking from a swamp. Okay. Artillery support strength is halved when firing into a swamp hex, but is not halved when firing from a swamp. There is no die roll modifier for a unit defending in a swamp. Design note: swamps are terrible places to deploy and maneuver ground units. Artillery shells with point detonating fuses were ineffective in the mire, and setting time fuses for airburst was an inexact science. Major rivers. The total attack strength of non-artillery units attacking across a non-frozen major river hex side is halved, regardless of whether other friendly units in the same combat are attacking on the defender's side of the major river. Halving is not affected by a bridge. Exceptions. The halving does not apply to frozen major rivers. However, apply a +1 DRM if all attacking units attack across a frozen major river, not just river. Artillery support strength is not halved when firing across a major river hex side. Rivers. When frozen, a river, not major river, or canal, does not provide a die roll modifier during combat. City, major city, mountain, and alpine. Oh, okay, that's a major river. Got it. City, major city, mountain, and alpine. The total attack strength of red attack strength armored units is halved when attacking into these terrain types. A city or major city in the defender hex causes a +1 die roll modifier to the die roll. Mountain or alpine causes a +2 die roll modifier. Weather effects on combat. Mud. Attacking and defending artillery support strength is halved when attacking hexes affected by mud weather. Note Rule 5.21. Total all halved artillery units, including any fractions, then drop the final fraction. Okay. Storm. Flotillas cannot attack. Untried units. All untried defending units are now turned to their tried sides. Immediately remove from play those untried units that show remove on their tried side. They are not counted as part of the defending force for step loss calculations. If all defending units in a declared combat are marked remove, remove the declared attack marker and the remove units. Their removal counts as a combat, thereby attacking units are allowed to advance after combat. Any attack supply points allocated to the attack are not spent. Advance the designated attacking units as desired into the now vacant defender hex up to the stacking limit. These units cannot move and cannot be reallocated to other declared attacks. Okay. Bunker busting. If declared, eligible Axis units double their attack strengths when part of a declared attack, but not an overrun, against any hex containing non-destroyed strongpoint, fortified belt, fortified lines, city, or major city terrain. They do not double against citadels. Interesting. Soviet units are not eligible. Eligible units include anti-aircraft, motorized anti-aircraft, and assault gun. Okay. Only one eligible unit can be declared as a bunker buster unit per attack. Motorized. Other participating eligible units use their normal attack strengths. An anti-aircraft unit that contributes a die roll modifier to anti-aircraft fire during the current combat phase cannot be designated as a bunker buster. It instead uses its normal attack strength. Design note: assault guns were originally designed to support infantry against prepared positions, and they performed very well in this role. Beginning in March 1942, they received a new main gun. With this, they began to gain a reputation as tank killers. The anti-aircraft guns proved to be as effective in their improvised role against bunkers as the 88mm anti-aircraft guns in North Africa became against Allied tanks there. Spend supply points. At the end of his combat phase, the attacker removes, attack supply points designated to provide attack supply for his attacks. Totaling strength. The attacker totals the attack and support strengths of all his combat units involved in the attack. The defender totals the defense strengths of all units which are the object of a specific attack and applies artillery support strength. Note: artillery support strength cannot exceed friendly total non-artillery strength. Excess support points are ignored. Final combat odds determination. The final combat odds are determined by the total strength allocated as a result of combat organization. Players use the final combat odds to determine the outcome of that combat. Initial combat odds can change because of subsequent defender reaction movement, allocation of defender artillery support, and revealed untried unit strengths. Initial combat odds can also change because the attacker has the option in each combat, up to the time of resolving that combat, of declaring additional units to make that attack, per Rule 15.14. These units cannot have already been engaged in any other combat in this phase. Note: other than the case of mandated attacks, the attacker can also withhold or change some units performing that specific attack, as long as the attack is made. If the final combat odds become less than 1-4, the attacker resolves that combat during the combat phase by using the 1-4 column on the CRT and applying a +2 DRM. The attacker cannot otherwise reduce the odds. Example: he cannot declare 3-1 odds when he has 4-1 odds. Combat odds greater than 10-1 are resolved as 10-1. Final DRM determination. Using the categories in this section, the attacker nets friendly and enemy DRMs to arrive at a final DRM that will be applied to the combat die roll. Each +1 DRM offsets a -1 DRM. Okay. The plus or minus DRM total remaining after offsetting is the final DRM. The final DRM cannot exceed +3 or -3. Terrain effects. Only defending units benefit from terrain effects. Defending units benefit from only the highest hex terrain DRM. These are in ascending order: hill, mountain, or alpine terrain. These effects are not cumulative. Okay. If there is hexside terrain that could confer a DRM to the defender, the DRM is applied only when all defending units are behind hexside terrain. And all attacking units attack through it or through hexsides that provide the same or larger DRM. Interesting, okay. Whenever the defender hex contains hex and hex side terrain, the effect is cumulative. Example: city and major city DRMs and town during mud or snow are cumulative with hex side such as river and hex terrain such as hill. Oh, interesting. Okay. When two or more defending hexes are being attacked in a single combat, apply the highest hex terrain DRM found in any defender hex to the entire combat. Applying hex side terrain DRMs is dependent on Rule 15.51b above. So I'm confused. So city and major city is cumulative with hex side and hex terrain. So is city and major city not considered terrain? That's what I'm not sure about, because it says that you only apply the highest hex terrain DRM. So that would imply that city and major city is not the hex terrain. Okay. When a fortified line covers the same hex side as a river or canal, the effects are cumulative. Okay, interesting. If the hex contains a completed strongpoint, apply a +1 DRM. Refer to Rule 18 for additional information regarding fortifications. Defender no retreat orders. When in effect, apply a +1 DRM. The attacker receives no DRM benefit if he places a no retreat order on his units. The order refers only to the retreat requirement. The no retreat DRM applies only to defending units. Engineer effects. Apply a -1 DRM when the attacker declares engineer effects and his units include at least one engineer type unit: engineer, motorized engineer, or armored engineer, and the defender hex has eligible terrain. This DRM is applied only once per combat, even if the attacker has multiple engineers involved and the defender has multiple modifiers that can be negated by engineers. Terrain eligible for engineer effects includes city, major city, river, not major river, canal, or non-destroyed fortification that provides a defender DRM benefit. And attacks across shallow water. A town becomes eligible only when mud or snow weather effects apply to its hex. Special engineer stacking. For both players, one attacking engineer unit can stack above the stacking limit. If a player does this, the engineer effects automatically apply, and this engineer combines its strength with the other attacking units. However, the engineer unit cannot remain over the stacking limit at the conclusion of the combat phase. It either advances after combat, or it retreats 2 hexes according to retreat rules. It is eliminated if it cannot advance or retreat. An engineer unit is required in order to allow a unit to attack across a non-frozen shallow water hex side, because they are using assault boats, which I suppose the engineers are providing. No more than 3 stacking points of non-engineer units can attack across a shallow water hex side. 1 engineer can participate in combat across the hex side in addition to the non-engineers, and can advance after combat. Artillery units can support the combat. Engineer effects in combat are allowed when attacking across shallow water. Armored units cannot attack across shallow water hexsides. Each attack supplied Axis super heavy artillery and railroad artillery unit provides a -1 DRM used only to offset any terrain DRMs the defending force receives for town during mud or snow, city, major city, or for a non-destroyed fortification. Axis Super Heavy Artillery DRMs, or Super Heavy Artillery and Engineer Effects DRMs, cannot exceed the Soviet DRMs received for the above terrain. Note: some railroad artillery and super heavy artillery units also possess support strengths that add to attack strength. Close air support air mission. Each attacker close air support point equals a -1 DRM. Each defender close air support point equals a +1 DRM. Lack of supply. If any defending unit has an out-of-supply marker on it, apply a -1 DRM. If any attacking non-artillery unit is out of attack supply or no attack supply point is spent, apply a +2 DRM. Okay. Note, the +2 DRM applies even if attacking artillery is supplied. Combined arms bonus. Apply a -1 DRM if both of the following are met. The attacking force contains at least one armored unit with red attack strength and at least one reconnaissance, motorized infantry, motorcycle, or motorized engineer unit. The defending force does not contain armor with red attack strength, or anti-tank, motorized anti-tank, armored anti-tank, anti-aircraft, or motorized anti-aircraft unit. Okay, so both of those things have to be true. Oops. Only one combined arms bonus is allowed per combat. The combined arms bonus applies even if the required units attack from different hexes. The combined arms bonus does not apply when all required unit types are attacking across canal, river, or major river hexsides, or when any defending units are in swamp hexes, except when frozen, or non-destroyed fortifications, cities, major cities, mountain hexes, or alpine hexes. The combined arms bonus does not apply during mud or snow weather or where lingering weather applies. Soviet units are not eligible for the combined arms bonus. They lacked training and tactical proficiency. Panzer Division Integrity Bonus. When enough component units of a German Panzer Division attack a defender, apply a -1 DRM for that combat. Apply a DRM for each qualifying Panzer Division. When enough component units of a German motorized division attack a defender, apply a -1 DRM for that combat if the division qualifies. A motorized division qualifies if one qualifying Panzer Division participates in the same attack. A single Panzer Division can qualify only one motorized division in any one combat. Okay? The integrity bonus applies even if the component units of either division type are attacking from different hexes, or if any of them has been reduced in strength. The following conditions allow a division of either type to qualify. None of the necessary component units can have an out-of-supply marker unless they use attack supply. A Panzer Division requires 3 of its component units to be present. Its Panzer Regiment, or one of its battalions, plus one of its motorized infantry regiments, plus either the 2nd Motorized Infantry Regiment or the Recon Unit. A motorized division requires all 3 of its component units to be present: 2 motorized infantry regiments and the Recon Unit. Combat Resolution Procedure. Locate the odds column on the CRT to be used for the combat. Roll the die. Find the die roll number in the left-hand column of the CRT. Cross-index the die roll number with the odds column. Apply the final DRM value to arrive at the final die roll result. If there is not a final DRM to be applied, the box where the die roll number and odds column intersect is the combat result. After obtaining the combat result, remove the declared attack markers from the defender hex before applying the result. Apply the full combat result before moving on to the next combat. Okay, let me look for this CRT to take a look at it. Okay, so here's the CRT. So you determine the odds, you roll the die, and then you apply a DRM. Now, how could you get onto this row if this is just the raw die roll? Oh, I guess maybe if you got a DRM, that would shift you onto this. Got it. And that's maybe what the black line is for, to indicate what the actual rolls can be. Okay. And these are just DRMs that can be applied. And that's the whole page. And these are just explaining the results. Okay. Combat results. Reading the combat results table. Each box on the CRT is divided into an upper result that applies to the attacker and a lower result that applies to the defender. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. The results are R, retreat. All affected units retreat, unless under a no retreat marker. Lowercase e, eliminated. Remove all the affected units from play. Place them in the eliminated box or cannot rebuild box. 1, 2, 3, or 4, step loss. The affected group of units loses 1 to 4 steps as indicated by the number. Okay, so here we got like 2R, 1. What about E's? Where are the E's? Oh, here we go, E's. And R was retreat. Right, okay. Asterisk. Apply possible additional step loss. Okay, let me look for that. Here we go. Example of that. Dash, no result. There is no step loss and no retreat after combat. Okay, easy enough. Apply all results to defending units first, and then apply results to attacking units. Artillery units in a defender hex are subject to all combat results, including taking any step loss, as are attacker artillery units adjacent to the defender hex. Participating artillery units of either side not adjacent to the defender hex are not affected by combat results. No retreat and additional retreat orders may increase or decrease the step loss result given by the CRT. Combat losses. When a loss of combat strength is required, the owner removes the indicated number of steps from his participating group of units, not from each unit in that group. Removing losses. A unit takes losses in steps. When a unit that contains 2 or more steps takes its first loss, turn the unit over to its reduced strength side for the first step. If that unit loses another step, remove the unit counter if it is a 2-step unit. If it is a 3-step or 4-step unit, replace it with the unit on the step reduction organization card with the same unit identification, but shown at its reduced strength. Let me look for that card. Okay, so here is the Army step reduction track. I guess that's for the Germans, and that's for the Soviets. And there's nothing on the back. So if we look at for an example of this, not really sure how to read this because these are different identifiers. Maybe these are like the reduced units. They go there. You put them on here, maybe? Not sure. A third step loss on a 4-step unit is indicated by turning the replacement counter over to its reduced side. If a 4th step of loss or more occurs on a 4-step unit, remove the unit from the map. A unit's full strength counter and replacement counter cannot both be in play at the same time. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how to read these. Oh, okay, so here's 207, and here's 207. And I get that's the steps. So that's full strength and half strength. Okay, got it. I see. So you go down. It's up and down. Got it. Okay. And they have the different background color to make it more obvious. And same thing here. Okay. Note, use the step reduction card to manage how to assign losses to 3 and 4-step units. Step reduction organization card. So that's the same name for this thing. Okay. When removing a unit due to combat losses, place it in either the cadre box or the eliminated box, depending on how it suffers losses. A unit is placed in the eliminated box, eliminated by an E combat result, or from being unable to retreat, or after being destroyed during air transport, or due to surrender. All other units reduced beyond their last step are placed in the cadre box. Exceptions. Regardless of how they are lost, always place eliminated ZAP units and armored trains in the cadre box. Set aside regiment substitute counters for reuse. They do not go to the unit rebuilding track. Any unit with the Do Not Rebuild symbol goes directly to the Cannot Rebuild box on the unit rebuilding track. An NKVD unit in certain terrain cannot take a step loss until all other units in the hex have been eliminated. When an artillery unit or armored unit step is lost, other than armored engineer, advance the loss marker on the loss/replacements track by a number of boxes equal to the number of steps lost. Okay. Let me look at that. Okay, so here are the 2 player cards, and here's the loss replacement track. Oh, that's a victory point. Here's the loss replacement track for the Axis. Return Axis/armor /artillery loss marker to 0. Axis loses 1 VP. Oh, I see. What's this one? Return Soviet/artillery loss marker to 0. Axis gains 1 VP. R6 armor reorganizational points creates 1 type A replacement point. R6? Okay, I'm not sure about that. When a Soviet headquarters is lost, place it on its non-operational side in the appropriate box. Okay. Asterisk results. The asterisk result on the CRT applies only to attacking units and is in addition to any other result. Therefore, it may cause extra step losses. The losses due to the asterisk cannot be cancelled by retreat orders. Required loss. The asterisk requires an additional 1 step of loss for each cumulative of the following conditions that apply. The attack was made without attack supply, regardless of the supply status the attacking units had prior to spending attack supply. The attack is a mandated attack. The attack is made against a hex with one or more non-destroyed fortifications. Fortified line applies only if all attacking units are attacking through the fortified line. If attacking or defending Axis units include a red attack strength armored unit with a fuel shortage marker, then the Axis takes an additional step loss when an asterisk occurs. Okay. Example 1. Soviet units, not attack supplied, make a mandated attack on an Axis defender in a strongpoint. They lose 3 steps more than the printed step loss if an asterisk result occurs, due to no attack supply, the mandated attack, and the strongpoint. Example 2. Axis units, not attack supplied, attack a Soviet strongpoint behind a fortified line. They lose 2 steps in addition to the printed step loss if an asterisk result occurs. The first step is due to no attack supply. The second step is for the non-destroyed fortification, either strongpoint or fortified line, but not both. Okay, got it. That's interesting. Oh, okay, this one. Right. Special situation asterisk losses. When either armor attrition loss or engineer loss conditions apply, the asterisk result requires the first 16.32 step loss to be either an armored unit with red attack strength or engineer unit. Where both armor and engineer conditions apply, the red attack strength armored unit takes the step of loss. Any remaining loss and other numerical loss can be taken from any other unit type. Armor attrition loss and engineer loss are not cumulative with Rule 16.32 losses. Okay. Armor attrition loss. Armor attrition loss conditions take effect in all combat situations where an asterisk result occurs, and the attacking force contains one or more steps of armored units with red attack strength, and the defending force has one or more steps of armor, anti-tank, motorized anti-tank, armored anti-tank, anti-aircraft, or motorized anti-aircraft units, and at least one of the conditions of 16.32 applies, or a numeric attacker loss result occurs on the CRT. Okay. 1632 being those 3 conditions: without attack supply, or mandated attack, or against a non-destroyed fortification. Got it. Two, where the asterisk requires an armor attrition loss, a red attack strength armored unit takes the first step of loss. Other unit types will take any further step losses as required by Rule 16.32 and by any numerical loss. Okay. Defender loss. Anytime the attacker suffers a required armor attrition step loss and the combat result requires any defender loss, the defender takes the first step of loss from an armored unit with red attack strength. If an armored unit with red attack strength is not present, then the loss comes from his choice of anti-tank, motorized anti-tank, armored anti-tank, anti-aircraft, or motorized anti-aircraft. Example: attack supplied Axis units with a red attack strength armor unit attack Soviet units that include a one-step Soviet anti-tank unit in a strongpoint. Okay. The combat result is 1 star, 1 asterisk, /1. Here, the Axis force loses 2 steps. The asterisk normally requires 1 additional step of loss from any type of units for a strongpoint. But because armor attrition conditions are met, the armor takes the loss for the asterisk. The 1 causes 1 more step of loss, although from any unit type. Because the attacker suffered an armor attrition loss and a defender loss is required, the Soviet force loses the 1-step anti-tank unit. Engineer loss. Engineer loss takes effect in all combat situations where an asterisk result occurs, and the attacking force includes 1 or more steps of units allowed under engineer effects or bunker busting, and engineer effects or bunker busting effects are allowed and declared, and at least one of the conditions of 16.32 applies, which was the mandated attack or not in attack supply or undestroyed fortified position. Where the asterisk requires a loss, a unit of the declared type takes the first step of loss required by the asterisk. The loss is not doubled if both 15.44 and 15.53 effects are declared, and either unit, attacker choice, can take the required step loss. What is 1544 and 1553? Let me look at that. 1544 is bunker busting. What was the other one? 1553 is engineer effects. Okay. Okay. The loss is not doubled if both 15.44 and 15.53 effects are declared, so bunker busting and engineer effects, and either unit, attacker choice, can take the required step loss. Other unit types will take any further steps of loss as required by Rule 16.32 and by any numerical loss. Example 1. Attack supplied Axis units with engineers attack Soviet units in a strongpoint. Engineer effects are declared. When the combat result is without an asterisk, no Axis step is lost in addition to any numerical loss. If instead the result has an asterisk or R asterisk, the asterisk requires an additional step loss due to attacking a fortification. Because engineer effects were declared, an engineer step is required to satisfy the asterisk loss. The capital R requires a retreat. If an Axis armored unit with red attack strength is included, and the Soviet force includes one of the listed types, the armored unit will take a step loss for armor attrition if the asterisk occurs, and the engineer will not take any step loss. Example 2. Attack supplied Axis units with engineers attack Soviet units in a strongpoint. Engineer effects are declared. The combat result is 1 asterisk. Now the Axis force loses 2 steps. Since the attack is being made against a strongpoint, the asterisk result indicates that an additional step loss is required. Because engineer effects were declared, the engineer takes the first step of loss for the asterisk. The 1 causes 1 step of loss from any unit type. Example 3. Attack supplied Axis units with engineers attack Soviet units in a strongpoint. Engineer effects are declared. The combat result is 1, with no asterisk. Only one Axis step is lost due to the 1, which does not have to be an engineer step. Even though engineer effects were declared, it takes the asterisk to require the first step of loss to be an engineer unit. Example 4. Attack supplied Axis units with engineers attack Soviet units in a strongpoint. Engineer effects are not declared. The combat result is 1 asterisk. The engineers are still part of the attack force, but they did not provide engineering effects, a -1 DRM, against the fortification. The asterisk still requires an additional Axis step loss for attacking the fortification, but the engineers are not required to lose a step to satisfy it. Example 5. Attack supplied Axis units with engineers attack Soviet units in a city. Engineer effects are declared. The combat result is 1 asterisk. The Axis force loses only 1 step, even though engineer effects were declared. Rule 16.32 does not require additional losses for attacks against city hexes. Right. Okay. Retreating. When a combat result shows a capital R result, the owning player immediately moves his affected units individually or as a stack 2 hexes away from the defender hex. A unit unable to retreat within the restrictions below is placed in the eliminated box, or sometimes the cadre box. See rules 16.42 and 16.43. Retreating is not movement and uses no movement points. Note, a rocket artillery unit, artillery, or overstacked engineer unit may be required to retreat after combat. Units in citadels ignore retreats. A unit cannot retreat across a terrain hex side prohibited to its movement, or off the edge of the scenario area, or over enemy combat units, or into or through enemy zones of control, with the exception of Rule 16.48. A unit can always retreat into or through a hex containing a friendly combat unit, even if any enemy unit projects a zone of control into that hex. Retreats and stacking. A unit can retreat through a hex containing friendly units, even if it temporarily exceeds the stacking limit while passing through. A unit cannot end its retreat in violation of the stacking limit. If it has no alternative but to exceed stacking in the second hex of retreat, move it 1 more hex away from its original combat position. If it still exceeds stacking in the third box, remove it and place it in the cadre box, or eliminated box if it cannot trace a line of communication of any length. A player cannot remove units in a hex to make room for retreating units. A unit cannot end its retreat in a defender hex still under a declared attack. If it has no alternative but to end its second hex of retreat in that hex, move it 1 more hex. If it is unable to do so, or would exceed the stacking limit in the third hex, remove it and place it in the cadre box, or eliminated box if it cannot trace a line of communication of any length. All units retreating in a single combat do so at the same time. Therefore, a unit cannot hold open a retreat route for another unit and then conduct its own retreat. If the CRT result requires a defender retreat, the retreat remains required even when no attacking unit will be left that could occupy the defender's hex. Example: a 1-step unit attacks 2 steps of defenders at 3 to 4 odds. The die roll is a 3 with no DRMs, resulting in a step loss for the attacker and a retreat for the defender. Even though the attacking unit will be removed because it had only one step to lose, the defender is required to retreat. The defending units retreat first, and then the attacking unit is removed. Units with orders markers. No retreat. Units with a no retreat marker do not retreat. When a retreat result occurs, apply one step of loss in addition to the printed combat result, and remove the no retreat marker. Additional retreat. Units with an additional retreat marker retreat 3 hexes instead of the normal 2 hexes. Apply the following and remove the additional retreat marker after the retreat. The retreat path is always determined by the non-owning player. However, the non-owning player cannot retreat units through prohibited hexes, causing elimination, or through hexes where the unit may be subject to loss when retreating through enemy zones of control, if other safe retreat path hexes are available. If alternate allowed retreat paths are available, the non-owning player can choose any of them. Units with additional retreat markers cannot retreat through an enemy zone of control unless the hex is occupied by a friendly unit. Units with additional retreat markers take fewer step losses. If the combat result for the force contains both retreat and a numerical result, example 1R, 2R, or 3R, the number of steps lost is reduced by 1. Attacking units with additional retreat markers cannot advance after combat, even if allowed to do so by the combat result. Okay. Units that are unable to retreat. Units that are totally surrounded and unable to retreat are eliminated. Place them in the eliminated box or cannot rebuild box, depending on unit type. Regiment substitute counters are set aside for reuse. Place armored train and zap units in the cadre box. Okay. Notes. Units may be able to retreat through an enemy zone of control. Changing weather can make retreat possible or impossible. Example 1. Freezing can make retreat possible across major rivers and other frozen areas. Example 2. Mud can take away retreat paths for super heavy artillery. Units forced to retreat off a map edge are removed from play and placed in the cadre box, or cannot rebuild box. The following units cannot retreat under any circumstances, and therefore are eliminated if forced to retreat. 0 movement allowance units, railroad artillery in firing mode, super heavy artillery in firing mode. Supply dumps cannot retreat and therefore are removed but can be reused. Other units stacked with any of these may still be eligible for retreat. A mobile supply unit can retreat but is removed if all other units with it have been eliminated. The following units have restricted retreat paths. A unit that cannot follow its restricted retreat path is eliminated. Super heavy artillery units on their mobile sides can retreat only through hex sides crossed by minor road, main road, motorway, or railroad. Where mud or snow conditions apply, they cannot retreat along minor road or railroad. Armored trains or railroad artillery in mobile mode can retreat only along a connected railroad and cannot retreat through one vacant hex in an enemy zone of control. A flotilla can retreat only through hexes where the terrain effects chart allows movement, and through shallow water. Flotilla units cannot retreat along frozen river hex sides or over other frozen areas. No unit except flotilla can retreat across a non-bridged lake or sea hex side. A unit can retreat across a major river hex side only if it starts adjacent and would be eligible to cross during the next movement phase that it has its full movement allowance, adjusting for the current turn's weather condition. Once it crosses, it stops its retreat, as in Rule 10.45c, instead of continuing to a second hex. Retreating through enemy zones of control. A unit cannot end its retreat in a vacant hex in an enemy zone of control. However, a unit can retreat through and end its retreat in hexes occupied by one or more friendly combat units, even though an enemy unit projects a zone of control into that hex. Friendly occupation of the hex negates the zone of control for this. If a unit has no alternative but to end its required retreat in a hex under a declared attack marker, the retreating unit retreats one additional hex. If this hex is also under a declared attack marker, or would exceed the stacking limit in the third hex, place the retreating unit in the cadre box, or cannot rebuild box. A unit cannot retreat through two consecutive vacant hexes in an enemy zone of control. Any unit required to do so is placed in the eliminated box instead. Units marked with a capital R are placed in the cannot rebuild box. A unit or stack can retreat through one vacant hex in an enemy zone of control, but risks removal. When this type of retreat is concluded, the unit or stack loses one step, owner's choice. This step loss can be of types not eligible for retreat. Use the retreat table to determine the fate of the remaining steps. What does it mean, not eligible for retreat? Okay. Roll the die and apply any necessary DRMs. Results are: yes, the retreat has succeeded and no further loss occurs. No, the retreat attempt has failed. Remove all retreating units and place them in the cadre box. Note, artillery units can be put into the eliminated box to improve the chances for the other units to retreat, to avoid the unfavorable +2 DRM. Okay, let me look for this retreat table. Okay, so the retreat table is on the first player aid bifold, number 1. That has the terrain effects chart. It's on the second page on the inside of the bifold here on the top left corner. So the die roll is 3 or less, yes. 4 or more, no. DRMs. All retreating units are Soviet cavalry or are German. The hex in an enemy zone of control is a woods hex. Any of the retreating units are artillery units. Okay. Before rolling, the player may place any artillery units in the eliminated box to improve the chances for the other units to retreat. I see. So if it fails, all units get put in the cadre box. Wow, okay. A headquarters that retreats through a vacant hex in an enemy zone of control turns immediately to its non-operational side. Advancing. When the defender hex becomes vacant of combat units as a result of a declared attack, the attacker has the option to advance attacking units into that hex up to the stacking limit. Advancing is not movement and uses no movement points. The attacker decides whether to advance before resolving the next combat. He is not forced to advance a unit. Advancing units cannot attack again in that phase, even if their advance places them adjacent to defender hexes where the combat has yet to be resolved. Only attacking units that participated in that combat can advance. Artillery units that participated in that combat may never advance. Units can advance from any of the hexes from which the attack was made. Units with additional retreat or do not move markers cannot advance. Non-participating units cannot advance, even if they are in the same attacking hex or served only to block an enemy retreat. Any time that a hex becomes vacant because an untried unit is revealed to be a remove unit, units already declared for that combat have the option to advance. Note, engineers and rocket artillery have special advance and retreat requirements. Advancing units can enter only into a vacant defender hex. They ignore enemy zones of control to enter the hex. Okay. In the case of multiple hex combat, victorious units can advance from any hex from which the attack was made and into any adjacent defender hex, subject to terrain and the stacking limit. Note, conceivably, a unit could move adjacent to a major river, attack across it, and advance across it after combat in the same turn. Armored units cannot advance across a non-frozen major river hex side unless there is a non-destroyed bridge on the hex side between it and the defender hex. Inset map. The Soviet defense of certain cities became epic events of the war in the Soviet Union. These are the cities that would later be given the honorific of Hero City by the Soviet national government. To portray these famous sieges, the main map area of the city and some of the surrounding hexes are represented by an inset map. Inset map overview. An inset map is not found in every game in this series. For each game that includes an inset map, the specified area, usually a city, on the main game map is an area enclosed by a black outline. The enclosed area is what the inset map represents. Ground units within the inset area of the main map are always placed on the inset map. Do not use the main map hexes within the inset area. However, they could be used for certain range computations. There is no change in the sequence of play between the regular main maps and the inset map. Movement of units on both maps and between both maps is done in any order during the appropriate game phase. Attacks are declared and resolved in any order on both maps. There are two types of hexes on the inset map. Transition hexes, all hexes adjacent to the inset map boundary line. Each hex contains a yellow dot. And inset hexes, all other hexes on the inset map. Okay, let me look. Okay, so we've got map card 1 here. This is a bifold card map, Leningrad inset map. So here are the, what are they called? Transition hexes. So that would be these. And the inset hexes would be these. I guess the smaller ones. Each one of the smaller ones is an inset hex. Okay? Megahexes. The inset map includes groupings of 7 inset hexes called megahexes. Each has a hex reference number corresponding to a main map hex. Megahexes are used only for reference and orientation purposes and to count certain ranges, such as artillery range, right? So the megahex is like this thing, this L3603, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those 7 inset hexes constitute 1 megahex. Got it. Inset map hexes. The scale of the inset map differs from the main map, so its terrain from hex to hex does not always match exactly with terrain shown in main map hexes. Design note. Inset megahexes generally conform to the corresponding main map hex, but whereas a main map hex appears as completely one type of terrain, such as hills, the corresponding inset map area may show hills in only some of the inset hexes. Additional terrain details, such as woods, roads, etc., sometimes appear in inset map hexes when the corresponding main map area indicates none of these. At this scale, we can enjoy the benefits of greater detail. Transition hexes are found only at the edge of the inset. These hexes mark the boundary between the main map and the inset map. A thick black hex side provides an additional graphic to show the exact point of change between inset map transition hexes and main map hexes adjacent to the inset map. Transition hexes, well, let me look at this. So I think they're talking about this line, this black line here. Between inset map transition hexes and main map hexes adjacent to the inset map. So a transition hex, so these are the transition hexes, these small hexes at the edge of the inset map. And the other type is called main map hexes. So these are the main map hexes adjacent to the inset map. Right, okay. Transition hexes differ from interior inset hexes as follows. Okay, so they're talking about what makes these edge small ones special. Transition inset hexes each contain a yellow dot to distinguish them from interior inset hexes. Oh, let me see. I didn't notice that. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, yellow dot. Okay. Zone of control projection between transition inset hexes and adjacent main map hexes differs from regular zone of control projection. Stacking for combat between transition hexes and adjacent main map hexes differs from stacking for combat on main map hexes. Stacking on any inset hex is limited to 8 stacking points. Additionally, stacking on multiple transition hexes is further limited to a maximum of 10 stacking points that can be adjacent to any individual numbered main map hex shown on the inset. Got it, okay? Example, stack R1 in transition hex 1418 contains 8 stacking points, which is the maximum allowed for an inset hex. Stack R2 in transition hex 1718 contains 2 stacking points. The two stacks, totaling 10 stacking points, are both adjacent to main map hex 4023. No additional Soviet units having a stacking value of 1 or greater can stack in transition hexes 1518, 1619, or 1718 because 10 stacking points, the maximum allowed adjacent to a main map hex, are already present. Design note. Testing revealed that the Soviets could stack up to 8 stacking points per transition hex, presenting the Axis player with perhaps 24 defending stacking points to attack with just 10 stacking points before adding artillery. In effect, this might artificially deny entry into critical areas of the inset map. Strongpoints cannot be constructed on transition hexes. Same problem as above, with denial of entry becoming a real problem for the Axis player. Strongpoints are built only on inset hexes where the inset is used, and not the main map hex. Strong points are built only on inset hexes where the inset is used, and not the main map hex. Where the inset is used. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. This is a bit... that's something I'm always skeptical about with these games, is that they design to replicate history instead of to replicate the options available, the historical options available. So I'd have to look at that more. Inset map zones of control. While on an inset map hex, any unit with a zone of control controls the inset hex it occupies and projects its zone of control into the 6 surrounding inset map hexes. Zones of control extend into adjacent main map hexes only from units having a zone of control that occupy transition hexes directly adjacent to a main map hex. These zone of control effects are identical to main map zone of control effects. Units in main map hexes having a zone of control exert their zone of control into all adjacent transition hexes, but not into interior inset hexes. That's interesting. That's kind of raises the question of how accurate the abstraction is. Okay. Example. Soviet unit R1 exerts a zone of control into map Q hexes 3922 and 4023, as well as inset hexes 1318, 1419, and 1518. Unit R3 projects a zone of control into map Q hex 4023, as well as adjacent inset hexes, but not into Q3922. Unit R2 does not exert a zone of control into any map Q hex, but does extend a zone of control into all adjacent inset hexes. Axis unit A3 exerts a zone of control into inset hexes 1418, 1518, 1619, and 1718, as well as QMAP hexes 3922, 4022 not shown, 4122 not shown, and 4123. Inset map movement. A unit's printed movement allowance remains unchanged on the inset map. Adjacent main map hexes. All standard terrain movement point costs and effects on movement apply. Units function on inset map hexes in the same manner in all respects as main map hexes. Units unable to enter inset hexes from main map hexes because they have insufficient movement points remain in those adjacent hexes until their next available movement phase. Example. Axis unit A2 begins movement in Q3922. It moves to inset hex 1418 by spending 1/2 movement point, since it is moving along a minor road in dry weather. Then spends another 1/2 movement point to move to 1419, where it stops. In his turn, the Soviet player moves his R4 unit from inset hex 1619 to Q4023 by spending 1 movement point for crossing the river and 1 movement point for entering a clear hex, and 1 movement point to move into an enemy zone of control. It must stop since it has only now entered the zone of control of axis A5. A2 moved to 1419. Soviet Unit R5 cannot move directly to Q4023, since that would be directly from enemy zone of control to enemy zone of control, unless it can use infiltration movement. It could, however, move from 1718 to 1619 and then to Q4023, thereby spending a total of 5 movement points. Interesting. So that's another example of the abstraction kind of maybe breaking down, where something that would not be possible on the main map becomes possible when you zoom down. Special movement on the inset map. For railroad movement or strategic movement on the inset map, each hex has the same cost as one main map hex. Each inset hex occupied or entered cannot be closer than 3 hexes, 2 hexes intervening, on the inset map from any inset hex or main map hex containing enemy combat units. Flotilla units move onto or exit the inset map through main map all sea or coastal hexes in the same manner as land units do through land hexes. Main map all sea or coastal hexes. Okay, so that's basically just talking about this. They enter like this in the same way as land units. Okay. Naval units, see the naval module, move from inset map port hexes as part of normal naval movement and do not count hexes. Inset map combat. Attacks from main map hexes into transition hexes are resolved with differing stacking point limits. Up to 10 stacking points in the main map hex and up to 8 stacking points in each transition hex attacked. Example: if Axis Unit A3 attacks Soviet Unit R1, it must also attack R4 because R4 exerts a zone of control into the adjacent map Q hex 4023. It occupies an inset map hex adjacent to a map Q hex. Axis Unit A3 cannot attack Soviet Unit R2 because they are not adjacent. Axis Unit A5 cannot attack R4 because they are not adjacent. Unit A2 can only attack R1. Attacks conducted entirely from hexes on the inset map to hexes on the inset observe the 8-point stacking limit for inset map hexes. Exceptions: engineer units and rocket artillery. Example: in the 17.51 example, so that would be this one. So in the 17.51 example, if Axis Unit A1 in inset hex 13818 attacks, it must engage both Unit R1 and R2 because both these units project a zone of control into its hex. Note that if A2 attacks R1, then A1 needs to engage only Soviet Unit R2. Okay? Got it. A unit forced to retreat by combat results can retreat off the inset map into any main map hex where it would be normally allowed to move. That's an extra word there. It can also retreat from the main map onto the inset map, or it can combine the two if retreating 2 hexes. Each hex counts as 1 hex of the retreat, whether it is on the regular or the inset map. Soviet artillery combination on the inset. Up to 2 Soviet artillery units, including coast defense artillery, can combine their support strengths for defender hexes on the inset map. Okay. As many more Soviet artillery units as desired can combine their support strengths, provided all are within command range of a qualifying headquarters. Okay. Up to 2 for defender hexes. As many more units as desired can combine their support strengths. I'm not sure I understand the connection between these two. As many more Soviet artillery units as desired can combine their support strengths, provided all are within command range of a qualifying headquarters. I'm not sure how these seem like. This seems like it contradicts that. I mean, I guess, is this just an exception? If you're within command range of a qualifying headquarters, you can combine more than 2? I'm not sure. Okay. Naval units, see the naval module, providing artillery support for ground units, are included within the combination limitations only if they are on a port hex and are within command range of the headquarters that allows the combining. Naval units can conduct artillery support, attacking or defending, regardless of their readiness status. Okay. Design note. Artillery for each inset map was organized under a single commander. He would have centralized control over batteries of all gun types in the area. Coast defense artillery ratings have been adjusted for their seemingly contradictory functions of engagement of both land and sea targets. Okay. Axis motorized combat on the inset. After movement is complete in the Axis motorized movement phase, Axis red box movement allowance units can conduct combat. Non-red box movement allowance units cannot attack. Okay. The Axis player declares these attacks as he desires, using all regular combat rules. Each declared attack requires its own attack supply. The combat can be supported by any artillery unit within range that has not already fired, and by any available air units. The Soviet player is not allowed this type of combat. Eligible Soviet units can conduct reaction movement as triggered by this combat. Soviet artillery within range that has not fired can provide fire support, and available air units can provide close air support. Soviet headquarters can issue new orders markers. Axis motorized combat can be conducted only against defender hexes on an inset map. Supporting artillery can be located off the inset if they have the range. Axis motorized combat is not allowed against defender hexes where mud weather conditions apply. Special situations on the inset map. Range calculations. For distances on the inset map, triple the range for all artillery, both sides. For air range limitations, both sides. And for the command range of headquarters, operational or non-operational. Anti-aircraft range doubles. Line of communication range for general and attack supply does not change. Range can be computed partly on the main map and partly on the inset map. Example, when measuring artillery range from the inset map to the main map, Each 3 unused range hexes carries to the main map as 1 main map range hex. Drop amounts less than 3. When measuring range from the main map onto the insert map, triple all remaining range after deducting the main map portion. When measuring range on the main map, then to the inset map, and then back to the main map, either count just the megahexes on the inset map as regular hexes, or just use the main map hexes that are inside the inset map boundary. Either method should work out with the same result. Note, players often reported forgetting that their main map artillery could be used to fire on the inset map, and vice versa. The disconnect between the two maps cannot be avoided, so use extra care when moving units, allocating artillery support, etc. Anti-aircraft units on the inset map in an enemy zone of control from the inset map or from off the inset map cannot conduct anti-aircraft fire. However, one can qualify as a bunker buster in each attack. Design note: because of the close-in nature of the inset map, they are now engaged in frontline fighting. Inset map air operations. Each inset map hex is the equivalent of a main map hex for determining mission hexes. There are no changes from the main map in numbers of allowed units or types of mission, but range is counted by the megahex. Okay. Fortifications. Fortifications give defensive benefits to friendly units. There are 4 types of fortifications: strong point, fortified line, fortified belt, and citadel. Strong points are available to both players, but fortified line, fortified belt, and citadel benefit only the Soviet player. Only strong points can be built during the game. Common features: a non-destroyed, active enemy fortification blocks tracing a friendly supply route or railroad conversion through the hex it occupies, or through its hex side in the case of a fortified line. Destroyed fortifications do not block supply routes. Spend 1 additional movement point to enter a hex containing any type of active enemy fortification. If the hex contains an active fortified line, movement across the fortified line hex side costs the extra movement point. In hexes containing both fortified lines and strong points, the cost is still just 1 additional movement point, regardless of the hex side crossed. A road of any type or railroad does not negate this additional cost. Fortification destruction. A fortification is destroyed when any type of enemy combat unit remains on the fortification hex during its engineering phase. Citadels and fortified line hexes can also be destroyed by bombardment. Place an applicable fortification destroyed marker on those fortifications that are printed on the map. Strong points markers are just removed from the map and can then be reused. Strong points can also be removed because of strong point deterioration, Rule 6.36, and voluntary removal by the owning player. A strong point under construction is removed immediately if an enemy combat unit enters its hex. Okay, what's strong point deterioration? I don't remember that one. Let's look here. 636. 636. Strong point deterioration. Check all strong points and remove any that are unoccupied and not adjacent to a friendly combat unit, and which are out of supply at the end of the supply status phase. They do not receive emergency supply markers, but can be supplied by a temporary supply source. Other fortifications are not subject to deterioration. Okay, so basically they're, caught behind enemy lines. Okay. Overrun and combined arms bonus are not allowed against a hex containing an active fortified belt or citadel. Fortified belt or citadel, okay. Units cannot conduct an overrun against a strong point or across an active fortified line hex side unless combat odds are 12 to 1 and a motorized engineer accompanies the overrunning units. Okay. And I think this is something that might come up in the first scenario, because I was just watching a YouTube video where Soltzi, I think, had a strong point. I don't remember. And I was wondering if he could do an overrun against it. And it looks like he would not, that the player playing, he was soloing, but the German player I don't think would be able to get up to 12 to 1 odds in the first scenario against Soltzi. Fortified line. A fortified line represents a continuous line of concrete pillboxes and bunkers. All fortified lines are printed on the map. A fortified line is a hex side feature, although it is located in a specific hex. Fortified line always faces in one direction along the inside of a hex side. Okay. All effects on movement or combat apply only when crossing from the outside of the hex containing the fortified line over the facing side into the hex containing it, and not from inside the hex containing the fortified line. Okay? Combat effects. If all Axis units are attacking across hex sides faced by fortified line, and the defending Soviet units are in the hex with the fortified line terrain symbol, then the Axis player applies a +1 DRM to that combat roll, cumulative with other effects. If even one Axis combat unit attacks through a hex side not faced by an active fortified line, the DRM does not apply. Exception. When attacked entirely through different terrain hex side types, such as fortified line and river, that confer equal combat benefits, the defender still receives a +1 DRM benefit. Example. A defender is attacked from two hexes, with one having a river hex side and the other a fortified line hex side. Okay. Because each provides a +1 DRM and both of these features are not in both hexes, the defender receives the +1 DRM. And both of these features are not in both hexes, okay? Axis combined arms bonus is not allowed if all Axis units in that combat required for the combined arms bonus are attacking across active fortified line hex sides. Once destroyed, a fortified line hex side cannot be rebuilt. Note, a fortified line may be destroyed prior to an attack by a super heavy artillery bombardment. Fortified belt. A fortified belt represents a more extensive array of defensive positions arranged in more depth than those described for fortified lines. All fortified belts are printed on the map. Okay. A fortified belt is a hex feature that allows defense from all directions. When attacking a non-destroyed fortified belt, the Axis player applies a +1 DRM for that combat, cumulative with other effects. The Axis combined arms bonus is not allowed if the defender hex includes a non-destroyed fortified belt. An Axis zone of control does not extend into a non-destroyed fortified belt hex. Axis units defending a fortified belt hex, active or destroyed, do not receive its combat effects. A Soviet strongpoint built on an active fortified belt hex gives no additional combat effects. Once destroyed, a fortified belt hex cannot be rebuilt. Strongpoints. Strongpoints represent improved field fortifications prepared for defense against attack from any direction. Strongpoints are not printed on the map. They must be built. Both players can build strongpoints. Combat effects. If an active strongpoint is in the defender hex, apply a +1 DRM to the combat die roll. A Soviet strongpoint on an active fortified belt gives no additional combat effects. The +1 DRM of an active Soviet strongpoint on a fortified line hex is not cumulative with the fortified line, but still apply its DRM when the attack comes from a direction not covered by the fortified line. When a Soviet strongpoint is on an active fortified line hex that is within 4 hexes of a Soviet-friendly city or major city hex, apply a +2 DRM for attacking through that fortified line hex side, representing defensive works built in depth by civilian workers and forced labor. If an Axis unit attacks through a hex side not covered by a fortified line, apply only the +1 DRM for the strongpoint. Okay, let me read that again. When a Soviet strongpoint is on an active fortified line hex that is within 4 hexes of a Soviet-friendly city or major city hex, apply a +2 DRM for attacking through that fortified line hex side. If an Axis unit attacks through a hex side not covered by a fortified line, apply only the +1 DRM for the strongpoint. I see. Okay. Got it. The Soviet player cannot begin the construction of more strongpoints each turn than those allowed by the results from the Soviet replacements table. The number of strongpoints allowed on the map for both sides is unlimited. The counter mix does not constitute a design limit. Soviet construction restrictions. A strongpoint can be built on any eligible hex. The hex can be in an enemy zone of control. Okay. The hex can be in an enemy zone of control. Okay, that's interesting. The hex cannot already contain another strongpoint, but can contain a different type of fortification. Construction can start only on hexes in general supply, or on hexes occupied by a Soviet unit, regardless of supply status. Non-operational headquarters prevent construction of regular strongpoints within their command radius, but not of E-type strongpoints, 21.26. Okay, I haven't learned about that yet. I guess I'll just wait until I get to that section. Construction procedure. During the friendly engineering phase, place the strongpoint with its under construction side showing. During the next turn's friendly engineering phase, turn the strongpoint under construction over to its completed side if its hex is in general supply. If the hex is not in general supply, the strongpoint remains under construction. Engineers can be used to complete the construction of a strongpoint in one turn. Okay. Additional construction restrictions for the Axis. Scenario rules may limit how many strong points the Axis player can build per turn. Each Axis strong point requires a constructing combat unit, any type except armored, for placement. During the turn the unit constructs the strong point, the unit cannot engage in movement or combat. Note: place the strong point under construction directly on top of the constructing combat unit to indicate the unit that the marker affects. When complete, flip the strong point over to its constructed side and place on top of the uppermost unit because it affects the hex. During construction, place the strong point with its under construction side face up on the same hex as the constructing unit. Turn the strong point over to its completed side during the next friendly engineering phase, regardless of its supply status, but only if the constructing unit is still in that hex. If the constructing unit is not there, then remove the strong point. A strong point under construction does not block movement of combat units or naval units, but does block movement of enemy non-combat units unless accompanied by combat units, tracing an enemy line of communication through that hex, enemy railroad movement into or through its hex, enemy railroad conversion in its hex, armored train movement. Citadels. These hexes usually contain multiple heavy fortifications, some modern with subterranean levels, others originally started well over a century earlier. Soviet troops held these tenaciously. Combat effects of citadels. Apply the following combat effects when Soviet units are defending an active citadel. The Axis player applies a +1 DRM to his combat die roll, cumulative with other effects. Attacking engineer effects, or one super heavy artillery unit attacking a citadel, can offset this DRM. Additional defender DRMs may be available for other terrain, such as a hill. Okay. Any combination of defending units double their defense strength up to a maximum of 3 defense strength points for the hex. These can be any unit type, defender's choice. Okay. Example: 3 units of 2 defense points each defend a citadel. The total defense strength is 2 + 2 + 2 plus the 3 doubling bonus equals 9 total defense strength points. If the defenders were reduced to just a single 2 defense point unit, then the new total would be 2 plus a 2 doubling bonus, which equals a 4 total defense strength. A 4 defense point unit computes as 4 plus the 3 doubling bonus equals 7 total defense strength points. The attack strength of all Axis armored units, exception armored engineer units, attacking an active citadel is halved. All units on an active citadel ignore all R retreat combat results and its extra loss. This is not the equivalent of no retreat orders. Units in a citadel cannot be given orders. The maximum possible defense DRM in a single hex for combat against a citadel is a +4 DRM plus effects of supporting air units, computed as citadel +1, strong point +1 if a strong point has been built here, hill +1, river hex side +1, air support variable number. The Axis can offset these by a maximum of 3 DRMs along with the DRM effects of air units, computed as 1 engineer gives you a -1 DRM. Just 1 engineer is required. Additional engineers have no effect. Each super heavy artillery unit can offset either the Citadel +1 DRM or a Strongpoint +1 DRM. Panzer Division Integrity bonus, which gives a -1 DRM. Just 1 bonus is allowed against a Citadel. And air units, variable number. The Citadel and fortified line may become destroyed before netting the final DRM. I guess from the super heavy artillery. Design note. Most Citadels were relatively small and could not hold a full division, hence the limit on the doubling effect. Retreats do not apply since units deployed there would be under orders to stand. The 2 Maxim Gorky batteries at Sevastopol, for example, were in contact with fortress headquarters even after the guns had been destroyed. Their garrisons were full of fanatical political officers issuing death or glory orders. It should also be noted that the Soviets did not name citadels. Only the Germans did. A zone of control does not extend into or out of a non-destroyed active citadel. Axis units defending a citadel hex, active or not, do not receive its combat effects. Soviet units on an active citadel hex are always in general supply and are not subject to surrender. Interesting, okay. A destroyed citadel confers no combat or other effects. A citadel is destroyed when either occupied during the Axis engineering phase by an Axis combat unit, or an attack against it includes a Axis super heavy artillery with asterisk strength that achieves a destroyed result. These units make a separate attack immediately before regular combat using the Axis super heavy artillery effects table. Railroad conversion. The Soviet Union had a railroad track width different from that of other European nations. Railroad hex status. Only friendly railroad hexes can be used for friendly railroad movement and for tracing friendly supply. Scenario instructions will specify those railroad hexes friendly to the Soviet or Axis players. Both players can convert railroad hexes to friendly use during their respective engineering phases. All hexes converted in a single phase are added only to a functioning railroad net. Add them from one converted hex to the next contiguous hex connected by the same railroad line. A player cannot leave gaps. Gaps may appear later due to enemy action. Railroad conversion by Axis units. To convert a railroad hex, the Axis player is not required to have a unit occupying that hex. Instead, he uses railroad conversion points, RCPs, as indicated in the scenario instructions. These are available every turn. He spends railroad conversion points to convert any railroad hex that is in general supply and not in an enemy zone of control unless a friendly unit occupies the hex, and is adjacent to a friendly railhead marker. As each hex is converted, the railhead marker is moved into that hex and free from any... and another requirement is that the hex must be free from any non-destroyed enemy fortification. Note, Previously converted railroad hexes marked with Soviet rail cut markers are always eligible for reconversion. A swamp, marsh, mountain, or alpine hex costs 2 railroad conversion points to convert. Any hex where mud or snow weather conditions apply costs 2 railroad conversion points to convert. All other hexes cost 1 railroad conversion point. As the Axis player spends the railroad conversion points, he converts the affected hexes immediately by moving his railhead marker or by removing rail cut markers. Each turn, the Axis player can spend railroad conversion points to advance railhead markers on railroad lines. But no more than 4 railroad conversion points can be spent to move any single railhead marker from its start hex. In Russia. Additional railroad conversion points may be available for use elsewhere according to the scenario. Unused railroad conversion points cannot be accumulated from turn to turn. The Axis player uses railhead markers to indicate the extent of his rail conversion. Railheads arriving as reinforcement are placed in the indicated hex during the reinforcement phase of the strategic segment. From there, railroad hexes can be converted normally later that same turn. As the Axis player spends railroad conversion points, he moves the railhead marker into the converted hexes. Whenever a railhead marker moves onto a railroad junction hex, where multiple railroad lines converge, the Axis player places additional railhead markers oriented toward each railroad line which enters the hex. If the Axis player still has railroad conversion points available, construction can continue this turn along any or all of the railroad lines exiting the junction hex, where each converted hex costs 1 or more railroad conversion points regardless of the direction from the junction. The railhead marker is advanced as railroad conversion points are spent to convert a hex along each line. Makes sense? Example: the Axis player has 6 railroad conversion points available, and he converts a line in clear terrain at a cost of 1 railroad conversion point per hex. A rail junction is reached after converting 2 hexes. He places a new railhead for the junction and can now continue to convert 2 more hexes along each line to keep within the scenario limit of 4 railroad conversion points per line, spending a total of 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6 railroad conversion points. Rail cut markers. Rail cut markers are placed at the start of each scenario according to scenario instructions. A rail cut marker without an arrow indicates that just the hex containing the marker is not converted or has lost its conversion for use by Axis units. When an Axis railhead marker enters a hex containing a Soviet rail cut marker without an arrow, remove the rail cut marker. Rail cut markers with an arrow indicate that the hex with the marker and all hexes in the direction of the arrow are not converted for Axis use and are available for Soviet use. When an Axis railhead marker enters a hex containing an arrow rail cut marker, where the arrow points away from the railhead marker, the rail cut marker is simply moved back 1 hex to the next Soviet railroad hex. The marker is removed only when it enters a hex containing another rail cut marker. Note: the Axis player should remember that moving through a railroad hex does not convert it. The Soviet player could still use it for railroad movement, even deep behind the Axis front line if it is left unguarded. Railroad conversion by Soviet units. The Soviet player can convert an Axis railroad hex to Soviet use if a supplied Soviet engineer unit or operational headquarters occupies the hex at the end of the Soviet engineering phase. The engineer or headquarters cannot have engaged in combat or specialized movement during that turn. The Soviet player pushes back the railhead marker and places or advances a rail cut marker with an arrow to indicate its conversion. Cutting railroad lines. During his engineering phase, the Soviet player has the option to place a rail cut marker on any Axis-converted railroad hex that is occupied by any Soviet combat unit. Axis units cannot place rail cut markers, and Soviet units cannot cut their own railroads. Wonder what the justification for that is. Design note. During this time period, the Axis expected to capture Soviet railroads and convert them to their own use. The Soviets, on the other hand, destroyed Axis railroads. Okay, so I guess the idea was that the Axis didn't cut them because they thought they would want to use them themselves. That still seems like a bit of an artificial restraint. Soviet surrender. Many surrounded Soviet units readily surrendered, but certain units were more likely to fight to the death. Only Soviet combat units are subject to surrender. Surrender qualifications. During the surrender phase, the Soviet player is required to make a surrender check for each hex with a Soviet combat unit that is in an Axis zone of control and that cannot trace a line of hexes of any length free of Axis zones of control to either a friendly port or a non-surrounded major city or a map edge supply source. Certain units are not subject to surrender. Naval units, flotillas, armored trains, all units in a non-destroyed citadel hex, and dumps and mobile supply units. A unit can trace its line of hexes into or through a hex containing a friendly combat unit, even if enemy units project a zone of control into that hex. Okay? Surrender procedure. Refer to the surrender table. Roll the die for each qualifying hex. Modify the die roll by applicable DRMs. The results are: surrender, remove all Soviet units from the hex and place them in the eliminated box. Full attrition. Each unit in the hex loses one step. Any unit removed due to this step loss is placed in the eliminated box. Interesting. Well, what does it mean to be put in the eliminated box if it's losing a step? Any unit removed due to this step. Oh, maybe it's like if you lose your last step. Right. So any unit that loses its last step due to this step loss is placed in the eliminated box. Got it. Partial attrition. Only one unit in the hex loses one step, the Soviet player's choice. The rest are unaffected. Any unit removed from the map is placed in the eliminated box. No effect. The Soviet units remain without loss. Note: Soviet mobile supply unit and supply dump units can provide die roll modifiers on the surrender table by keeping units in general or emergency supply. Any Soviet mobile supply unit or dump that remains in a hex where all Soviet units have surrendered is removed and placed in the pool of available supply counters for later use. The die roll modifier for a headquarters applies regardless of its supply status. Design note. The die roll modifier for game turns 31 through 61 represents the period of particularly low Soviet national morale that culminated in a partial evacuation of Moscow. Interesting. Actually, let me look for that table. Okay, so the table is on the first player aid bifold, the one that has the terrain effects chart on the front. It's on the second page at the top in the middle, Soviet surrender table. So you roll a d10, 4 more, no effect. So it's really not very common to... What are the minus DRMs first? The hex includes an emergency supply marker. The hex includes an out-of-supply marker. The hex contains only militia and or coast defense artillery units, and or its game turns 31 to 61 inclusive. Okay. What about the positive ones? The hex is within the command range of a non-interdicted operational Soviet headquarters. The hex contains at least one NKVD unit. The hex contains city, major city, or any type of fortification. Okay, and those are the positives. Okay, yeah, so straightforward enough. Soviet Special Units. Operational Headquarters. Operational Soviet Headquarters units serve several important command and control functions. Every Soviet headquarters has a command range of 4 hexes. The range is traced without regard to terrain or enemy units or their zones of control. When counting command range, you do not count the hex occupied by the headquarters unit. Each headquarters has 0 stacking value. However, when moved by railroad, air, or naval transport, each headquarters counts as 1 stacking point. The command point value of an operational headquarters has various functions, all of which can be exercised up to this value per phase during any turn. It indicates, first, the number of non-motorized units which the headquarters can activate for movement during the friendly motorized movement phase. The headquarters cannot activate itself units from off the map or cavalry, since cavalry is already allowed to move. To be activated, units must be within command range of the activating headquarters. Place activated markers on any activated units. Okay. Second, 1 Soviet Guards unit within command range can be activated in addition to those allowed by the headquarters command point value. Place activated markers on any activated units. Third, the number of motorized units within command range eligible to be moved by each operational headquarters during the Soviet reaction phase. Fourth, the total number of orders markers that the headquarters can place during a single phase within command range. And fifth, 1 command point can be used to remove 1 mandatory no-retreat order imposed by NKVD units. Removed NKVD orders cannot be changed to additional retreat. Example: if there are 2 combats, but the only headquarters within range has only 1 command point, an orders marker can be placed on only one of those combats, or 1 NKVD no-retreat order can be cancelled. Okay. Command points cannot be accumulated from turn to turn or lent to other headquarters. Air interdiction can affect a headquarters command point value. Each operational headquarters can allow up to 2 Soviet artillery units within its command range to provide support to 1 declared combat. Engineer function. An operational headquarters can also convert railroad hexes to Soviet use. The headquarters converts only the hex it occupies, regardless of its command value. Design note: some engineers are assumed to be with the headquarters units. Non-operational headquarters. Each Soviet headquarters is backprinted with a non-operational, non-op side. Instead of a command point value, the non-operational headquarters has a recovery value. Each non-operational headquarters is still a one-step unit with a stacking value of 0. Each non-operational headquarters retains a command range of 4 hexes. If the command range of operational and non-operational headquarters overlap, the non-operational headquarters command range and effects take precedence where the overlap occurs. Turn a headquarters to its non-operational side when specified by scenario setup, or it receives an overrun marker, or it retreats through a vacant hex in an Axis zone of control, or it suffers certain air interdiction results. If a headquarters, operational or non-operational, is eliminated due to combat or an overrun, place it in the appropriate box, cadre or eliminated, of the unit rebuilding track on its non-operational side. A non-operational headquarters cannot allow activation doubling for mandated attacks, allow artillery to combine, be transported by air, activate non-motorized units, activate any guards unit, activate any motorized units during the Soviet reaction phase, issue orders markers, remove NKVD mandatory no retreat orders. Non-operational headquarters restrictions. The following apply to Soviet activity on hexes located within its command range. Construction restrictions. New regular strongpoints cannot be placed, but strongpoints received by E results can be placed, and strongpoints and bridges under construction can be completed. Bridge destruction is not allowed. Railroad conversion is allowed. Soviet air units cannot conduct close air support or interdiction missions, but Soviet fighter units can oppose Axis interdiction and close air support missions. No more than one Soviet artillery unit, including those in the Defender Hex, can contribute its support strength to a Defender Hex in command range. Non-operational headquarters movement restrictions. While a non-operational Soviet headquarters can always move during the Soviet movement phase, the number of Soviet combat units that can begin movement within non-operational command range at the beginning of a movement phase is limited during each movement phase to one less than that headquarters recovery value. Okay. While a Soviet non-operational Soviet headquarters can always move during the Soviet movement phase, the number of Soviet combat units that can begin movement within non-operational command range at the beginning of a movement phase is limited during each movement phase to one less than that headquarters recovery value. Okay, interesting. Example: if the headquarters recovery value is 3, only 2 Soviet combat units located within the non-operational headquarters command range can move during the Soviet motorized movement phase, if motorized, and the same or different 2 units can move during the Soviet movement phase. Where 2 or more non-operational headquarters have overlapping zones, Treat the combined zone as a single zone and use the headquarters of the lower recovery value to determine the movement of other units. Interesting, okay. Any Soviet combat unit that begins its movement outside of the command range can enter and freely move within that command range. Once a unit ceases moving within 4 hexes of a non-operational headquarters, it becomes subject to the non-operational headquarters movement restriction. Note: moving a non-operational headquarters can be critical because the 4-hex command range moves with it. Moving the command range can free units to move during a later phase, which would otherwise remain restricted. Placement or repositioning of a bridge marker within non-operational command range counts as the movement of one unit. Removal of a bridge because an enemy combat unit enters its hex does not count against this one unit limit. Air transport that begins or ends within non-operational command range counts as the movement of one unit. The movement of flotilla and naval units is not restricted. Recovery of operational status. During the administrative segment, the Soviet player can attempt headquarters recovery. He rolls the die for each non-operational headquarters. If the die roll is greater than twice the headquarters recovery value, the headquarters remains non-operational. If the die roll is equal to or less than twice the headquarters recovery value, turn the headquarters over to its operational side. The Soviet player can also roll for non-operational headquarters in the active box, not the cadre or eliminated boxes. If the headquarters has an out-of-supply marker on it, do not double its recovery value. Headquarters disbandment. During the administrative segment, the Soviet player can disband any number of his non-operational headquarters. Disbanding a headquarters is done instead of doing the recovery die roll for that headquarters. You can't fail the die roll and then decide to disband the headquarters. Place disbanded headquarters in the cadre box in non-operational status. The Axis player scores 1 victory point for each Soviet non-operational headquarters disbanded. Soviet armored trains. These units represent groups of trains numbered for their controlling NKVD or Army Railroad Security regiments. The Axis deployed very few armored trains to the Eastern Front, and these were strictly for internal security. Stacking. Only one armored train is allowed in a hex at the end of any phase. If an armored train is forced to stack with another armored train, it is eliminated instead. Movement. An armored train with a gray movement allowance moves only on railroad hexes up to its printed movement allowance each turn, subject to air interdiction effects. It can move during either the friendly motorized movement phase or the friendly movement phase, but not both in the same turn. Note: to keep track of movement, consider placing an activated marker on a Soviet armored train if it moves during the motorized movement phase. An armored train can move into, but not through, an enemy zone of control. It can move only on contiguous, connected railroad hexes not converted to Axis use. It can retreat through enemy zones of control only if a friendly unit occupies that hex. An armored train does not count against railroad capacity. It cannot transport units. Even though it conducts regular movement on railroads, an armored train cannot conduct specialized movement. An armored train blocks an enemy supply line through the hex it occupies. Armored trains do not require attack supply or general supply. They are not subject to surrender. Armored trains are not armored type units for purposes of movement, combat, or victory point calculation. Armored trains are rebuilt only from armored train reinforcement points. When eliminated, place the armored train in the cadre box, never the eliminator box. Guards units. Only the Soviet player has guards units. Soviet guards units are denoted by the use of GD in their unit identification and their red unit type box. During the Soviet motorized movement phase, an operational headquarters can activate one guards unit that is within the headquarters command range. This activation is in addition to any other activations allowed by a headquarters command value, and is allowed even if interdiction has reduced the command value to 0. This activation cannot be doubled by Rule 12.35. Non-operational Soviet headquarters do not allow guards activation within their command range. Note, guards rocket units can use special stacking. Okay. NKVD units. These internal security troops were not under Army control, but during emergency conditions, many were committed to frontline duty. Automatic no retreat. Whenever any NKVD unit defends in eligible terrain, it automatically confers a no retreat orders marker on that hex. A town in the hex allows no retreat when the town gives a DRM during mud or snow weather. Note, NKVD units do not confer orders during overrun because orders cannot be placed until combat is declared, and overrun is not combat. Any step losses required by this combat result cannot be assigned to an NKVD unit until all other units in the hex have been eliminated. If more than one NKVD step occupies a defender hex, the Soviet player specifies the unit that creates the no retreat. That NKVD unit takes the last step of loss, even if a headquarters cancels a no retreat order. Note, see Rule 7.45 for how to rebuild NKVD units. The Soviet player can apply a command point from an in-range operational headquarters to remove the no retreat requirement. Beginning game turn 31, only motorized red box movement allowance NKVD units confer no retreat orders markers. Design note: after about 2 months into the campaign, only the most fanatical of NKVD troops still had the determination for such warfare. Surrender die rolls receive a favorable DRM for any hex in which there is at least one NKVD unit of any type. See the surrender table. Motorized NKVD units cannot conduct reaction movement or overrun. Design note: since NKVD units were not under Army command, doctrine did not exist to allow them tactical flexibility. Okay. Soviet machine gun units. Turn machine gun units from their untried side to their tried side only if engaged in a combat or an overrun. As they are revealed, remove from play those units that show remove on their tried side. Each untried machine gun unit projects a zone of control. They are combat units and are subject to supply restrictions and Soviet surrender. Place all removed machine gun units in the cannot rebuild box. Soviet militia units. All Soviet units with yellow-colored unit type boxes are militia units. Militia units function as normal combat units, but with some differences. Untried militia. Unless scenario setup instructions specify differently, place all Soviet untried militia units in the countermix in an opaque cup to be drawn at random for placement on the scenario setup card. Place untried militia units on the map on their untried sides. Like untried machine gun units, reveal them only if engaged in a combat, attacking or defending, or an overrun. As they are revealed, remove from play those units that show remove on their tried side. Design note: militia performance was erratic. Soviet commanders were often the last to know how their militia units would perform in battle. Militia units can be voluntarily converted into ZAP units during the friendly engineering phase. When removing a militia unit from the map, for any reason, do not place it back into the opaque cup. It cannot return to play. A militia brigade unit cannot move more than 5 map hexes from the nearest hex of its placement town, city, or major city. Count the hexes like artillery range. If forced to retreat by combat or overrun outside of the 5-hex range, it is immediately eliminated. Note: this rule refers only to brigade-size militia units. These are very loose organizations that would disintegrate when outside of centralized control. Garrisons. Units designated as garrison are shown as such on the setup cards or created by special placement. A garrison unit cannot conduct movement. It cannot attack, but can defend in combat. A garrison artillery unit can provide artillery support. After it has been released, a garrison unit can perform all game functions. Garrisons are released on a hex-by-hex basis. Release all units on a single garrison hex when the hex is attacked, or an enemy combat unit projects its zone of control into the garrison hex at the end of any phase, or it is released by a release date listed in the scenario instructions. Soviet garrisons. A Soviet reservist unit becomes a garrison unit upon placement. A capital R result obtained from the Soviet replacements table can release 1 or 2, as desired, Soviet garrison hexes. This does not cost a victory point. Other special units. Engineers. An Axis or Soviet engineer unit can construct a completed strongpoint during the same turn the strongpoint is received. Place an available strongpoint on its completed, active side on any engineer in general supply during the friendly engineering phase. That engineer cannot engage in combat, specialized movement, or air or naval transport during the turn, or convert railroad hexes, or cut Axis railroad hexes during that segment. Note: Axis engineers can move and construct a strongpoint in the same turn. A Soviet engineer unit on an Axis railroad hex at the end of the Soviet engineering phase can convert that hex to Soviet use. Okay. A stack can attempt an overrun against a hex with a strong point or through a hex side containing a fortified line only if it contains a motorized engineer unit. An engineer unit can perform only one of the following functions during any one turn: aid movement across a shallow water hex side, aid construction of strongpoints, conduct conversion of railroad hexes from Axis to Soviet use, allow overrun of a fortified line hex or strongpoint, allow ferry construction. In the same phase, an engineer can allow engineer effects in combat and exceed the stacking limit. Bridge markers. Historically, bridge construction engineers were available to both sides, and frequent use was made of pontoon bridges. Both players can use their bridge markers to cross canal, river, and major river hex sides where there is currently no bridge, or to cross hex sides where a bridge printed on the map has been destroyed. Okay. So I guess the bridge marker represents pontoon bridges. Or maybe both, pontoon and constructed bridges. Bridge markers have two sides. The front side is the completed, active side. The back side is the under construction side. A completed bridge marker becomes a bridge across an adjacent canal, river, or major river hex side. Orient the arrow on the counter to point directly at the bridged hex side. An adjacent canal. An active bridge negates only the cost to cross that hex side. If there are roads in the hexes on each side of the bridged hex sides, these roads connect only if they were previously connected by a bridge that is now destroyed. So I guess you put the marker in the hex with the engineer, and then you point it at the river or canal, something like that. A bridge marker does not move. It is removed or repositioned for construction. There is no limit to the number of times a bridge marker can be removed or placed, but it can do this only once per turn. Okay. When not being used, store bridge markers in the active box. A player is never forced to construct a bridge. Okay. Bridge placement. A bridge under construction can be placed only on a hex in friendly general supply. The destination hex does not have to be in friendly general supply. The construction hex side cannot contain a non-destroyed bridge, including printed on the map, but can contain a destroyed bridge. When completed across a destroyed bridge hex side, units can continue to move at the road movement rate across the bridge marker to the opposite hex, where the road leads, while repair procedures continue on the destroyed bridge. When completed, bridge... I'm not sure I understand what that means. When the bridge is completed? Or when the bridge construction marker is placed? While repair procedures continue on the destroyed bridge. Okay. A road supply route can also continue across a hex side with a bridge marker. Once the printed bridge is repaired, remove the bridge marker. So a bridge marker is a bridge under construction, I think. I'm not sure I understand if I follow. An unsupplied and therefore ineligible hex can become eligible for bridge placement by use of a temporary supply source. A bridge marker can remain in a hex indefinitely, fully functioning as a road bridge, even if the hex is later determined to be out of supply. Place the bridge marker during the friendly movement phase if Axis, or friendly motorized movement phase if Soviet, with the under construction side face up. Place the bridge marker adjacent to the hex side to be bridged. Enemy zones of control can extend into the destination hex, the opposite or adjacent hex on the other side of the river. But the destination hex cannot be enemy occupied. A bridge under construction has no effect on movement. Note: non-operational headquarters can limit bridge placement. So it sounds like what this is saying is you can place a pontoon bridge, one of these things, and finish it, and then continue trying to repair the previously existing bridge. I think that's what that means. I'm not sure if, oh, here we go. Bridge destruction and repair is coming up. So that is where we will learn about how that works. Bridge completion. A bridge marker crossing a non-major river or canal hex side turns over to its active side as soon as it is placed. A bridge marker crossing a major river completes its construction during the friendly engineering phase. Therefore, it cannot be used during the preceding movement or motorized movement phases. When completed, turn the bridge marker over to its active side with the arrow pointing at the bridged hex side if both placement and destination hexes are still friendly and no enemy zone of control extends into either hex, unless negated. And no enemy zone of control extends into either hex unless negated. So you need to cross a unit, I guess, when completed. Is it at the moment that those things are true, or only if it's true at the moment that it's completed? Note: changing the hex side that a bridge marker is pointed to requires following the entire construction procedure again, even if the hex that the bridge occupies does not change. Okay. So I think it's at the moment. At the moment that this is true, you flip it to its active side. Okay. Soviet bridge markers function exactly like Axis bridge markers, but through game turn 98 cannot be placed to cross a major river unless otherwise specified in a scenario. The Soviets generally lacked proper heavy equipment during 1941. If a unit cannot use an enemy bridge marker, remove the bridge if an enemy combat unit enters its hex. Removed bridges can be reused during any future turn. Ferry markers. Axis forces were unprepared to repair so many damaged railroad bridges over major rivers and resorted to stopgap measures to forward supplies by constructing ferries. Only the Axis player has ferry markers. A ferry marker allows railroad movement, not ground movement, across a major river hex side where the railroad bridge, printed on the map, has been destroyed. Ferry markers are used nearly the same way as bridge markers. Use rules 22.22 through 22.26, but with the following changes. Place a ferry during the Axis movement phase. A ferry can be placed on any hex containing a hex side with a destroyed major river railroad bridge if the hex contains a converted railhead marker in a railroad net that traces supply back to a map edge supply source. Okay. Place the ferry with its under construction side up. During the Axis engineering phase, turn the ferry to its active side. An Axis engineer unit of any nationality is required for both phases. It can move away on any subsequent turn. The major river hex side is now open to Axis railroad movement beginning the next turn. Major rivers and ferries. A transported unit spends 30 railroad movement points to cross a major river, plus 1 additional railroad movement point for the hex on the other side on a ferry. Units with insufficient railroad movement points remaining cannot cross the major river hex side by ferry. They stop adjacent to the major river hex side, and any remaining railroad movement points are lost. Supply. Starting the turn after the ferry is completed, the Axis player can use it to trace general supply and attack supply, and can extend his railroad net across that major river hex side. Ferry marker removal is the same as bridge marker removal, except that once placed, a ferry is not removed until either the railroad bridge is repaired or an enemy combat unit moves into its hex. Note, the main reason for the use of a ferry is to link railroads while bridge repairs take place. So you can place a ferry and continue railroad conversion on the opposite bank of the river once the ferry is complete. Keep in mind that you cannot begin repairs to destroyed railroad bridges until you get the railhead there. Bridge destruction and repair. Only the road and railroad bridges printed on the maps over major rivers or lakes are subject to bridge destruction. Both players can conduct bridge destruction. Okay. Note, bridge and ferry markers are not subject to destruction or enemy capture. Instead, they can only be temporarily removed. Any combat unit in any supply status can conduct bridge destruction during the friendly engineering phase. The unit can conduct bridge destruction when it is located in either of the 2 hexes that include the bridge hex side, and an enemy unit is 7 hexes or less from the hex containing the unit conducting bridge destruction. Count hexes the same as artillery range. All bridges on that hex side are destroyed automatically. Exception 22.43c. So all bridges on that hex side are destroyed automatically when bridge destruction is declared for that hex side. A destroyed bridge no longer allows ground or railroad movement across it until it is repaired. A bridge can be destroyed and rebuilt an unlimited number of times. Bridge destruction procedure. Declare which bridges will be destroyed as desired. Place a bridge destroyed marker with its 2-point side face up in either hex adjacent to each bridge destroyed. The marker remains until the bridge is fully repaired. A bridge cannot be destroyed by a Soviet unit that is within command radius, 4 hexes, of a Soviet non-operational headquarters. Bridge repair. Both players can conduct bridge repair. Conduct bridge repair during the friendly engineering phase on as many eligible bridges as desired. Repair of each bridge can be attempted only once per turn. A bridge is eligible if a supplied friendly engineer unit is in either of the two hexes that include the bridge hex side. A railroad bridge also requires a friendly railhead marker adjacent to the bridge hex side in order to be eligible for repair. An engineer can conduct repair on only one bridge per turn. A bridge is not eligible for repair if an enemy combat unit is in the hex on the other side of the bridge. However, that hex can be in an enemy zone of control. Design note: a railroad bridge across a major river would be extremely difficult to repair. It is required to carry more weight than a road bridge. It is required to carry more weight than a road bridge, and the surface must be perfectly level. To accomplish this, the Germans massed bridging assets into large organizations, each controlled by an engineer regiment. Interestingly, such assets included cable ferry functions. By March 1942, the Germans operated 4 groups of ferry and pontoon crossings to supplement repaired bridges. Bridge repair procedure. A player indicates the bridges he will attempt to repair. He rolls the die, applies DRMs, and consults the bridge repair table for each attempt. Results are: remove 1 damage point, turn the bridge destroyed marker from its 2-point side to its 1-point side, or remove the marker if it begins with its 1-point side face up. Not repaired. Do not remove the damage point. Okay, let me look for this table. Okay, so the table is on the 3rd player aid bifold, which has attack supply on the front, and it's on the last page on the back in the bottom left corner. Bridge repair table. 8 or less not repaired, 9 or more remove 1 damage point. DRMs. +2 if the repairing unit is an engineer regiment or brigade. +1 if there is a second engineer unit. -3 if it's a railroad bridge. Interesting. So that's pretty hard. Okay. Removal of the bridge destroyed marker signifies the bridge is fully repaired and can be used. A player can try each turn to repair the bridge until repair is complete. Additional damage points might be inflicted during the repair period if an enemy unit later becomes adjacent to the hex side and again performs bridge destruction. Interesting. So you can perform bridge destruction on a bridge that's already destroyed if it's not like fully destroyed, or at least it seems like it from this reading of the rule. Just rereading this part. It's not, doesn't seem to say explicitly that you can during the repair period. Okay, well, reading the rule, it doesn't seem to suggest that you can do that, but this does seem to suggest you can do that. So that's a bit of a potential source of confusion. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Something to ask about in the Board Game Geek forums. A bridge may start a scenario as destroyed. Check the scenario rules for a list of these. Flotillas. Flotilla units are ground combat units that have special movement capabilities and restrictions. Okay. Flotilla movement. Flotillas can move up to their printed movement allowance in contiguous hexes that are connected by certain scenario-specified river, major river, canal, coastal, shallow water, lake, inland sea, or all sea hexes. Flotillas can move in either, but not both, the friendly movement and motorized movement phases. They cannot move during the reaction phase. They are not tied into a headquarters communication system. Each hex entered costs 1 flotilla movement point. They can retreat or advance after combat. Flotillas can move into, but not through, an enemy zone of control. Remember, an enemy zone of control does not extend across major river, lake, or all sea hex sides. They cannot enter enemy-occupied hexes. Movement can be restricted by air interdiction. Flotillas move on one of the 2 hexes that are adjacent to a major river hex side, and will be in just one of those 2 possible hexes. They pay 1 flotilla movement point for each hex entered, regardless of the land cost. They never pay the major river hex side terrain cost. Okay. Example. Here, the flotilla could move into hexes A or E by spending 1 flotilla movement point. It should be a period after that. Flotillas can also move to the other bank by spending 1 flotilla movement point to enter that hex, regardless of the actual hex terrain. The flotilla could switch sides of the major river, moving into hexes B, C, or D by spending 1 flotilla movement point. Flotillas move on canals the same way they do major rivers, but only on those hexes that include the canal hashed hex side graphic. Okay. I'd have to look for an example of that. Let me look for an example of that. Okay, I just went through all of the maps, and I couldn't find an example of a canal hashed hex side. It is on the terrain effects chart on the first Playwright bifold. You can see it's a straight line with it seems like it's the same color as the normal river hex side. And you can see those little notches there. So if you just take a random map, this is the color of the normal, what are those, minor rivers? River, just plain river hex side. So I was looking for something like this, but straight with those little notches, and I couldn't find a single example across all of the maps. So my guess is that this is a type of terrain found in Army Group Center or Army Group South or one of the other games. But just was worth checking. Okay, so flotillas move on connected coastal or sea hexes at a cost of 1 flotilla movement point for each hex entered. Land terrain in coastal hexes is ignored. Flotillas can enter shallow water. So I guess they can move across open sea? Example, the flotilla occupies a coastal hex. It can enter any of the adjacent hexes by spending 1 flotilla movement point per hex. Flotillas cannot conduct specialized movement. Okay. A flotilla blocks any enemy supply line through the hex it occupies. Flotillas cannot transport ground units. Flotillas on river, canal, or coastal hexes can be overrun. Okay. Weather effects. Flotillas cannot move, advance, or retreat over hexes where frozen conditions are in effect. When a storm result occurs, flotillas cannot move and may be subject to repositioning. For convenience, place a Do Not Move 1 game turn marker on them. Flotillas cannot attack during storm, but can defend and can retreat. Repositioning. Flotillas on shallow water, lake, inland sea, all sea, or coastal hexes are subject to repositioning during storm weather. Those on canal, river, or major river are not repositioned. Where the coastal hex also includes a river or major river, coastal hex status takes priority. Okay. During the weather phase, the owner picks up each flotilla subject to repositioning and places it at the nearest friendly port within its movement allowance. If there is no such friendly port, the unit is not repositioned and stays in its current location. It cannot be repositioned from one port to another port. Flotillas in ground combat. They do not require attack supply or general supply. They are not subject to surrender. They cannot conduct anti-aircraft fire. They cannot receive artillery fire support unless with other unit types. They do not receive the fortification die roll modifier unless with other unit types. They are subject to all combat results and can be removed to satisfy combat step losses. And they can retreat to an all-sea hex. When a flotilla is in an overrun hex, do not count it as part of the defending force. It retreats regardless of the overrun result. It is eliminated if there is no valid retreat route. Flotillas can engage in combat with other naval units and can be rebuilt, but only when using the naval module. Axis regiment substitute counters. Only the Axis player has regiment substitute counters. Steps and regiment substitute counters. Each step of an infantry, mountain, or security division equals 1 regiment substitute counter. Any full or reduced strength division size unit with at least 2 steps remaining is eligible to conduct detachment of regiment substitute counters. Independent creation. Each German type type infantry reinforcement point can create 1 German 1-2-5 regiment substitute counter. The regiment substitute counters enters play as a reinforcement during the reinforcements phase. Regiment substitute counters are available for reuse after map exit, combat loss, or recombination. Okay. Players store these available regiment substitute counters off-map on the scenario setup card. Detachment. Any eligible unit can conduct detachment as long as there are available regiment substitute counters. Up to 3 regiment substitute counters can be detached any turn from a unit depending on the number of steps that unit still has. A full or reduced strength unit can detach all but its last step as regiment substitute counters. Restrictions. Conduct detachment at the start of the Axis movement phase. There is no movement point cost. Place regiment substitute counters in the hex containing the detaching unit. Place the regiment substitute counter in a supply status identical to the unit that detached it. The detaching unit must be on a land hex and can be in an enemy zone of control. Regiment substitute counter types. Regular regiment substitute counters, rated 1-2-5. These are created by a one-step reduction in any eligible unit or by independent creation. Strong regiment substitute counters, rated 2-2-5. These are created only when the step reduction in an eligible German unit causes a loss of 2 attack strength points. Okay. Example: a 7-8-5 German infantry division, already reduced by one step to its 5-6-5 reduced strength side, is selected to create a regiment substitute counter. When reducing the division by the one step to create the regiment substitute counter, the division is reduced to its 4-4-5 strength, resulting in a reduction of just 1 attack strength point. Therefore, the only regiment substitute counter allowed is a regular 1-2-5 regiment substitute counter. The Axis player can choose to take a regular regiment substitute counter where a strong regiment substitute counter is allowed. Either regiment substitute counter type can restore any step in an eligible unit when recombining. Axis Allied regiment substitute counters. Some games contain regiment substitute counters for Axis Allied units. The Axis player uses these only for Axis Allied units of the same eligible types as German regiment substitute counters. Each step equals 1 Axis Allied regiment substitute counter of that nationality. There are no Axis Allied strong regiment substitute counters. Nationalities cannot be mixed. Example: Romanian regiment substitute counters cannot be used for German units, and German regiment substitute counters cannot be used for Romanian units. Regiment substitute counter recombination. Eligible units can recombine with any regiment substitute counter or multiple regiment substitute counters of the same nationality. A regiment substitute counter is not required to recombine with its original unit. A regiment substitute counter is not required to recombine. Oh, it's not required to recombine with its original. Okay, I see. So if you split off a regiment substitute counter from one unit, you don't have to recombine it only with that unit. You could recombine it with a different unit. I understand. Any eligible reduced unit can recombine with any regiment substitute counters of the same nationality up to its original full strength level. The unit and one or more regiment substitute counters that occupy the same hex recombine at the end of any friendly movement phase before counting for overstacking. They can be in an enemy zone of control. Recombining does not cost any movement points. The strengthened unit assumes the lower of its own supply status or that of the regiment substitute counters recombining with it. The strengthened unit retains a do not move 1 game turn marker if it or any of the regiment substitute counters had such a marker. Regiment substitute counters cannot combine on-map or off-map to recreate a unit currently in the cadre or eliminated boxes. Okay. How to win. Victory points. Most game scenarios are won by scoring victory points. Victory points are scored for controlling certain map locations, by causing enemy step losses of headquarters, armored, and artillery, and for certain actions players choose. Record the current victory point level by adjusting the victory point marker up or down on the victory point track. Only the Axis player scores victory points. Those scored by the Soviet player are shown as negative numbers that are subtracted from the Axis victory point total. The actual number of victory points gained or lost is listed on the scenario's victory point schedule. It is possible for the Axis player's overall victory point total to be a negative number. The Axis player wins by scoring a victory point total sufficient to achieve the desired victory level as shown below the victory point schedule. The Soviet player wins by preventing the Axis player from achieving his minimum victory level total. Location victory points. A victory location is any hex listed on the victory point schedule or otherwise listed in the scenario rules. Locations may vary according to the scenario. The Axis player scores victory points for a victory location when it becomes controlled by an Axis unit. Add those victory points to the Axis victory point total. The value of a victory location may change as the game continues. Score victory points according to its value on the turn it is captured. So if it's recaptured, you don't lose the victory points, I guess. Victory location occupation. Each victory point location controlled by the Axis requires occupation by one Axis combat unit step. Each victory point location controlled by the Axis requires occupation by one Axis combat unit step of any combat type. Why does it... This seems to be a mistake where it's like repeating the same sentence, and this one has the this extra language here. For a multi-hex city or major city, the required total occupation force can be in any single hex or combination of hexes of that city. For inset maps, the occupation requirement is calculated on the basis of a megahex. Each megahex with a victory point location requires a garrison of one step, regardless of the number of such hexes in that megahex. Location occupation requirements can vary by country or region. See the playbook for each game. No Axis occupation is required for locations in Germany, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, or West Poland. Required occupation level. The Axis player can freely change the actual occupation units anytime during a turn. If a victory location is judged to be without the required occupation level, possibly because an enemy unit has recaptured it during the administrative segment, the current victory point value for that location is subtracted from the Axis victory point total. On the turn the location is restored to the required level, the then current victory point value is added to the victory point total. Note: although the Axis player loses victory points for a location if it has an insufficient garrison, or even no garrison, if the location is friendly to the Axis player, he can still trace a supply route through the hex. If the location is friendly to the Axis player, does that mean that they were the last player to occupy the hex? If the victory point value of the victory location becomes 0, determined at the beginning of the turn, even if it still has the required occupation force, place a garrison marker on that hex. How would it become 0? Okay. The designated occupation unit, or units, there now becomes a required garrison. But in this case, the Axis player may substitute the actual garrison unit in any movement phase for another unit as he desires, as long as a unit is in the hex at the end of the turn. Okay, well, let's see if an example helps. The garrison marker can be removed under Rule 21.83, or if the Axis player spends 1 victory point. Example. On game turn 18, Axis units capture a victory point location worth 5 victory points. The Axis player then records 5 victory points on the victory point track during the current game phase. Soviet units attack the location during the same turn and take it back. The Axis player immediately reduces his victory point total by 5 victory points. Next turn, Axis units take it again, and because it is still worth 5 victory points, he scores 5 victory points. On game turn 20, Soviet units recapture the location again, but because starting this turn the location is worth only 3 victory points, the Axis player reduces his victory point total by 3 points. If he does nothing else, he has still netted 2 victory points in this process. If he takes it back again, he then scores only 3, not 5, victory points, unless the value changes again. Over all these turns, he has scored a net of 5 victory points for the location. Okay, so that explains what what this means. The victory point value of the location becomes 0, but depending on the turn record track, the victory point schedule. Game action victory points. Certain game actions taken during the course of play cause victory points to be added or subtracted from the victory point total. Make these adjustments immediately as each action is taken. These actions, the conditions associated with them, and their associated victory points are listed on the setup cards or discussed in the scenario rules. The Axis player scores 1 victory point for each headquarters the Soviet player voluntarily disbands. Step loss victory points. Whenever an armored or artillery type step is lost, move the step loss marker 1 box to the right on the loss/replacement track. When the step loss marker reaches the 6th level, move the marker back to 0 and increase the victory point total by 1 for Soviet losses, or decrease the victory point total by 1 for Axis losses. Count the following unit types: armor, assault gun, armored anti-tank, artillery, all 5 types. The lost steps of armored units starting any scenario at reduced strength are already counted in the victory point totals. See the playbook. Only those steps lost during the course of play will count as new victory points. Okay, and that's the end of the series rules. You got a page where you can take notes, the index, and the back of the rulebook with game credits. And there we go. Standard rules.